always say? What do I always say? What do I always say? What do I always say? What do I always say? What do I always say? What do I always say? What do I always say? What do I always say? What do I always say? What do I always say? What do I always say? What do I always say, dude? It's what do I always say? 30% of Americans will agree on anything. Say the line, chat. It's like a muscle. There's no shot. Don't tap the glass. We've been talking about women's rights for far too long. How about it's time for women's wrong? Meritocracy is a fucking lie. Blammo. Rule number 1, get nukes. Rule number 2, never give up the nukes. Rule number 3, if America or an imperial superpower tells you you have nukes, drop everything and find nukes. They want their biases to be confirmed. Kids are no content, okay? Let people be cringe. Show me the fucking pay stub. Just be fucking normal. Holy shit, dude. You go to the gym that much, you're gay. Every guy can be a 7. Absolute bananas mode. Yes, the reason why what do I always say is probably the most said line in this channel is because I unfortunately have to repeat myself every single day. Being a Twitch streamer, especially a leftist political commentator, living in the United States of America and consistently talking about issues that pertain to like American existence in contemporary society, means that I have to repeat myself sometimes numerous times over the same hour, over the same broadcast, and certainly over the course of a year or multiple years. Sakura Gore, thank you for the 25 get the subs. Decked out the wazoo. In our current capitalist economic system, the gains are privatized, but the losses are socialized. Society prospers when old men plant seeds for trees they will never sit in the shade of. The only phrenology I believe in is cop skull. I am your dad. I fucked your mom. That's precisely why you can look back at videos that I have cut from like 2016, 2017, even before that, and look at the exact same arguments that I am using back then and have it apply perfectly, unfortunately, perfectly into our current existence. If you're going to do an
What's going on, everybody?
accent of people who have like been historically colonized, you have to do it well. You have to do it well or else it's racist.
I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi Broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, or at least I believe it's sunny California, Los Angeles. I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Sunday. You need to fix your feet, dude. I know. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Sunday, December 14th, 2025, and it is 63 degrees and mostly sunny here in California, Los Angeles, but I said I don't really know whether it is actually sunny or not because I basically just rolled out of bed, put on the same clothes that I was wearing last night to the holiday party that I went to, and I got a lot of updates on my uncle. You low Kirk sound depressed. You okay, Unc? No, Unc is not okay. I'm gonna give you all of this. I'm gonna give you all of the updates right now because this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on. Yeah, I'm low Kirk, really fucked up right now. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, we have the exact same size big toe gap. That's pretty crazy. You'll feel better, low Kirk-enshally, hopefully, inshallah. Anyway, but yeah, so while you guys were kirking your shits off vociferously, sexual style, I actually ended the broadcast last night, and I in spite of my serious injury that has rendered me incapable of walking, rendered me lame, I actually went to a friend's holiday party. And I'm really glad that I did. And no, I wasn't kirking my shit after Dispatch. I don't want you guys to say that because that's not the case. I ended Dispatch last night, episode 8, absolute banger. So, damn, you party with a broken ankle? Yeah, with the cane, with the CVS Health cane, Chad. I went to a highfalutin fancy schmancy. Well, it wasn't a highfalutin fancy schmancy, but it was like a very cool holiday party, and I had the CVS Health cane on here. My mom has used this, my dad has used this, and now I'm using it. And let me tell you, okay, I've never felt more Unc style than that very moment. There was another lady at the party that also had a cane on, and we went tip to tip with the canes, and but she was like 50, 60 years old probably, which is around the same age range for Unk. Just know the rolled ankle was karma for blue balling us with a dispatch finale, Unk. Yeah, we touched tips. We touched cane tips. I was cane docking with old ladies at the party last night. But it was really good. Freaky Unk got his pimp cane. Yeah, Freaky Unk got it on. I'm really glad that I went out because it made me feel like a human again. Every single time I go out and like actually socialize, I remember that the real world is not what I see on the internet. The real world is not what I see on the internet, and there are a lot of interesting, vibrant individuals out there, and it's always good to socialize with friends. Which is such an obvious thing to say. Like, it's just not, it shouldn't be a new, fascinating, a new or fascinating thing, but because of how much I don't do that, for the most part, it always does feel fascinating. How late were you out? No, I wasn't out that late. I left the party and got back home by like 11 because the party ended early. It was like it was a new concept. It was a 6 to 10 style situation. But yeah, saw a bunch of people that met a bunch of new people and saw a bunch of people that I haven't seen in a long time. And it was a great time overall. How's the ankle? The ankle is fucked up. I took a photo of it. It's starting to get black and blue all over, purple, black, blue all over on both sides of the foot. And I would use the cankle as a party trick. Basically, anytime someone was like, what's up with your cane? I was like, yeah, I rolled my ankle this morning playing basketball. And then I would just like show them. And it's like Elephant Man down there, shit is fucked up. My rolled ankle is the size of a watermelon, but I'm glad I actually have been keeping it compressed and like even walked around. I mean, I literally walked around with this thing, right? I've been doing the double Advil, single Tylenol, double Tylenol, single Advil moment. Okay. I've just been swapping it out twice a day and it's been pretty good. And on top of that, when you walk, you need to stay off it, big dog. No, man. No, I'm telling you, walking on it or like moving it around is good. Walking on it and moving it around is good because when I don't do that, like this morning when there was no blood flow, because I obviously kept it, I was sleeping. When I woke up this morning, I literally couldn't move. I couldn't even take a piss. I couldn't take a piss before I cracked a double Advil, single Tylenol move. Because when I go to sleep, I don't move my leg, right? At all. And when I don't move my leg at all, shit gets really busted. 100% broken? No, it's not broken. He's addicted? Yeah, I just popped a perky, Charlie Kirky, man. What do you mean? This is who it is. This is who I am, okay? I've been popping perkies like I'm Charlie Kirky, getting kirked up, kirking my shit off. It's just how it is. There's a rock version out. What is this?
Charlie Kirky. I spot the perky. Charlie Kirky.
Yeah, the chip bone from a rolled ankle has turned into a pseudo joint in the last 10 years. For me, at least, I would definitely get looked at that, fam. Okay, everybody calm down. I don't want to hear any fucking doctors in the chat. I don't want to hear from any doctors in the chat, okay? What was your Spotify rap? I don't do Spotify. I don't have a Spotify. So now that Dispatch is done, is this a game we can look forward to? Road to Empress? Yes. Yes. Is this when you rizz up like Chinese baddies on the way to becoming an emperor or some shit? Because I didn't realize that they made a video game specifically tailored to my interests so aggressively. It's kind of shocking. It's kind of odd that they made a video game specifically tailored to all of my interests, no matter how silly it might come across. So if you have dreams out there, don't let go of them, is my point, okay? It's even better. You got to become Empress and not get killed along the way. Okay. Discount Northern Lion. I can never be Northern Lion. 1, I will never be Canadian. 2, I can never be bald like Northern Lion. 3, actually, that's it. Those are the 2 main qualities. When I think about Northern Lion, I think about those 2 things. So it is what it is. Just don't let chat backseat your choice is king. Okay. 3, can't do movie trivia. I can't do any trivia. My trivia shit is so ass. So you're saying you might be a dad someday? Yes. Inshallah, one day. But yeah, great time overall. Going out. Your refusal to seek medical attention until you're basically dying is your most toxic masculinity characteristic. You share that with my 67-year-old redneck MAGA dad. Yeah. True. What else was I going to say? There is some other stuff I wanted to tell you guys. What the hell? What else happened? Yeah, I guess I just basically I just went to a party, socialized, went to sleep, woke up early, and then went back to sleep. Warcraft, love the decor, especially the vanilla collector's edition. Oh shit. That's like actually Warcraft. Wait, how did you clock the vanilla collector's edition in the background? That's crazy. That's true. I do have that. Right there. Right there, right where my finger is. Wait, Damn, Pog, Warcraft in the building. I spent lifetimes on this shit, okay? Warcraft 3. I don't know if you know this Warcraft, but I was a Dota boy. I was a MOBA guy before many of these people in my chat were even alive. I never was allowed to play World of Warcraft because it required a credit card, and my parents did not let me play any online video games because they thought pedophiles would kidnap me. But I played online video games anyway. I played Dota, but they never let me play World of Warcraft, which probably was the right idea. Like, I'll be honest, parental restrictions kind of ass, okay? Kids always find a way around it. I certainly did. But I do think the best thing that they did for me and my development was make sure that I never played World of Warcraft, because like I didn't have a credit card or anything like that, and I just couldn't do it. And I feel like if I had played World of Warcraft, my life would be so different right now. I would probably be Asmongold, still in Turkey. Like, I'd be the Turkish Asmongold. This is not going the way Warcraft expected when they came in the chat, Lamau. Yeah, I did spend a shit ton of time playing Warcraft in general, though. I loved it. I was obsessed with Dota, which is why I stopped playing MOBA games in general. Well, no, Asmon didn't start out rich by my understanding, but outside of that, maybe. I mean, I wasn't talking about like accruing wealth in any capacity. I was talking more so about like how much of a shut-in I would have become if I played World of Warcraft. Let's be real, because it's so addicting. What is a MOBA? What do you mean? What's a MOBA? MOBA is literally like League of Legends is a MOBA game. Anyway, Warcraft 3 training arc with Grubby when Warcraft 3 passed the baton of Baldur's Gate 3 is the greatest of all time. Frozen Throne, another one. I used to draw Warcraft characters. OG heads in here know. Hellboy Hasan used to draw Rikimaru. 9 yaşında bizim 3 komşunun evine gidiyorum. Babası WoW bağımlısı oldu. Oğlu da bana babasının hesabından karakter açıp duruyordu. Her evlerine gittiğimde sonra babasının bunu dövdüğünü öğrendim. Sonra da taşındılar. Bir de FETÖ'cülerdi. Biz Aleviyiz diye çok sıcak bakmıyorlardı. That is an insane story that this Turkish chatter wrote in here. And it is virtually impossible for me to explain to an American. Like a direct translation of that story is you will not understand like 90% of the intricacies. That is crazy. Okay. Second season Korean girl roommates game, or is that not safe for work? First of all, there is no such thing as not safe for work. Okay. We don't do those things. Not safe for work means safe for the HasanAbi broadcast. I literally just played this batch. There's so many penises in it. There's titties in it. So, you know, there's no such thing. If it's not safe for work, it's safe for the HasanAbi broadcast. Let's be real. That's number one. Number two. Yeah, porn reacts. Finishing Batman went? No. Where was I? What was I going to say? Actually, I don't know. Cutie and vanilla voice characters in this cozy Christmas game light up the town. Oh, yeah. React to this, you fucker. Yeah, this guy literally did this thing. This guy did this thing like a day after Charlie Kirk got shot, brother. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure this guy came out and did this meme. This was literally the day of or like the day after. Which is kind of crazy. Like, I mean, what did he know?
The date of the ceremony will be announced, and I can only guarantee you one thing, that we will have a very big crowd. Very, very big.
Papa Perk for Charlie Kirk. My young ones put in work. Person talk shit out the gang. And my young ones get you hurt. Papa Perk for Charlie Kirk. My young ones put in work. Person talk shit out the gang. Gang violence.
This is the type of shit that you show just your friends. Like, this is the type of shit that's like relegated to the group chat. You know what I mean? Because the timing of this was so wild. Like, I know like, I remember he made this, he did this stand-up bit thing, I think, straight up the day, like the night, I think. The night that Charlie Kirk was assassinated, or like a week after or something. Or not even a week after, a day after or something. Thank you for providing so much content for all the people that can't. The moment you realize how pathetic your existence is. Wait, what do you mean? Are you saying that there are people that realize their existence is pathetic so they can't make content? Is that what you're saying? I'm pretty sure you can make content even if you realize your existence is pathetic, chatter. The video caption is cooking you because Hasan refused to watch this to watch Instagram clips I'm re-uploading. Yeah, I mean, it's true. I don't watch Instagram clips.
Gang violence. Yeah, rep the gang. Yeah, rep the set. Charlie Kirk was 31. Israel's Shit, then I'm sticking with my gun, okay?
What did he know, brother? I'm telling you, what did he know? Because as far as I remember, because I remember seeing it when this first came out. I'm not even kidding. I think this was the first, like, he was before Candace. Like, I think he literally was the first to market with the Charlie Kirk was murked by Israel thing. You know what I mean? Like, it was pretty wild. Bro, I swear this captured the stream and chatters this past couple of months. I think this is Candace Owens is like, this is the source. You know? Like, you know how Candace Owens was to be like, Israel/Jews were bound to be implicated by conspiracy theorists? I know, but like, did you... I'll be honest, I didn't think it would be this poppin'. Like, I mean, by trade, I study shit like this, right? I look at conspiracy theorists. I look at racists all the time. I look at all this stuff. I never in a million years would have thought that Candace Owens would have been able to single-handedly change the entire direction. Don't underestimate the Goyim. I mean, they are, it is crazy that it took hold like this. It's crazy that it took hold this hard. You must not watch much Candace Owens, bro. Listen, Netanyahu came, I mean, yeah, I think it was literally the Netanyahu statement and also the Netanyahu tweet. Like, it didn't help. It did not help. It did not help where he was like, we did not kill Charlie Kirk. Come on now. We would never do that. Charlie Kirk loves Israel. He was a friend to Israel. Anyway. The whiplash from reverence to parody got me needing to pop a perk for Charlie Kirk. Not a single hand because the other people are stupid. Look at his wife, law. What? I mean, that is also another thing. Protesters outside of YR. No, I know. We're going to talk about the Young Republicans. Oh my God, dude. The Young Republican Party took place. You're getting cooked by old B-ball. Old B-ball friends. What is this? Just woke up. Wanted to let y'all know that being tall as an adult is played out. Hashtag get. Hashtag real. Fuck is y'all doing up there, Lamau? All my tall peoples be going to sleep early. Tired as shit from standing. Okay. I did cook them one time on the courts. So. I can see the white in your beard, old man. I know. I'm old. I'm unk. I'm chopped. I'm washed. It's true. Dude, I need a cane, brother. What are you talking about? I need a cane to walk around. It's over for me. It's over for me for real. But also, watch the other TikTok, Unk. You got cooked. Why? Why is everybody cooking me? What the hell is this? Hey. POV, you're watching your friends slowly turn.
Do you want to get dim sum after this? Ni hao. 你吃了吗? Hey.
Low key thought you got promoted to woke joke and training with the women's b-ball team kind of looked like number 7 if you squint, not a meme. I wish I could play like that, bro. What are you kidding me? Do you think I look like this guy? You can't see. This guy. Low-key balling. I can't ball like that. Did you see Max play with WNBA OF player? What do you mean WNBA OF player? You got the comic book gray streak coming like a sexy superhero wisdom streaks. You do not. I'm sorry. That person is so lean. Okay, take a day off. That's crazy. That hat with that shirt is not it, Unc. That's what you think. What's happening in Turkey, bro? Sinkholes. Many sinkholes. 700 sinkholes have appeared in parts of Turkey, with new ones showing up, fueled by extreme drought.
Bread basket.
It's pretty crazy that it's like Konya, which is basically like the fucking Ohio of Turkey. It's just it's wild to me that God is punishing Konya of all places. You know what I mean? It's like it's already a fucking punishment to live there.
Nearly 700 sinkholes are tearing open Turkey's farmland, and the country's main breadbasket is literally caving in. Close to 684 large sinkholes have been found across the Konya Plain, the region that grows much of Turkey's wheat.
I think it's because of irrigation, right? That's probably what I assume that's what it is. It's entirely because of Konya hak ediyor abi. Yapmayın abi, zaten adamlar Konya'da yaşıyorlar yani. Daha ne olsun oğlum, zaten Konya'da yaşıyorsan zaten hayatın cehennem her gün. Üstüne üstlük bir de şimdi böyle devamlı sinkhole açıyorlar yani, böyle bir şey olamaz. Anyway, it's not the best place to live in Turkey, okay? I'm just going to say it. It's kind of a shitty place, low key. So the fact that there's also hella sinkholes opening up makes it even harder. Abi ayıp ediyorsun. Ulan yalan mı söyledim? Şimdi adamlar zaten Konya'da yaşıyorlar abi. Ayıp ediyorsun diyor adam. Ondan sonra sen nereden bağlanıyorsun? İzmir'den bağlanıp ondan sonra ayıp ediyorsun diyorsun. Git yaşa o zaman Konya'da. Eğer çok iyiyse. But yeah, anyway, all jokes aside, I do think abi 23 and me yaptım, Konyalı ve Sivas'ta çıktım, paramı geri istiyorum. But when climate change gets bad enough, you won't be laughing at us Ohioans. No, I mean, this is what I'm saying. It's like most likely because of the
year. Scientists blame a dangerous mix of extreme drought, climate change, and decades of heavy groundwater pumping. In the Karapanar district alone, more than 20 new sinkholes opened in the past year, some stretching 100 feet across and plunging hundreds of feet down. Researchers say the collapses have accelerated since the early 2000s.
Ya bu pezemekler yeraltı suların amına koydular. Su yok. Kimse tarım reformu falan yapmaktan bahsetmiyor. Habire kuyu kazıyorlar. Yeah, that's what the Turkish chatters are also saying. They're saying that there's like very little underwater, there's very little water in the ground, and they just keep opening new wells with no concern for the groundwater, with the groundwater availability, and there's no like agricultural reforms that they are considering from an environmental standpoint, and therefore this is the likely outcome.
Putting farms, livestock, and entire rural communities at risk. And with reservoirs falling to their lowest levels in 15 years, experts warn the ground beneath Konya may continue to give way. For AccuWeather, I'm Emily Speck.
In like 2 years, this shit is going to start happening in Phoenix. The shitty groundwater table pumping laws literally condemn these places to death. But yeah, climate change, bad management, very little interest in preservation, short-term profit seekers, basically rape and pillage the earth with no care and consideration for what might happen in the short term, even, and certainly in the long term. And this is where we're at. Indigenous land stewardship is the only way forward. I mean, we're talking about Turkey. You're not wrong. But what are we going to do? Get some Native Americans, ship them out to Turkey, make them do land stewardship? I mean, maybe. That could be cool, actually. Did you see the shooting in Australia? I did. Yeah, put the Greeks in charge. Land back. The land back movement would be putting what? The Greeks back in charge? Anyway. Chinese We Are Charlie Kirk drop, lads. Chatter. Not only do I know that this, and not only is this not new, I already played it on the stream. No pop off tweet. Oh no, hold on. I'm gonna blast off right now before we get into the news. I know there's I was shooting the shit. Where was I? All right, let's do it. Let's blast off. Kings and Queens. Erika Kirk Townhall disaster. Young Republicans, New York City, Groyper war. Because of the shooting, it's okay to be Islamophobic. Yeah, I know. I know. People are going crazy over it. Brown University shooting. Get in now. But a Muslim guy stopped the shooting. I know, but these guys don't give a shit. Okay, I know. I'm gonna get into all of that. Hold on. Do we have a blast off meme? I was on lockdown last night. It was nuts. Are you at Brown University or Rhode Island, or are you in Bondi Beach? Are you in Australia? Bondi Beach. I know. Sorry. See? Look. This guy went, what's one Muslim guy stopping a shooting compared to every other Muslim guy committing a murder? See, that's the attitude that a lot of these fucking dipshits have. He's like, well, it's a Muslim guy that stopped this shooting, but it's also Muslims that are doing all the shootings. Yeah, dude, all the shootings around the world consistently conducted by Muslims. Yeah, every Muslim around the world is responsible for all the shootings all the time. Wasn't the shooting motives even confirmed? No, but I mean, you can make an assessment, right? Anyway, do we have a blast off meme or not? she was locked down for 2 hours. Cops were mostly sitting around with their thumbs up their ass. Okay, hold on. Damn, we got nothing. We got no blast off memes in the chat today. What the fuck? Damn, I'm washed. I'm chopped. I'm washed. I'm chopped. And we got no. We got nothing. Adobe raised the price. My friend in Australia sent me a video, but it's basically like the Charlie Kirk video, not safe for work. Okay. Okay, I don't even know what this is, but I'll just fucking post it. Whatever. Feet blast off or bust? No, we're not doing that. We're not doing feet blast off. Bro, some of us got finals. Make your own memes? Yeah, true. All right. Here it is. It's normally it's supposed to be Sunday fun day, but obviously we got a lot of news to cover. We got the Erika Kirk Townhall disaster, young Republicans in New York City doing a Groyper war, the Bondi Beach Hanukkah shooting, Brown University shooting, and all this stuff. So obviously I'm going to cover all of that. But every Australian guy is asking how a guy managed to get a bolt action rifle in Australia where gun laws ban guns. They have very, very strict gun laws, but I'm pretty sure you can still get like a hunting rifle. That's why the reason I watched the video. That's why the reason why they were using the bolt action rifle was because they can't get like AR-15s and semi-automatic rifles. Like they have rifles and shotguns. It's pretty much like it's pretty much the only things you can get, and it's specifically for it's specifically for hunting, and it's very difficult to get. And it's one of those things where it's like, because he had such because the two shooters basically had like such unrestrained access to so many people in an open field. Like if they actually had AR-15s or like automatic weapons or something like that, or semi-automatic rifles, the death toll would be far, far, far worse. Like it would have turned into a Stephen Paddock style situation. You know what I mean? Lorcan Collins has a message for you. Hello from Dublin, Hasan. People keep coming up to me in the street and saying, I saw you on a Hasan stream. I'm going to do a weekly stream for half an hour on Irish history. Oh, hell yeah. That's awesome. Great hearing from you. I really enjoyed the time we spent in Dublin, and I wish continued success for you, Lorcan. The story is a success story of gun control in that sense. I mean, yeah. It's so fucked to say there's no guns. Like, no, there's recreational guns, not cosplay bullshit guns. No, even in a country like Australia, yes, they have incredibly strict gun laws. Okay. But obviously there's still hunting and shit. And you can still get, you can still go and purchase a weapon. Okay. But it's also, listen, the success, the success of the Australian gun laws is evidenced by the fact that there is much less gun violence in Australia than other countries that have more guns. It's that simple. Sometimes it's that simple. Okay. And I suspect that I mean, in this day and age, even though like a lot of governments are far more reactionary, I suspect that they will even figure out how they'll figure out how to restrict it even further. Although I do suspect that there will be a lot of right wingers now that will say, "Oh, if we had guns, we would have been able to like avoid this disaster," stuff like that. Because there are a lot of right wing chuds in every country that are completely brain poisoned by American style politics and want to implement American style politics in their countries as well. So I can see this being an opportunity for many of those guys to make a big point about how we need to get our guns back. Otherwise, we won't be able to protect ourselves from these like bad guys with guns, shit like that. Even though the dude who literally apprehended the shooter, one of the shooters, unironically was unarmed. And that is usually the most likely scenario, okay? Mass shootings, wherever they happen, are more often than not stopped and thwarted by an unarmed person, a good guy without a gun. So the when the gun control conversation is taking place in a place like Australia, just remember stuff like that. In any case, we'll start off with the shooting at Bondi Beach that killed 12 people so far and has injured dozens. 2 people walk up to Bondi Beach. There's a Hanukkah festival / event taking place because it's Hanukkah there right now. It's supposed to be Hanukkah tomorrow. In the United States of America, the death count has the death count has apparently risen to 16 at this point. 2 gunmen walk up with bolt action rifles and semi-automatic. Well, it's not technically semi-automatic, but like whatever the semi-automatic shotgun version is in Australia, and they walk up to this area and they just straight up, they're straight pull shotguns and just start opening fire. Is it 3? I thought it was 2. I don't know where you guys are coming from with this 3. The initial reports I read said it was 2 gunmen. I think a lot of people mistook the third guy who apprehended one of the 2 gunmen as a third gunman or something. And that's why you're saying it was 2 shooters, but they had 3 guns between the 2. And one of the shooters is dead. The other one is not. And basically there is a full 10-minute video of them shooting. I watched it from afar. It is a harrowing incident. It is obviously completely unacceptable, absolutely evil shit. They just walk up to this public area and just start opening fire on people. Talus fact checking the OSIN accounts. Yeah, there's also a lot of this. Yeah, this is wrong. This is the second gunman. We can trace his path throughout the entire incident. The individual in the white pants shot 2 people, walked across the bridge towards the Hanukkah party, then disarmed, returned to the bridge and picked up the second shotgun. Yeah. I mean, beyond tragic. It's a very American style incident that took place this time in Australia. So let's take a look. And I'll
shots ringing out
I'll
over
cover
Australia's most famous beach, packed for sunset. Panic as people on the shore and in the sea run for shelter. As rounds are fired, a moment of bravery. Watch as the man in white, Ahmed al-Ahmed, tackles one of 2 terrorists, targeting hundreds of Jewish people who were peacefully celebrating Hanukkah, the festival of lights. The disarmed attacker retreats to a bridge, where his co-assailant, 24-year-old Naveed Akram, continues to fire, shooting Ahmed al-Ahmed twice in the arm. The pair continue their attack before they're surrounded by law enforcement. One is shot dead and the other is seriously injured and apprehended. Police are investigating reports of a 3rd terrorist. They also discovered improvised explosives.
Look at the speed of him shooting. This is a trained sniper. Yeah, I mean, he was I wouldn't say he's a trained sniper necessarily, but it's obvious that he is very well trained with this weapon. because being able to cycle through with ease like this obviously implies that he is very well practiced. It doesn't mean that he's like well practiced at like, I don't know, combat or something. It just means he's like definitely very aware of how to use this rifle, as you can see. And I think it's not a regular bolt action, right? Because regular bolt actions, you have to push it back in. This snaps back into place. I forget what the distinction is, and I'm sure the gun perverts in the chat will correct me on this, but that's, I believe, called a straight pull, where it's like, it's almost like a bump stock for a, you know what a bump stock does for a AR-15 semi-automatic? Where like it's not the same, I don't think, right? I don't know if the straight pull actually utilizes the kickback to basically push the bolt back into place, but it turns a bolt action rifle into a gun that you can shoot many bullets with much faster frequency. But I don't think, but it's not like a modification or anything, right? No, stop. Bolt action just cycles a new bullet, not much resistance. No, but don't stop. No, this is not like a regular bolt action, isn't it? Because it rechambers instantly, as opposed to a bolt action where you have to like push it back into place. That's why I said I'm not a gun pervert, but I'm pretty sure, like, you were doing so well before the bump stock. Okay, it's not like a bump stock. It's not like a bump stock at all. Because a bump stock uses like the actual kickback to make it. Don't worry about the bump stock. Forget I said the bump stock. Okay, forget it. I think he's cycling it himself. It's a straight pull, but this is still considered a type of bolt action. It's a modified bolt. A standard bolt you have to push up and then back and then forward and down straight. Yeah. I've shot standard bolt action rifles. It doesn't work like this. Like standard bolt action rifles, you have to push it back into place every single time. This one automatically snaps back into place. Which, to be fair, I mean, even that is still very, very. I mean, that's you have to be very well practiced, right? So he was definitely trained. We will find out more about the background and details of the shooters, but yeah, this was, I mean, I don't even know what to say. It's just not, there's nothing to say. It's just a insane act of ultra violence that we are much more familiar with here in the United States of America. I guess as things are getting worse all over the planet, now Australians are experiencing it as well.
Explosives in the attacker's car beneath the bridge. Before paramedics arrived, people rushed to help those injured. 11 did not survive. 29 others, including children, were taken to Sydney hospitals.
It was absolute chaos. We didn't know what was happening, where the gunfire was coming from.
Oh my God. Is that... That's Arsen Ostrovsky. What the fuck? He was there? Okay. This man, albeit a victim in this circumstance, is an absolute nut job. He posted a selfie on Insta during the shooting. He is the most dedicated to posting selfie man I've ever seen in my entire life. Justin, Arsen Ostrovsky, one of the Zionists who spent the past 2 years justifying Israel's war crimes and supporting Israel's actions, was injured in today's attack at Bondi Beach, Australia. He tried to justify Israel wiping out hospitals in Gaza following October 7. He literally always posts selfies. Like, he's the guy who will post a selfie with his kid, like, talking about how, like, you know, bombs are falling on Israel. He loves posting selfies. He's Mr. Selfie. It was a Chabad event. Yes. Yes. It was for Hanukkah, and it was put together by the Chabad.
Blood gushing in front of me. I saw people hit, saw people fall to the ground. My only concern was, where are my kids? Where are my kids? Where's my wife? Where's my family? I survived October 7th. I lived in Israel the last 13 years. We came here only 2 weeks ago to work with the Jewish community, to fight anti-Semitism, to fight this bloodthirsty, ravaging hatred.
That's why you're here.
That's why I'm here.
Everyone was just running, and there were bullets, and there were so many of them, and we were really scared. We didn't know where they were coming from.
Australian authorities have been conducting raids at several properties as part of their investigation. The country has strict gun laws, meaning this kind of attack is rare.
When I ask for calm, that is really important. This is not a time for retribution. This is a time to allow the police to do their duty.
Australia's Prime Minister described the attack as an act of evil.
There is no place for this hate, violence and terrorism in our nation. Let me be clear, we will eradicate it.
But Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu criticised the Australian.
Come on, say something stupid. That's pretty cool, man. That's cool. You see a fucking insane act of violence, you know, children being shot at, and your first fucking thing, your first goal is to let me go check in with the HasanAbi Broadcast so I can clip him saying something and post it. Lol snipped me. Incredible stuff, brother. You certainly are a good guy, okay? You are certainly a good guy. This is the good guy. This is what good guys do. Don't worry, if you don't say anything, it will find 1 to 2 messages from the chat. Yeah. This is good guy behavior, you know? Oh, 16 people died. Let me go see if I can get Hasan to say something so that I can clip it out of context and fucking cancel him.
Government, citing a warning letter he wrote them after their recognition of Palestine.
Your government did nothing to stop the spread of anti-Semitism in Australia. You did nothing.
Also, once again, no matter what happens around the world, you can always count on Israel and defenders of Israel to instantly turn around and talk about shit that, like, shit that's immediately in the interest of, like, Israel's foreign policy, Israel's domestic policies. Like, the bodies haven't even been collected yet. And Benjamin Netanyahu will go on television and be like, this is why you can't give these Arabs a state. You know, immediately. I saw the Israeli foreign minister deliver the first statement after the shooting, and it blew my fucking mind. Like, not even condolences for the victims. They don't even care about like Israeli Jews that live in Australia that happen to be in the vicinity of this event, where they just immediately turned us into like no like condolences to the victims whatsoever, just straight up attack. Yeah.
to curb the cancer cells that were growing inside your country.
One of those killed was a British-born rabbi, Eli Schlanger, a 41-year-old father of 5. His colleague, Rabbi Levi Wolf, who rushed to the scene, was defiant.
As a Jewish people, our light will not be dimmed, and the holiday of Hanukkah will remind us and the world that a little bit of light dispels a lot of darkness, and what we need to do is add in our light.
The darkness of anti-Semitism
Yeah, the rabbi that got killed was West Bank. Was I think a settler in the West Bank and was, you know, in Israel, in and out of Israel, very, you know, this doesn't justify what took place. Obviously, it's fucking completely unacceptable. You know, what is this? I wrote Benjamin Netanyahu 5 hours ago. Now, as a result of this, the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, said the following. He said, let it be known that if you target Americans anywhere in the world, you will spend the rest of your brief, anxious life knowing the United States will hunt you, find you, and ruthlessly kill you. They're not only trying to annihilate us, they attack us because they attack the West. That's what Israel expects. Oh, my God. He's literally fucking... Oh. I wrote, your call for a Palestinian state pours fuel on the anti-Semitic fire. It rewards Hamas terrorists. It emboldens those who menace Australian Jews and encourages the Jew hatred now stalking your streets. Brother, how the fuck do you turn around and make this about a Palestinian state? And if you were to make this about a Palestinian state, how the fuck do you make this about... Oh my God, dude. It is fucking insane. It is insane. Every pro-Israel person has like a different, you know, pet peeve that they're going to turn around and like use any instance of harrowing ultra-violence, anti-Semitic violence, whatever, to their advantage in this moment. To be like, well, this is exactly because they're giving aid to Gaza. But they never actually think about the enmity that has grown towards not just Israel, but also Jewish people as a whole, directly as a consequence of Israel being tied falsely to Judaism over and over again, putting Jews in the West in the crosshairs as a direct consequence of Benjamin Netanyahu, and not just Benjamin Netanyahu, but the entire Israeli government and the Zionist project, tying Judaism to Israel openly and deliberately, dangerously. Like, if anything, this is it's the exact opposite of what these guys are saying. If there wasn't such instability born out of Israel's apartheid state status, that there wouldn't be this kind of negative association. Sure, anti-Semitism would still exist, right? It's one of the oldest versions of bigotry and hatred. But like, how can you not see that these sorts of incidents are increasing directly as a consequence of the association that people make with Judaism and Israel, Judaism and Zionism? And there's not a moment that is wasted in instances like this. Sky News interviews the Israeli deputy foreign minister about the attack in Australia, and she used the opportunity to attack the hate marches in London and claimed that globalized intifada is a call to kill Jews. It isn't. Oh, my Lord. They were probably fans of yours, to be honest. Okay, good one, dude. I mean, the people that come in here to say shit like that are unironically doing a different version, a smaller version of what these guys are doing, right? That's what they're doing, which is, there's a moment of crisis. There's a horrible act of violence that took place. How can I make this about my least favorite Twitch streamer? How the fuck do you live like that? It doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah, never let a good crisis go to waste. It's an opportunity.
Disrupted the joy of lighting Bondi's menorah today. Around the world, Jewish communities will continue to light those candles in their windows this week in defiance of the rising threat against them.
Well, Australian broadcaster Hamish MacDonald is the presenter of Mornings on ABC Radio Sydney. I spoke to him a short while ago and asked him what the mood is like there just hours after the attack.
It's not an overstatement to say that I think Australia is devastated by these events. This took place in Sydney's backyard, Australia's backyard, Bondi Beach, the place that so many travel from all over the world to see as that single snapshot of Australian life. And that is very much what this place is all about. It was a Sunday evening. It was a perfect early summer evening. Friends of mine that live here said you couldn't have asked for a better Sunday evening. Another friend had just jumped on a surfboard because she saw her friend riding some nice waves not too far from here, and it was interrupted. It turned to chaos. There was pandemonium. Hundreds of people running south from the beach, north from the beach, up the hill. Some people still carrying beers in their hands because people were coming into bars and pubs and cafes and restaurants and saying, run for your life. And so sadly, at least 12 people have been killed, including, of course, one of the gunmen we now know. But I think obviously it's significant this has been declared a terrorist incident, but it is also the single biggest shooting in Australia since 1996.
This is going to have a profound impact, isn't it, on Australia? It's not something of the like that the country has seen before.
Jewish contacts of mine, friends, have been in touch tonight saying, you know, we've been warning of this. People have questioned whether we were exaggerating when we said this sort of thing might happen. And so I think there's a sense of deep regret in the Jewish community that their worst fears have been realised. As I drove down here to Bondi Beach tonight, I stopped off and saw an Orthodox Jewish friend of mine who spent her afternoon ferrying crying, distressed, hysterical young women of the Jewish community that were here at the Hanukkah event up the hill to their residences because they could not get out of here. Just think of the timing, the first day of Hanukkah, the lead up to Christmas. This is when Australia kicks back for their summer holidays.
And the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, has said he's going to eradicate this hate. I mean, what might that look like, and do people believe he's able to do it?
I think it's very hard to know how he intends to do that, speaking honestly. Sydney particularly is a city that has felt these divisions that you've felt there in the UK, that have been felt all over the world, particularly in this 2-year period since the October 7 attacks. The friction points that have emerged that probably existed all along, but that have boiled up in this period of more acute conflict, have been very present here in Australia and have been shocking to many.
But as well as that barbaric violence, we also saw extraordinary heroism today, didn't we?
Yes, I mean, that video of the man tackling from behind one of the gunmen, wrestling the gun from him. Honestly, everyone I've spoken to that lives around here points to that video and that man. My Orthodox Jewish friend that I spoke to on the way down said, you know, it was those sorts of Australians, ordinary Australians, who stood up in the face of that violence.
Hamish MacDonald, thanks so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
The gentleman who...
Yeah, he got shot twice, for the record. An Arab man of Arab background was in the vicinity, and knowing full well that there were 2 shooters. His name, I believe, is Ahmed. Is it Ahmed El Ahmed? He ran up to one of the shooters and disarmed him.
who raced into the scene to disarm one of the gunmen. We're just learning some details about him because he has been shot. Now, we are confident in saying that that is him. One of his relatives has just spoken to one of our reporters. We've got an interview coming in. We understand that this gentleman's name is Ahmed Al-Ahmed. He's a 43-year-old married father of two. And he raced in to help. We understand apparently owns a fruit shop in Sutherland. No experience with guns. He was just walking past. We are told that he has 2 bullets in his arm, but they think he's going to be okay. And in the next hour, let's have a listen to the hero's relatives talking about his acts this evening at Bondi Beach.
Still, he's in the hospital, and we don't know exactly what's going inside. But they said the doctor he's very okay. And next 2 hours, they let us to go in and see Ahmed because he's still inside, and he do the operation. But we hope he will be fine. He's a hero, 100%. He's a hero because what we see on the social media, he's 100% hero.
To his shoulder?
Yeah, he have 2 shots, one in his arm here and one in his hand.
And have you been able to talk to him today?
No, because I come when I see what's happening, and I come.
Yeah, so one of the first things that took place that I saw, at least, like some of the first viral posts were about how like this guy was actually not Arab or whatever, and then the people, when they found out that he was Arab, immediately turned around and said, well, it was still Muslims that were responsible for the shooting, so don't give credit to the Muslim guy for stopping it. I wish more Muslims were like that guy or whatever the fuck. It was just the most insane shit. It's like very clearly racialized.
In the first wave, there were attended 14 people who were deceased at the scene. Through the course of the evening, another 2 people succumbed to their conditions at New South Wales hospitals, and a total of 42 people attended New South Wales facilities. It is not uncommon in these major incidents for members of the community, sometimes often with
not even an hour before this, Drew was ranting about how all Middle Eastern people need to be removed and are terrible. All of a sudden, they're also heroes. What a fucking loser.
This is what it means to be Australian. I do want to make the point that there is a significant amount of support available from the New South Wales health system. I could commend to the community that there are great resources available on the New South Wales Health website if you need mental health support, and some reference material if you also need that. Just in conclusion, I do want to make the point. There were some amazing lessons learned from the Bondi Westfield Shopping Centre. Last night, I am told, the command structures were seamless, the joint agency approach, the ability for paramedics with the support of police to work in these hot zones, I'm absolutely convinced contributed to the saving of lives that otherwise would have been lost. Finally, just one message for the first responders at these scenes. You are an inspiration to us all. The way you put yourself in harm's way, your courage and resilience, we all thank you.
Commissioner Lanyon, can you elaborate? You said yesterday that one of the gunmen was known to police. Was that gunman known to police for extremist views, and were any terror symbols displayed at the attack yesterday?
I prefer not to comment at the moment. We're still very early in the investigation. We'll be happy to provide further information that it goes along. I want to give our investigators the opportunity to investigate thoroughly without speculation. We did hear last night a lot of information was coming forward. I want to make sure that's
who knows
accurate.
how many lives he saved with that apprehension, by the way.
Was draped over the gunman's car. Are police aware of this? Is a flag being recovered?
That's all part of the investigation. As I just said before, I'd rather not comment on that right at the moment. Obviously, we will look at the motives behind this attack, and I think that's really important as part of the investigation. Our investigation will be thorough, and we will be happy to provide further information.
Was there any watch list or intelligence agency?
Sorry, can I just have one? Sorry.
Was there any indication that the shooters were known to any service?
It was for the people asking, like, why are they saying this was an anti-Semitic act or something like that? It was, we don't know the full motives of the suspects yet, but they did very clearly target a Hanukkah event that was being put together by the Chabad, and it's very obvious that it was a Hanukkah festival that they were shooting. So you know, it's not, that is the reason why people are saying that it's anti-Semitic. It most likely is. Like, while we don't fully know, like, while there is no complete confirmation, it's understandable for people to assume that. You know? It's like you shoot at a church, it's, you know, most likely, if you go into a black church and shoot up a black church, even before you figure out what the motives of the shooter is, you can probably assume that this is like a white supremacist guy, like Dylan Roof, right? It's a very logical conclusion to
He's
arrive
had a gun
at.
license for approximately 10 years.
And the younger man, he was one known to police and to ASIO. Do you have any more information on that?
No, I don't. And I think I said last night it was very limited knowledge.
Can you elaborate on why he was known to police?
No, I can't. Not this morning. That's all part of the investigation.
Can you confirm the identities of the gunmen and whether they were staying at an Airbnb in Campsie?
I can certainly indicate that they were staying at an address at Campsie. Their residential address is in Bondi. They were staying at an address in Campsie.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has laid some blame on your feet. What is your response to Netanyahu's comments yesterday that were pretty inflammatory?
This is a moment for national unity. This is a moment for Australians to come together. That's precisely what we will be doing.
Is it a failure that these men weren't seriously on the radar of our authorities?
Look, our authorities do an extraordinary job. An extraordinary job. As Commissioner Lanyon has said, investigations have already made some progress. The fact that there were raids on the home in Bonnyrigg and at Campsie last night. We will continue to provide every resource possible to the AFP and as well to our intelligence and security agencies.
Prime Minister, Police Commissioner, not looking for a third offender. That means not just no third shooter, but no other persons of interest or suspected accessories. How do you know that these two were acting alone?
What I'm saying is that we will conduct a thorough investigation. If there is any other person that is associated with the two offenders that we believe that was either involved or responsible for what took place, we will take appropriate action. What I'm saying very clearly is that there were two persons involved yesterday. There were two persons in this atrocity. We are not looking for a third person who was involved in yesterday's incident directly.
Commissioner, was anyone arrested for that? This is a failure that this man was able to get a gun licence and that he was not more on the radar of authorities.
I think there's actually legislation that governs how people have a firearms licence. So what I've said so far, and I'm not going to go further into it at this stage, there was very little knowledge of either of these men by the authorities. The person was determined to be entitled to have a firearms licence and had a firearms licence. The person had had a firearms licence for a number of years for which there were no incident and it was regulated.
Do you see that as a failure?
I think it's probably premature to be talking about this. When I'm speaking about an investigation, we want to get to the circumstances of everything that occurred yesterday and what led up to it. We are determined to make sure that investigation is thorough.
Why was there so little knowledge of these individuals, particularly the 24-year-old who you didn't know about? I mean, this was a planned attack. Doesn't appear to have been something that spontaneously happened.
I think that's really part of the investigation. We want to understand the motive behind these two people. There are many people in the community for which the police have very little knowledge about, and quite rightly so. We want to understand whether these people were further involved in any offences, but we have no history to say that's the case.
Are they families cooperating?
Sorry, can I just...
Are their families cooperating?
We will be speaking to the families. We have spoken to the families.
What was the purpose of a firearms licence?
Sorry,
what was the purpose of the firearms licence? What was his reason for having firearms?
I don't have that information this morning. What I've said is that he did hold a firearms licence and did have 6 registered firearms.
Premier, clearly it's early in the investigation, but obviously a terrorist has been able to hold a firearms licence. If changes need to be made to our gun laws in New South Wales, will you make changes?
The short answer is yes. We're looking at that right now. Obviously, we're in the early stages of this investigation. New South Wales Police need to provide all the details of this inquiry to the government, but I made it clear last night that we will take every step we possibly can to keep our community safe, and we'll be looking at law reform along
How does one
that
acquire
route.
guns in Australia?
And
How does their
this
gun law
is
work?
an
It's
intolerable
very-
situation. This is an attempt to break apart.
Gun laws in
our
Australia
social
are very
life, to
tight.
divide Australian against Australian.
There are a lot of limitations to what
government,
kind
New
of
South
guns you
Wales.
can actually acquire, and the process of getting a gun is also fairly difficult. I think in Australia, I'm going to look it up a little bit. I'm going to look it up, but I think in Australia you need like a psych profile before you can even get a gun. You need to have a reason. It's for hunting usually, and it's not easy to purchase firearms or ammunition in Australia. Here, this is from Police NSW, from the government of Australia. A person must not possess or use a firearm, prohibited firearm or pistol unless the person is authorized to do so by a license or permit. All firearms used by licensed permit holders and NSW must be registered except for firearms that are exempt from registration requirements. Firearms which are exempt from registration requirements include imitation firearms as defined by 4D. Anyway, you need to have a license or permit to possess a firearm which takes ammunition, or they are authorized to possess the ammunition by permit. I do think that the gun laws in Australia absolutely played a role in this, in the death count being lower than what it could have been. This could have been like a Stephen Paddock style situation. You know what I mean? If they had like semi-automatic rifles, AR-15s, it would have been. Oh no, Kaya. No, Kaya. Get out of there. You're going to make this crazy. You need a license with pretty significant background checks. Once you have a license, your selection is pretty limited. Need to keep them in a ground bolted safe, which the cops will randomly come around to check to make sure the guns are kept in there. Yeah. They had one major mass shooting that took place in Australia in the 90s, and then they implemented some very, very significant gun laws. And since then, they haven't really had any serious, like, there's no, it's not the same as like the United States of America. This is 1996 Port Arthur massacre. We did a buyback system, but that didn't stop people from keeping them, unfortunately. Yes. Gun laws in Australia are some of the strictest in the world. The shooting tonight in Bondi shows very clearly that no matter the case, if bad people want to obtain a gun, that they will. Oh, God. Libertarian nationalists, Australia first. Classic. The fact that these scumbags can only get their hands on a shotgun and a single-shot rifle clearly saved dozens of lives. Anyone who doesn't see that is a fool like this guy. Yeah. And then, of course, American brain rot immediately getting into Australian political discourse. The fact that AU has demonized firearms the way it has is why no police were equipped to eliminate the threat. A trained officer with a capable rifle in his trunk could have saved lives. Maybe grow up and stop thinking of tools as having a nature. Focus on the humans using them. Trained, armed police officers were firing back at the gunmen within 4 minutes. Trained and armed officers killed one of them. Trained and armed officers brought down the other one within 5 minutes of exchanging fire. You're not very smart, are you? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? We have Uvalde. Like, Uvalde happened in the United States of America, okay? Where the most geared up police were completely rendered useless. And there are so many instances of this because mass shootings and school shootings specifically happen with such regular frequency in the United States of America that, like, we know sometimes there is a heroic cop, but in most circumstances, it's actually an unarmed hero that ends up apprehending the gunman, or the gunman kills themselves. Okay, and that's the only way that these sorts of incidents end. American cops have basically everything short of a fucking RPG in the trunk, and yet, you know, it seems like there are a lot more fucking mass shootings that take place in our country than a place like Australia. I cannot believe that we are literally forcibly exporting our fucking brain rot to other countries. I hate this shit so much. It's so crazy that not only are we fucking ourselves, okay, consistently advocating for our own demise, but we want to get involved in other countries' affairs and we want to fuck them too. We're like, no, that brain rot, we must export it. You must have it too. You must have that brain rot as well. Every Australian needs a gun immediately. It's insane. It's insane.
Will continue to stand with
like the Australian cops with the limited training that they supposedly had still did a fucking better job than American cops do in situations like this. And they're still talking shit. Americans are still talking shit. Like all things considered, this could have been a far, far worse event. It was already a horrible event. But it blows my fucking mind that we look to this situation in a country that has like reasonable gun safety and gun control. And we still, like everybody loves when horrible incidents like this take place so they can just take on whatever cause they have and just hammer it over and over again. And I think that in and of itself is another indication that we are so desensitized to these kinds of acts of violence, especially Americans, right? Because it's like, I mean, there was a fucking school shooting that took place in Brown only a couple hours prior to this happening in Australia. And that's basically any other day, right? I mean, that happens all the time here. It's the gun equivalent of vaccines. It's the same people are saying, oh, I got the flu even though I got the shot, so the vaccine doesn't work and we should outlaw them. Anyway. But think about the profits American gun manufacturers could earn if there were unrestricted access in the AU. Yes, except the Amerifats that are advocating to loosen gun restrictions in Australia thousands of fucking miles away on the entire other side of the planet are not actually gun manufacturer executives that are slated to, make profit here. They're just regular ass Americans that think this is how it's supposed to go. They are doing the bidding of gun manufacturers against the social welfare of a different country thousands of miles away. Okay? But they're doing it for free. They're doing it because they just like, they are so invested in this. So that's another narrative that's like very frustrating to see, obviously. But of course, the thing that everyone, the number one thing that everyone is taking away from this is, of course, Muslims are horrible. They're all violent. Fuck them. We have to kick them all out of the countries that they're in. Imagine getting a Muslim to report on an Islamic terror attack where Muslims mass murder innocent people. Well done, Channel 9. What the fuck? Read the fucking room. Unbelievable. Wow, dude. That's just an insane thing. Like, you see a random Muslim journalist and you immediately assume like all Muslims are related to this incident. Once again, straight up unrestricted, unrestrained racism. 51,000 likes, of course. Yeah. What happens when a white guy is responding to the scene of a white nationalist doing like a racialized hate crime or something? Nobody will turn around and be like, whoa, I can't believe a Christian white guy is reporting on another Christian white guy doing fucking a mass shooting. Like, that's so stupid, right? People understand how stupid that is, I hope. Benjamin Netanyahu sought to blame the shooting in Sydney, at least in part, on Australia's decision to recognize a Palestinian state earlier this year. A horrible massacre in Australia, and already Netanyahu is cynically manipulating it to blame Palestinians and Australia itself. I'm telling you right now, I think the reasons as to, like, the way that the entitled and the arrogant ways in which members of the Israeli state communicate to the rest of the planet is a big part of the reason why people just immediately go, okay, fuck you. Okay? Like, there is no room to breathe here for people. There's no opportunity for people to grieve their loved ones. There's no opportunity for people to take a breath and be like, what the fuck is going on here? How do we make sure that this never happens again? Instantly, Benjamin Netanyahu comes in and it's like, oh, this is because you wanted to recognize the Palestinian state. It's so transparent. It's so cynical. It's so obvious that you don't even give a fuck about any of the people that were killed. You only care about one thing and one thing only, which is consistently yelling at all of these Western states that offer damn near unconditional loyalty and full-blown military and economic support to the apartheid state of Israel. Christchurch 2019 reaction didn't immediately assume a certain ethnic or religious suspect. In fact, the reaction didn't really turn vindictive towards anyone. Muslim reaction to injustices towards them has to be restrained in the context of Western media bias. Yeah, of course. And that's the reason why you see like mainstream outlets instantly go, oh, well, they've let these hate marches go on. And the hate marches are anti-genocide marches, chat. It's fucking insane. Okay? And of course, the way that Benjamin Netanyahu conducts himself in these affairs, once again, invites tremendous scrutiny. Because he is the absolute worst. He is the absolute worst communicator for people who aren't like brain poisoned by ultra Zionist tendencies. When they see someone like Benjamin Netanyahu try to communicate in this media environment, they go, this is fucking bullshit. We know your hands are bloody. We know you're a bloodthirsty murderer. And now you're over here immediately turning this back into completely irrelevant political goals that you have personally, or completely oblivious to the dangerous conflation between Judaism and Zionism. Because in some respects, anti-Semitic incidents such as this one, okay, or all different sorts of anti-Semitic incidents. And I'm not talking about like the fucking bullshit ones where people are like, oh, I saw someone say free Palestine in my vicinity and I got scared. I'm talking like actual acts of anti-Semitism, right? That kind of stuff explodes as a direct consequence of tying all Israeli violence, all apartheid violence, and all genocide back to Judaism, not only in Israel, but also in the Western world as well. It's insane. Do you think pro-Palestine protests should be allowed outside of synagogues? It's entirely dependent on what's going on inside of the synagogue, my friend. The fuck do you mean? There has never been a pro-Palestinian protest outside of a synagogue when there wasn't an actual event taking place inside of the synagogue that was like selling stolen fucking West Bank properties to Western developers and Western buyers. So yeah, they don't just like, people don't randomly organize and go, oh yeah, fuck this synagogue. That's not how that works. That's the lie that people try to present in the media, because the truth is obviously much more difficult to justify, because the truth in that situation is, why are they selling? Why are they doing land sales that are illegal? Okay, off of stolen property, stolen land off of the Palestinians in the West Bank, which is occupied Israeli territory. Why the fuck is that happening? Why are they doing that in a place of worship? So of course, I'm not a fucking idiot. Don't get suckered by mainstream media narratives on this stuff. Whenever the media tries to cover incidents like that, they will automatically say, oh, this is an anti-Semitic act. I mean, yeah, if there was a random anti-Israeli protest outside of a random synagogue for no reason, okay, for no reason whatsoever. Let's say there's plenty of anti-Zionist Jews that congregate there as well, and they're just randomly doing a pro-Palestinian pro-Palestinian protest outside of that synagogue, then yeah, it's a little suspicious, right? But that's not the case. That's not how this works. That's never how this works. In every single one of those instances, where the media makes a big deal out of like the anti-Semitism taking place in these pro-Palestinian protests outside of like a synagogue or a place of worship or like something like that, they're literally doing land sales inside. Okay? Stolen land in the West Bank that Israel illegally occupies. Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, sought to blame the shooting in Sydney, at least in part, on Australia's decision to recognize a Palestinian state earlier this year. Speaking to government ministers on Sunday, Netanyahu said that the Australian government had done nothing to stop the spread of anti-Semitism in Australia, with the results being the horrific attacks on Jews we saw today. He did not provide any evidence to back up that claim. Gideon Sa'ar, the foreign minister of Israel, instantly did not even offer condolences to the victims. Said, I'm appalled by the murderous shooting attack at a Hanukkah event in Sydney, Australia. These are the results of the anti-Semitic rampage in the streets of Australia over the past 2 years with the anti-Semitic and inciting cause of globalized intifada that we realize today. How can you not understand? How can you not comprehend that these two things they have to be forcibly separated, and you are merging them together. You are merging them together, tying back Israel to Judaism aggressively, which only increases the likelihood of violence that Jews are subjected to in the West, because people are hearing what you're saying and they're tying it back to what Israel is doing. And yes, they're already running around blaming the pro-Palestinian rallies and shit like that, which is so psychotic, dude. Yeah, the pro-Palestinian rallies that are conducted and supported by people of every different background, including Jews themselves, are actually conducted so that, with the singular purpose of saying that they should go and do shootings at Hanukkah festivals and shit like that. It's just it's so frustrating.
Your view, because we've heard from other Jewish people living in Australia this morning, they don't think enough has been done up to now.
My view is really clear. They're very much playing it safe, and they pay a lot of lip service. And I've been told that the actual police who are witnessing death threats and chants at, like I have to call it what it is, pro-Palestinian rallies, when they hear death to Jews, gas the Jews, and from...
They're not... Oh my God. Yeah, there are rallies where they say death to Jews and gas the Jews. Those are not pro-Palestinian rallies. Those are fucking neo-Nazi Defend Australia rallies conducted by white supremacists, as a matter of fact. But those are reliable allies. Those are fascists of a different order, and therefore that doesn't actually invite any scrutiny from Zionists for some weird fucking reason, okay? If your highest priority is to, one, ramp up Islamophobia, and two, to immediately tie this back to anti-genocide rallies, because your only priority here is to defend Israel and defend Israel's goals, then immediately you're just going to turn around and be like, oh, well, it's just, what did you expect? Of course, it's because of these fucking protests. It's because of these fucking anti-genocide protests.
The river to the sea, which is a clear directive of kill Jews worldwide. Globalize the Intifada means kill Jews wherever you are. And just so you know, the Jews that go to a Hanukkah party are very open. Everybody there were probably very few ultra-Orthodox Jews at this party. It's mostly secular Jews who look like everyday Aussies.
In this kind of media environment, it is virtually impossible to bring back sanity. Okay? This kind of media environment is also partially the reason why this kind of sentiment actually fucking blows up. Good morning to everyone waking up to the false flag terrorist attack at a Hanukkah event in Bondi Beach, Australia. This post from Candace Owens aged well. They've been signaling that a 9/11 style attack is coming the second week of December. Save this tweet. It will age well. That's it. Most people that don't have the same the same interests, or most people that haven't like lived around Jewish people or have Jewish friends that are seeing this kind of stuff, non-Jews that are seeing this kind of stuff in the media, the constant conflation between Judaism and Zionism, and then also the immediate response coming from people who want to defend Israel that tie any kind of act of violence such as this one immediately back to like anti-genocide rallies and shit. They see this stuff and they go, what the fuck are these people doing? What are they saying? It feeds into the anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. And it's crazy because like it makes my job a lot harder. It's crazy because it's virtually impossible to cut through that noise. No matter how much I rail against this kind of narrative, no matter how much I criticize this kind of dangerous conflation, it seems like mainstream media, especially in the West, will consistently do this dangerous conflation. And after a certain point, like, of course, this is what you're socially conditioning people into believing.
Ms. Haskell, that governments around the world, including the Australian government, could have done more to tackle anti-Semitism. What would you have expected them to do to prevent or anticipate this kind of attack?
Also, there's this aspect of it too. There was no moments wasted. The blood hasn't even dried, and there's already a growing suspicion in Israel that Iran is behind the mass shooting in Australia. Israel's assessment grows. Iran is behind the massacre. There's growing suspicion in Israel that Iran is behind the massacre in Sydney, Australia, in which at least 12 people were murdered during a Hanukkah party on Bondi Beach. Israel Hayom, Israeli official. Iran is behind it. A senior Israeli security source says Tehran and his proxies have stepped up efforts to target Israeli and Jewish sites worldwide, pointing to the deadly Bondi Beach terrorist attack as a part of that campaign. In Australia, where following specific intelligence warnings, the government took partial measures against the Iranian embassy, including the expulsion of the ambassador. There is no doubt that the direction and infrastructure for the attack originated in Tehran. Netanyahu, a few months ago, I sent a letter to the Prime Minister of Australia. I told him that their policy is fueling the fire of anti-Semitism on the streets. I said that it encourages hatred of Jews. Anti-Semitism is a cancer, and it spreads when leaders are silent. Anti-Semitism is a cancer, and Benjamin Netanyahu is like the number one purveyor of anti-Semitism, the number one disseminator and distributor of anti-Semitism. Israel investigating possible Hezbollah involvement in Bondi Beach shooting, possibly in retaliation for the Ali Tabatabai's assassination. Khan, according to warnings passed by the Israeli security establishment to Australia, Iran has established a large infrastructure of terrorists with the aim of attacking Jews and Jewish targets in the country. It's much easier to get people on board with a super simple narrative. On the pro-Israel side, it's much easier to get people on board with the Islamophobic narrative. All Muslims are a dangerous, cancerous entity in the West, and they are going to do barbaric stuff all the time. And also on the anti-Semitic side, sometimes the double Monty by the likes of Nick Fuentes and Asmongold, where they hate both Muslims and Jews, right? But it's also much easier to convince people that this is a Jewish conspiracy. A senior U.S. official told Fox News that if Australia attack was ordered by Iran, the U.S. fully recognizes Israel's right to strike Iran in response. Like, obviously, Iran did not order the attack in Australia, but I'm also having trouble understanding why Israel would have a right to attack. How is Israel involved here, lol? It's fucking insane. This is what happens when you got one speed. Bomb Iran, you know? Well, I guess we got to bomb Iran again. It'll work this time. Yeah, and they already are like talking about how Iran is 2 weeks away from nukes again.
Well, fight racism, fight violence against Jewish community, fight racism in workplaces.
We're trying, lady. It does feel like to me there's less and less people invested in doing that, though.
As strong as possible. Look, when you see those hate march in the streets, whether it's London or Sydney, and in the Sydney Opera House.
Like, this is what I mean. Oh, we got to fight anti-Semitism. We got to fight racism. And then you instantly go, and the way to do that is by stopping anti-genocide rallies. Okay, well, you just made like 10,000 new racists with that statement, okay? Because people already don't like Israel. For good reason, for understandable reason. The hatred and enmity and anger and animosity that people feel in their hearts towards Israel is not only warranted because Israel is doing a genocide, and it's also an apartheid state that is engaging in ethnic cleansing, mass displacement, untold amounts of violence, and is an unaccountable entity, okay, and gets unlimited and unconditional support from the West. But then on top of that, where people have this kind of resentment towards Israel for this reason, especially because Israel seemingly always finds its way into meddling with the domestic affairs of the Western world that is offering this kind of unconditional support in spite of the animosity towards Israel. But then when you tie back people who call this allegiance into question into acts of violence against Jews or anti-Semitic acts of violence by saying the people, regardless of their background, you know, anti-Zionist Jews and anti-Zionist Muslims, anti-Zionist Christians alike are all actually responsible for these kinds of actions, you are quite literally pushing people away. It becomes more and more difficult to try and actively combat anti-Semitism in this media environment where every single anti-Semitism combater, like, and I'm using air quotes when I say this, every single anti-Semitism warrior seemingly is not invested in anti-Semitism at all and is actually invested in growing, fomenting enmity towards Jews by consistently packaging their narrative with criticisms of Israel doing a genocide being the equivalent to anti-Semitism.
They chanted, "Gas the Jews, gas the Jews." Not even a single arrest, not even a single person.
Also, it is kind of stupid to just fucking be like, yeah, we got to combat bigotry. Also, we need to kill every Muslim. we need to purge Muslims from Western states because they're cancerous. Okay. How the fuck's anybody going to take you seriously after that? There is no, like, this kind of stuff doesn't work anymore, is what I'm trying to say. You can't just, I mean, she also packages that up with like totally made up bullshit, right? But it's crazy that, it's crazy to me that you start off by talking about, you know, let's combat bigotry, and then you instantly do bigotry towards Muslims, not realizing that people hear that inconsistency and they go, no, I want to be bigoted towards Muslims and Jews, actually. It's all or nothing, you know? There's this attitude among reactionaries that I sometimes find laughable. Obviously, this is not a laughing matter in this moment, but like there's this weird attitude that reactionaries have where they think like, oh, as long as we can say slurs, we can combat, you know, the violence coming from these individual groups. Like they try to make it seem as though if you say the N-word, then like crime will go down or something, right? And ironically, Israel, also being a fascist project, a fascist ethno-state, also does that towards Muslims, where it's like, hey, the only way to solve this problem, the only way to solve anti-Semitism is if we just get really fucking vengeful towards Muslims. You watched that protest in 2023 with Ethan? He showed you that video. Is not a lie. Brother, are you fucking kidding me? Not only was that protest, not only was that the captions of the protest were debunked, like the audio in the protest was called into question later down the line, but one protest from 2023 after 2 years of genocide, do you feel like this is a valid argument? Are you fucking insane? Yes, dude, there are going to be white nationalist opportunists that try to fucking weave their way into the anti-Zionist project. Okay? Yeah, here. The NSW, New South Wales Police, actually investigated analysis shows pro-Palestine chant in viral Sydney Opera House video was, "Where's the Jews?" Independent expert says with overwhelming certainty that the phrase was not gas the Jews, as was widely reported around the world. But even if there were actual fucking anti-Semites in that protest, okay? Even if there were actual anti-Semites in that protest, you're talking about one protest from 2023 and turning a blind eye to the atrocities that took place for 2 fucking years with unlimited support from Western governments. Like, what an insane thing what an insane fucking thing to hold on to. It's ridiculous. Anyway. Like, regardless of whether or not there were actual straight up anti-Semites in that protest, okay? Regardless of whether there were actual anti-Semites in that protest, think about what you are matching against one another, okay? Two years of live streamed Holocaust of children, women, and the elderly in broad daylight with unlimited support versus one protest at the Sydney Opera House. Fucking insane. Well, I guess you can't criticize Israel's unlimited genocide.
Person who had to answer for that, but they tried to cover that. When you hear them chanting to globalize the Intifada, what?
Yeah, there's a reason why she immediately jumps to globalize the intifada. Bro, you don't know that you talking about? I'm living in Israel.
Do you think that mean? Globalizing the Intifada mean exactly that. To go on massacres, shooting people in the streets, to violently attack them. This is what it means. And if you let that continue and run in your street, waving flags of terrorists, pictures of people who murdered innocent.
Yeah, I have a very different read on this because I see what pro-Israel people are doing as exactly what she's saying. And unfortunately for her, and unfortunately for many people that want to continue the Zionist project of genocide, death, displacement, and destruction, many people also now see it in the same way as well. Yeah, waving the Israeli flag, wearing IDF gear, wearing IDF dog tags, consistently talking about Am Israel Chai, Am Israel Chai. Actually, we got to fucking kill all the children. Every child in Gaza is actually not innocent because they're potentially a terrorist that we've eradicated. Also, at the same time, they were human shields. But even if they weren't human shields, and even if there wasn't actually a Hamas officer in the immediate vicinity, which, by the way, that still doesn't fucking justify this kind of death and destruction, they were still terrorists in training. So therefore, it was actually valid. All of this stuff is why people actually fucking hate Israel. Okay? All of this stuff paired up with a constant need, a constant interest in meddling in the domestic affairs of these countries that are already offering unlimited loyalty and support to the state of Israel as it continues its genocidal settler colonial project is precisely the reason why people fucking hate Israel now.
And children.
In spite of the mainstream trying to control this narrative and trying to contextualize every single act of violence against Palestinians.
You know, if you don't fight it, in your silence, you actually support that. You justify that. And to globalize the Intifada means exactly that. A terrorist attack on a beach in Australia where Australian civilians are being murdered and killed. This is what it means. So when you hear that, start acting, enforcing, persecuting, punishing.
Yeah. When you hear someone participate in an anti-genocide protest, put them in jail. Well, this is already happening. We know what this looks like with Palestine Action. People who are holding up a placard that says, I support Palestine Action, you know, retirees, pensioners, people in wheelchairs, blind 80-year-olds are getting arrested by the British police. We know how fucking stupid that looks. And trust me, it doesn't fucking work, okay? It's not creating a positive association with Israel. And the more you tie Jews to Israel, the worse it gets for Jews in general.
So that people...
Yeah, she also said persecuting instead of prosecuting, which was a Freudian slip, of
People
course.
understand this is absolutely unacceptable. No racism, no violence will be accepted, not in Australia and not in the UK.
Instantly. Persecution. Sorry, I'm tweeting. Not a second is wasted for victims of more their loved ones. Instantly, Israel's envoys demand persecution. They blame recognition. Australia. Not sure it was a slip. Australian government was super neutral and bent to the local Israeli lobby. Of course, every Western government has done the same thing. There's not a single government that has actually done that's actually done anything decent here. Not a second is wasted for victims to mourn their loved ones. Instantly, Israel's envoys demand persecution of anti-genocide protesters worldwide. They blame the bare minimum recognition Australia has offered to Palestinians is so cynical, so transparent. Stanley Cohen says, a core tenet of Zionism is knowing how to work the room, second to none, and exploiting any and every moment. Truth gets swallowed by cheap political ends. Yeah. Prager U guy is mad at Zoran for condemning the attack. Zoran Mamdani says the attack at a Hanukkah celebration in Sydney today was a vile act of anti-Semitic terror. I mourn those who were murdered, and I will be keeping their families, the Jewish community, and the Chabad movement in my prayers. May the memories of all those killed be a blessing. While we are still waiting for all the facts to emerge, what we already know is devastating. At least 11 dead, including Rabbi Eli Schlanger, who had deep ties to Crown Heights. At least 29 injured. Another Jewish community plunged into mourning and loss. A holiday of light so painfully reduced to a day of darkness. The attack is merely the latest, most horrifying iteration, a growing pattern of violence targeted at Jewish people across the world. Too many no longer feel safe to be themselves, to express their faith publicly, to worship in their synagogues without armed security stationed outside. What happened at Bondi is what many Jewish people fear will happen in their communities too. On Bondi Beach today, as men with long guns targeted innocents, another man ran towards the gunfire and disarmed the shooter. Tonight, as Jewish New Yorkers light menorahs and usher in a first night of Hanukkah clouded by grief, let us look at his example, and confront hatred with the urgency and action it demands. When I'm mayor, I will work every day to keep Jewish New Yorkers safe. On our streets, our subways, at shul, in every moment of every day. Let this be a purpose shared by every New Yorker, and let us banish this horrific violence to the past. Before people also turn around and say, this is like Jewish exceptionalism or something, please suck my fucking dick, okay? It's objectively true that these guys attacked a Hanukkah event. The intention was very clearly to target Jewish people, okay? It is not Jewish exceptionalism or some shit to call that out, okay? And then, of course, Shabbos Kestenbaum, the Prager U correspondent, responds, keep my people's name out of your Islamist mouth, you scum. You praise the convicted Holy Land 5 terrorists, campaign with the guy who said America deserved 9/11, repeatedly denigrate our NYPD, and don't believe Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state. Go fuck yourself. Didn't you support him? What? Yes, I did, and I do. Azan caught a stray. I mean, yeah, I live permanently in the minds of these fucking losers. Let's be real. That was a reply to someone else. Did you not see it? What are you talking about? No, this is Shabbos Kestenbaum, the Prager U guy, attacking Zoran for this statement. I mean, he's a total fucking lunatic. The way public reacts to this is all going to depend on Candace Owens, right? I mean, I know how Candace Owens is going to talk about this. I can tell you right now. She's going to say, I told you so. Here's a false flag attack that Israel committed. Here's a false flag attack that Israel committed, and then now they're using it. Now they're weaponizing it. And, you know, the kernels of truth in that sentiment. The kernels of truth in that sentiment will be the litany of different envoys of Israel and Zionists living in the Western world or living in Israel that have been going crazy like this. Advancing their own personal agendas. Not sure you mentioned, but the Australian news reported that the gunmen were father and son. Yes, I saw.
On August 17th, about 4 months ago, I sent Prime Minister Albanese of...
Like, dude. The first English statement that Benjamin Netanyahu makes in the aftermath of the shooting, the first words that comes out of his mouth, pay close attention to it. It's about Australia's bare minimum recognition of Palestinian statehood. I'm not even going to get into like how that conditional statehood recognition was already bullshit, and it was just a way to like it was just a way to like stop the protest from taking place. But it shows you what his goals are.
Australia, a letter in which I gave him warning that the Australian government's policy was promoting and encouraging anti-Semitism.
Once again, this is a plea. I hope if there are, I mean, I don't think there are any liberal Zionists or Zionists in this community that remain. But if there are, like, if you have immediate family relatives, especially the Jewish HasanAbi heads, like, I hope you can cut through and explain to them and show them that Benjamin Netanyahu's commentary around this reads as unimaginably insincere to people who are not as invested in the ethnic cleansing project of Israel as they might be. Okay? That's it. Like, all of this stuff absolutely feeds in to the anti-Semitic mania. And it almost feels like he's doing it deliberately. You know what I mean? He's just like, he's really fucking increasing the tension to the best of his ability because he doesn't give a shit about anything other than advancing the genocidal project of Israel, the greater Israel project.
In Australia, I wrote, your call for a Palestinian state pours full fuel on the anti-Semitic fire. It rewards Hamas terrorism. It emboldens those who...
Like, dude, this is your number one? This is your number one concern? Really? Like, think about that. His number one concern, dude. It's fucking crazy. It's so transparent. It's so calculated. It's so fucked up. He doesn't even give a shit about the people that died. He's just like, yeah, of course. What did you expect? What did you fucking expect? Of course, if you let people say that they don't like that I get to do genocide, then obviously this kind of stuff's going to happen. Ironically enough, the danger and instability, albeit limited, for Israelis as opposed to, especially in comparison to any other neighboring country or any other peoples that unfortunately have to live under Israeli occupation, is marginal. But that danger, even that marginal danger that Israelis face in Israel, or the danger that Jews face in the Western world, would diminish if Israel didn't fucking exist in the ways that it does. If Israel was not a fucking apartheid state with a Jewish supremacist ethno-state goal that is exterminationist, that is constantly destabilizing and constantly bombing every fucking neighboring country, then none of this shit would happen. Certainly there would still be anti-Semitism. It's one of the oldest bigotries, okay? But it would not be this explosive. And everything that Benjamin Netanyahu says and does, everything that Zionists say and do in the Western media, feed into this dangerous conflation of Jews and Zionism, Judaism and Zionism, feeding into anti-Semitic conspiracies.
Menace Australian Jews and encourages the Jew hatred now stalking your streets.
Like, one of the craziest aspects of this, unironically, is like, I've said this before, if Israel also did not find itself so predisposed with meddling in the domestic affairs of Western countries, even then I don't think there would be this much enmity towards Israel. Okay? That's the other thing. It's the arrogance, it's the entitlement, it's the attitude. It's the demands for censorship. Because remember, 2 years ago, things were different. Okay? The attitude was different. Most people didn't know about Israel or didn't care about Israel. They just saw it like as a, country out there that we are aligned with, like a Western style country that we're aligned with, that's like, fighting Muslims and stuff like that. They're in a bad neighborhood, right? Like, that was the attitude. That was a prevailing narrative. That was a prevailing attitude. But now it's the popular sentiment. It is the popular sentiment. It's fuck Israel o'clock. So when you're demanding persecution, when you're demanding prosecution, when you're demanding censorship of the popular sentiment, the people that don't have that same kind of Zionist brainwashing or investment in the greater Israel project, in the development of this ethno-state, in the continuation of this occupation, when they hear you say this, they go, well, one, you're a fucking monster. You're a war criminal. Fuck you. And two, now you want me to shut the fuck up? And you want me here in America, or you want me in Australia, you want me in London to not be able to say that you're a fucking monster. You want me to be prosecuted, to be persecuted, to be jailed for calling you a monster? Well, suck my fucking dick. That is the attitude. I routinely bring this up, but Zionists operate like it's 2003 in the way that they propagandize, in the way that they speak about these affairs, in the way that they talk about Israel. It's not 2003 anymore. In 2025, the popular sentiment is anti-Israel. You cannot brute force your way back to you cannot forcibly, you cannot by brute force, by demands of censorship, change the popular sentiment back in the direction of pro-Israel. That much is clear. If anything, it feeds into the anti-Semitic conspiracies of like Jews have control over the Western governments, Zog, Zionist occupied government. Like that's what it feeds into. And for some fucking reason, these guys refuse to reckon with that. It's crazy. You can buy CBS. It's not going to change. Okay. If anything, people are just going to say, see, we knew it. We told you, we knew it. You're going to buy TikTok. And all that leads to is people going, see, we knew it. We told you.
Anti-Semitism is a cancer. It spreads when leaders stay silent. It retreats when leaders act. I call upon you to replace weakness with action, appeasement with resolve. Instead, Prime Minister, you replaced weakness with weakness and appeasement with more appeasement. Your government did nothing to stop the spread of anti-Semitism in Australia. You did nothing to curb the cancer cells that were growing inside your country. You took no action. You let the disease spread. And the result is the horrific attacks on Jews we saw today. We saw an action of a brave man, turns out a Muslim brave man, and I salute him, that stopped one of these terrorists from killing innocent Jews. But it requires the action of your government, which you're not taking. And you have to, because history will not forgive hesitation and weakness. It will honor action and strength. That's what Israel expects of each of your governments in the West and elsewhere, because the disease spreads and it will consume you as well. But we are worrying right now about our people, our safety, and we do not remain silent. We fight those who try to annihilate us. They're not only trying to annihilate us, they attack us because they're...
Yeah, tying it back to like a global international Muslim conspiracy. All Muslims are trying to annihilate you guys, all of you. Trust me, we're fighting for you. We're not fighting for our own ambitions. We're not fighting for just, the greater Israeli project. We're fighting for everybody because all of these Muslims around the world are a danger, right? That's the narrative that he is trying to present here. It's a very common narrative. Israel has figured out that this is perhaps the only narrative that is salient, especially nowadays. And this is stuff that, Zionist groups have actually focus tested, right? They look at focus groups to see like if they can get people back on board with the Israeli project. And they've realized that the only way that they can push for like a salient narrative in a sea of like fuck Israel narratives is to just simply redirect the attention back to enmity towards Muslims. Okay? That's the reason why he's doing that. He's just like trying to actively be like, it's fine. You guys don't like Israel, it's fine, but we're fighting this battle for you. We're fighting against the international scourge of Islam to make sure that this violence doesn't come to your doorstep, right? Now, there has been some success in this. The person who said source, do you guys have do you have the drop site link of the focus group? I mean, I don't know if that person is like sincerely looking for a source for this, but there is, I've covered it extensively on this broadcast. Anyway, yeah, they think that the only way that they can continue. Yeah, here is it. This one, Israel's reputation. Yeah, Israel is considered a genocidal apartheid country abroad, according to Israel's own research. I think this is the one, yeah. Key findings. About half of all Europeans were generally misinformed about the state of Israel as a democracy offering freedom of religion. Fear of threat of Islamic jihadism is prevalent throughout Europe. This is my least favorite kind of dipshit. Wait, you don't support what happened? Come on, dude. Good bait. Good bait, chatter. What kind of a freak are you? They said they appreciate the source. Oh, hell yeah. Bible believer. Yeah, Europeans believe that the Hamas casualty numbers are accurate and mostly civilians were killed. They agree with the language of Israel being genocidal apartheid country, even though it contradicts their opposition to Hamas and Iran. So basically what they found out is that the perception of radical Islam and jihadism is a major threat. So they try to beef that up to the best of their ability. Okay? They can't get people to be pro-Israel any longer. But what they can do is foment hatred towards what people already perceive as like this ever-present danger to the Western world, radical Islam, jihadism, that sort of stuff. So they just like shift people's priorities away, shift people's attention away back to radical Islam and jihadism. And who's fighting radical Islam and jihadism and trying to stop it from entering the Western world? Israel, of course, a bulwark against this kind of radical Islam and jihadism, right? Now, of course, ironically enough, any sort of fundamentalist attitude directly stems from colonial violence that Israel subjects its neighbors to, but I'm not even going to get into that. And this kind of sentiment doesn't actually change the dynamic of people hating Israel or even tying. The Turk talking about, wait, what? Oh, dude, this guy is still talking about the Ottoman occupation, Ottoman Empire's occupation of the Balkans. Yes. Thank you for the timely criticism, chatter. We definitely think this is a real gripe that you have and not like a insincere misdirection or an insincere deflection in this moment. Yeah, the Ottomans did it, so Israel gets to do it right now with our tax dollars. That's a good argument. You really captivated everybody here. People were thinking Israel is a ethno-religious supremacist apartheid state conducting a genocide with unlimited funds and political cover from the Western world, and now they're like, well, everybody else has done it at some point in time, so it's all right, I guess. Goof Skookum, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. And Jose, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. Here's another point of evidence for this. Remember when it was revealed that Israel's internal analysis concluded that the only way to reverse the disastrous plunge in Israel's standing was to fuel Islamophobia and portray Israel as a defender of the West? Well, here you have it. Melanie Phillips' speech in New York.
Why is all this happening? Well, I think that the Palestine cause is absolutely central.
For the record, this is the reason why people who are Islamophobic and also anti-Semitic are able to win tremendous popularity in the independent discourse side, okay? Because constantly shifting the attention back to Islamophobia and how dangerous Muslims are doesn't actually make people less anti-Semitic. It actually gives an opportunity to people who aren't anti-Zionist but simply anti-Semitic to present themselves as the only real ones invested in the cause. Okay? And I don't think people understand that. I don't think people who are unwittingly or inadvertently advancing this kind of narrative, I don't think they realize it. Like the Laura Loomers of the world don't realize that people fucking hate her. Okay? Sure, they hate Muslims too, but they hate the Jews as well. It's not actually making people love Jewish people. It's not actually making people love Israel. It's just making people more hateful towards both groups.
The Palestine cause, as we all know here, is based on nothing other than the destruction of the Jewish state, but more than that, it is also based on stealing the Jews' own history in the land from them. But the Palestine cause has become the cause of causes in the West, which of course is in the business of destroying its own core values which come from Judaism. No coincidence. In my view, the Palestine cause is a form of holy war, Islamic holy war, and it is a Trojan horse for the Islamization of the West. By adopting the language and the moral inversion of the Palestine cause, the West has bought into the agenda for its own destruction at the hands of Islam. This is a death wish by the West.
Yeah. Let's stop caring about human rights, and let's stop caring or let's focus on the bigotry that Jews are experiencing. Also, all Muslims are actually racist decapitators and barbarians at the gates, and we must purge them. Okay, Grandma, I don't think this is a fucking coherent or convincing narrative for people. I think people that hear this and go, yeah, she's cooking, are also the exact same type of people who have this kind of enmity and hatred towards Jews as well. You can't be in favor of human rights for one group while simultaneously defending the death and destruction of an entirely separate group. You can't do that. That's why people who are both anti-Semitic and anti-Islam, Islamophobic, win in this media landscape. That's the reason why they are the ones who are able to cut away. They take advantage of all the narratives that are in mainstream discourse. That's why I always say Nick Fuentes and Jake Tapper have the same exact attitude, even if they have a fundamental disagreement, when they both say all Jews care about is Zionism and Israel. They both say it. One says it's a good thing and must be defended. The other says it's a bad thing and must be destroyed. And at a time when people actually have a negative association with Israel, of course the person who says this is a bad thing and must be destroyed is the one that's going to win in the long run. Just like when you run around and say, oh, bigotry, and it's dangerous that you're allowing bigotry to run amok against Jews, but then you turn around and say, and we have to literally purge all Muslims because they're dangerous. They're doing Islamic jihad, both in Israel and also they're doing Islamic jihad in the Western world. The only people that, the only people that benefit from this kind of narrative is the people who hate both of these groups. That's why there's so much, like the prevailing narrative on the issue of Israel now, especially in America, is like, just bomb all of them. Who gives a shit? Okay. Ex-rhetoric and corrupted save. Thank you for the 5. Get the subs.
And if you have a death wish, you cannot fight a death cult, which is what the West is facing in the forces of Islam. It cannot fight it because it no longer knows what it is. The West no longer has the will to defend itself because it no longer knows what that means. And insofar as it ever knew what it means, it has tried to destroy it by telling itself that the West is to be hated. This has created a vacuum into which has marched the Islamists to conquer the West because the West is paralyzed.
So yeah, a furious Israeli in Bondi to an ABC reporter. You gave $25 million to Gaza. You have to stand with Israel because we have the same values as in Australia. We value life. Those people value death. Brother, you cannot say you value life while talking about defending Israel, okay?
We can kill the Jews. That's the Jews. Our government did nothing. Before Israel did anything. For 3 weeks, Israel didn't do anything. And here, there were marches and celebrations that Jews and Israelis, because not only Jews, all the Israelis were Bedouins killed, Arabs killed, foreign workers killed, German people killed, like Argentina, everywhere they were killed. And what did Australia do? Our government Albany is in penny wrong. Give $25 million to Gaza. Why? To make Hamas stronger and to show people locally that it's okay to kill people? That's why we have it here. We're just celebrating. Kids were celebrating. Kids were celebrating. Kids were getting some food. So there were a lot of activities like face painting, bubbles, rock climbing. So kids being kids. There were a lot of kids, different age, from under 1 year old to like 15, 16. A lot of kids. There's the shooting stuff happening. Not only kids, adult, elderly people came here to see. It's a kids' party. Hanukkah is primarily for kids. This person who went there, he knew what he was doing.
Like, that's crazy that you're first, like, you are literally standing. And in the backdrop, there are victims who were shot getting medical attention. And your first thought in your mind is, Albanese gave $25 million to Gaza. And that's why this happened. It's psychotic. It's fucking psychotic. This is absolute lunacy, man. You are so brain poisoned. Yeah, we have to kill more Palestinian children because this happened. And you're living in Australia and you're saying this. Like, I don't understand. Like, do people not realize, like, when people go out and say shit like this, do they not realize that this reads as, like, completely insane to the average person? Like, they see this and go, what the fuck are you talking about? So, like, children that were ruthlessly slaughtered by the Israeli state in Gaza, they deserved it because, like, and no one should say anything about that, or no one should actually try to aid with breadcrumbs, basically. Aid that is not even let into the fucking strip by the same country that's also doing the genocide. Like, what's the argument here, right? Like, if everyone was silent about Israel's violence in the Western world, would there be no animosity whatsoever? Like, if there was no room for protest, would people not see the death? Is that what it is? Would people not feel a certain type of way? It is actually this kind of sentiment that falsely ties back Israel to Jews living in Australia, to Jews living in the United States of America. It's exactly this kind of dangerous association. For this person, it's legit. Like, I mean, he's saying he's Jewish. He was at the Hanukkah event, and he very clearly does care about Israel. Seemingly cares more about Israel than he does about the violence that took place here, because he's just in the immediate aftermath of this violent incident. His first thought in his mind is Albanese gave $25 million to Gaza. That's psychotic. What he fails to consider, of course, is that this actually takes away from anyone looking at this and thinking like, oh, wow, there was a serious victimization that took place here. There was a serious traumatic incident that took place here. No, they read this from afar, and if they have no investment in, like, the Israeli project whatsoever, they go, okay, well, I guess all Jews do care about is Israel. Look at this shit. Have they found the names and motivations of the shooters yet? Yes. Not the motivations yet, but I mean, it's obvious that they, shot up a Hanukkah event. So.
And can you talk to me about, like, the moments of the shooting? So when did you realize, like, explain?
When I realized, when I saw a dead person. When other people start seeing a dead person, when everybody realized.
I mean, this is just a guy, right? Has anyone else at the event expressed this sentiment? And if not, why highlight a single deranged statement? Okay, that's actually a great question. So this is just one guy, right? Except every single member of the Israeli government, the entirety of the Israeli media, and all of the foreign ambassadors that went on television have basically expressed identical sentiment to this person. See, like, it's It's so similar to one another that it almost looks coordinated when it's not. Well, in the case of the Israeli government, it is obviously like they immediately go and hit these lines over and over again. As I talked about earlier, as I showed you earlier, Israeli media in unison said, oh, Iran is responsible for this. Islam is responsible for this. You have to combat Islam, right? And many different ambassadors, Israeli ambassadors, Israeli envoys, Zionist envoys went on television and expressed similar statements. Oh, this only happened because like they let anti-genocide protests take place in Australia. They let anti-genocide protests take place in London, in England. And also, this was obviously this clip was obviously featured by a prominent Hasbara account, and it now has 34,000 likes.
This is like 7th of October. This is like Nova Festival in Israel. This is exactly how it is. That's what people on the Nova Festival, young people came to have fun. That's what they have experienced. Exactly the same. The terrorists came and killed them. Then how people in Australia, I'm talking to all the people, you're ABC, I'm talking to all the people in Australia, you have to stand with Israel. You have to stand with Israel because in Israel we have exactly the same values as in Australia. We value life. Those people value death. If you harbor the people who value death, the death will come to Australia. In fact, I'm really sorry the death came to Australia. This is a Nova Festival massacre in Australia.
Anyway, then we're gonna when there's new updates on this issue, we'll get back to it. But yeah, we got this shit going on too. We're gonna be talking about the young Republicans, but let's talk about our very own school shooting that took place. At least 2 dead, 9 injured in Brown University shooting.
This morning, the urgent manhunt around Brown University now over.
I want to offer my profound thanks to all the hardworking men and women in law enforcement who worked through the night to be able to get us to this point where we can confirm that there is a person of interest who has been detained.
Police believe they have a person of interest in custody who opened fire on the Ivy League campus as students were taking final exams.
The state of Rhode Island is in shock.
In front of the Sciences Library on the Manning Walk for a male shot in the back.
The first calls of an active shooter reported just after 4 p.m. Saturday. Police say a gunman entering the Barris and Holly Engineering building, opening fire in a classroom on the first floor. The doors of the building unlocked because of finals, giving the suspect access. Terrified students receiving cell phone alerts, telling them to lock doors, silence phones, stay hidden. Some ducking for cover as gunfire rang out, barricading themselves inside classrooms using any furniture they could find to block the doors.
Everyone that was in Barris and Holly, everyone that's had to spend their nights in the Sciences Library barricaded, I don't think we've felt that fear ever. I just could not think that it would happen at Brown.
At least 2 people killed, 9 others injured, some rushed to the hospital in critical but stable condition, all of them students. Police swarming the scene, immediately entering the building, but they say the suspect exited the side of the complex before they arrived and fled on foot. Overnight,
30 Jews get shot. Hasan, oh shit, got to do an anti-Israel stream ASAP. That's your takeaway, chatter? Okay, no, Kai, you're going to fuck up the... Oh, no. Watch out. Don't go over here. Why do you always come to the left side? That chatter's very limited understanding, or I guess like deliberate misconstruing of what I was talking about is part of the issue here. Okay? You do realize that I didn't make this about Israel. Benjamin Netanyahu instantly came out and started talking about Australia's policy towards Israel as his like first statement.
Investigators releasing these images of a person of interest, a man wearing dark clothing, maybe a mask, calmly walking the streets of Providence after police say he had just left the building. Police establishing a perimeter around campus, students locked down inside, eventually evacuated, escorted by officials to buses taken to a reunification center outside the area late at night.
I just kind of felt the same cycle of emotions I felt when I was 12 in Parkland, you know, like just the numbness.
Zoe Weissman survived the school shooting in Parkland nearly 8 years ago. Now, as a sophomore at Brown, she's lived through yet another.
Right now, I'm just very angry. I think I'm angry that I've had to go through this more than once, that now my classmates and my friends also have this experience in common with me.
President Trump monitoring the situation from the White House, speaking to reporters overnight.
I've been fully briefed on the Brown.
Yeah, from what I understand, Trump said the suspect was in custody before he actually was. There is a suspect now. Washington Post has revealed that the person of interest authorities took into custody in connection with the shooting at Brown University is Benjamin Erickson, a 24-year-old originally from Wisconsin. People briefed on the investigation told the Washington Post. Erickson has not been named as a suspect or charged in connection with the Saturday attack, which left 2 dead and 9 others wounded. He's still a person of interest, not a suspect. Sorry. But of course, before any of that was revealed, Laura Loomer and many others instantly did what they always do, which is there's only a couple talking points here, and you guys already know. Either blame trans people and say the shooter was trans, or Antifa, Trantifa, or Muslim. Okay? Laura Loomer's conspiracy theory about the Brown University shooter being Muslim non-white foreigner just fell very hard. The shooter's name is Benjamin Erickson from Wisconsin. Mass shooter at Brown targeted classroom with a professor who taught Judaic studies at Brown University. The professor also taught abroad in Israel. Why is the media protecting the murderous Muslim who killed innocent people at Brown University? Sources tell me that the Democrat officials in Rhode Island and woke administrators of Brown are doing all they can to hide the fact that the shooter at Brown University was a Muslim who targeted the classroom of Professor Rachel Friedberg, who taught Judaic studies in addition to economics. A source told me students heard the shooter scream Allahu Akbar before he opened fire, but the PC culture of Brown has them afraid of being called Islamophobic. Source tells me police and FBI agents on the ground have also been instructed by Democrat officials on the ground in Rhode Island to not say the words Muslim or Islamic terror. How much more of the Islamic invasion are patriots going to take before they just can't take it anymore? How much longer before they make the choice to save the West from this jihadist invasion? We are really playing with fire. Patriots in the West are being pushed to the limit. This is all before Laura Loomer knew anything about the background of the shooter, by the way. Why is the FBI not telling us the name of the shooter from Brown University? Why does it feel like Obama runs the FBI? Same sanitized language, same refusal to speak the truth, same problem with jihadi cockroaches infesting our country because so many officials can't say no to Arab money. We haven't done the Erika Kirk Townhall yet. I'll do it later. We're talking about multiple shootings that have taken place. Well, it turns out the person of interest in the shooting at Brown University is Benjamin Erickson, a 24-year-old originally from Wisconsin. According to people briefed on the investigation, they spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to publicly discuss the probe. Authorities have not named Erickson as a suspect or charged him in connection with the Saturday attack, which left 2 dead and 9 others wounded. Officials have repeatedly referred to the person in custody as only as a person of interest, a term investigators use to refer to someone whom they wish to question and believe has relevant information. Now, we don't know anything yet, okay? We don't have enough evidence yet, okay? I'm not going to sit here and immediately go, oh, well, it's a white guy, so he definitely did it, okay? I'm not, because I'm not fucking Laura Loomer. Laura Loomer didn't have any information whatsoever, for the record. Not even this level of information, a person of interest named in the process, before she instantly said, oh, this is Islamic terror once again. Islamic jihadist terror. These cockroaches are infesting the Western world. But yeah, Benjamin Erickson has been named as the Brown University shooting suspect in police custody. Officials say they are investigating his mental health history and a possible connection to the university. So far, that is all we know.
Have a man in custody, and he has now been identified as Benjamin Erickson. Law enforcement officials say they're looking into what might be an extensive mental health history for Erickson, and they say also that they're looking into a possible connection to Brown University. So the update on that story.
Does the U.S. not have laws against incitement of violence / hate speech? That's what Laura Loomer was doing. No. Fuck no. And even if we did, do you think they would utilize that against someone doing Islamophobic narratives? Someone who is close to the administration? You can do that every day if you're conservative, regardless. And especially towards Muslims. It's encouraged.
Suspect has been named as Benjamin Erickson, and he is in police custody.
Brown University situation, what a terrible thing it is. And all we can do right now is pray for the victims and for those that were very badly hurt, it looks like. And we'll inform you later as to what's happening, but it's a shame. It's a shame. Just pray.
More than 400 law enforcement officers, including the FBI, ATF, state and local police, assisting with the investigation as they search for a motive. Authorities so far not sharing any details about the alleged weapon.
It's all hands on deck. We're picking up on any leads, any tips that come our way, and that's what we do. That's what this department has done for years. And so when some incidents.
I just feel like if you replace Muslim with Jew in that statement, there would absolutely be repercussions and likely an arrest. No, the fucking FBI will knock on your door for far less. No. I mean, maybe in the past, but not anymore. I mean, look at Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens. Like, no. And ironically enough, it does actually, like, the reason why there isn't any sort of stigma or legal repercussions for that kind of sentiment either is partially because of the likes of Laura Loomer, Randy Fine, and so many others unleashing a torrent of hate towards Muslims. Andrew Cuomo, Kirsten Gillibrand. For a lot of Americans, it's basically gotten to a point where it's like, no, it's equal opportunity hate time. So I don't even, like, I mean, is there more repercussions for saying the exact same thing about Jews as she does about Muslims? Sure, there's more institutional stigma still, right? You can't say stuff like that and get away with it in the same way that like Randy Fine does, for example, right? Having said that, the repercussions are minimal, even when you do say that about Jews nowadays. And that's partially because of the anti-woke, anti-cancel culture initiatives that this current administration ran on in the last election cycle, where they were like, no, they made it seem as though there's this prevailing attitude in the reactionary circles where, like, if you say bigoted, hateful shit, you'll be able to solve all crimes. Like, it's like this magic word. They used to do this with, like, COVID, if you recall, where Trump would be like, Wuhan flu, Kung flu, Wuhan flu, as though if you say Wuhan flu and say China's responsible for it, you magically will combat the spread of COVID or some shit, right? It's fucking stupid. It's like a child's brain. Yeah, they used to demand that Democrats say Islamic terror in debates. Exactly. Like, that's going to solve the American imperialism-born resistance network in the region. Like, yeah. If they falsely accuse this guy of being Muslim, then the every single day there's another mass shooting, but it'll somehow limit the amount of mass shootings, I guess. Anything but actually trying to tackle the real problem. You know? Anything but that.
Horrific incidents like this occur, we step up.
Now, Brown University says final exams have been canceled for the rest of the day. They're still not sure what the plan is for the rest of the week. They will let the students know. And the mayor telling the people of Providence that they can't.
Yes, I've seen information about Benjamin Erickson's background, or the suspected person of interest background, but we don't have any we don't have any evidence right now that this person actually did it. This is just all speculation at this point. So I'm not going to dive into the background of some like random person potentially until officials confirm that this was the person, right? If they elevate this person from person of interest to suspect, then we can dig into the background.
Breathe a little easier now that that person of interest is in custody.
ABC News chief investigative correspondent Aaron Katursky, who's right here. Even as we're on the air, you're texting with your sources. You have some new information now.
The person of interest who was taken into custody in connection with the shooting at Brown University.
Oh, shit. What the fuck?
ABC News chief investigative correspondent Aaron Katursky, who's right here. Even as we're on the air, you're texting with your sources. You have some new information now.
The person of interest who was taken into custody in connection with the shooting at Brown University was caught at a local hotel in Coventry, Rhode Island, taken into custody at about 3:45 this morning, Gio. Found in possession, law enforcement sources told ABC News, of two guns. The types of weapons have not been specified, but the individual, we're told, had two guns in his possession when he was caught at a local hotel in Coventry, Rhode Island. Coventry police, along with the FBI, were the ones to take him into custody. Now the authorities with the Rhode Island State Police are working with the local prosecutors to determine what charges this individual will face. The individual has not been publicly identified, but we're told the authorities do have his name. They are working to run down background. They are also working to determine what connection, if any, the individual has to Brown University. He's not believed to be a current student at Brown University, but we know that sometimes there will be a connection to campuses. Mindful, this is 13 years today since the Newtown Elementary School shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary School. The individual responsible there had a connection to the school. The authorities are trying to run down whether this individual now in custody had any connection to Brown.
Such a reminder again of another mass shooting that we have witnessed in this country 13 years later. But Aaron, that new information that you just shared with us, very important. Thank you. That suspect captured at a hotel, you said, with two weapons on it.
A local hotel, two weapons, about 3:45 this morning. So they put the video out that Whit showed us of that individual dressed all in black, rounding the corner, leaving the engineering building, and just a few hours later, a tip leads to someone now in custody.
Just a short time later. Still so many questions as the investigation continues. Aaron, thank you for that.
Hello, doctor.
How are you? Hello, everybody. This is so great. And before we begin, however, I want to just pay my respects to the people. Unfortunately, two are no longer with us.
Has Alex Jones opened his mouth about this? We don't go to Alex Jones anymore to understand what like the conspiratorial side of the American political discourse is thinking. We go to Candace Owens. It's the clandestine operators that completely dominate discourse at this point. Alex Jones is washed as fuck. Alex Jones is washed up. You know, he still has some legitimacy, but that legitimacy is diminishing because Alex Jones's attitude, Alex Jones's first goal always is to defend Donald Trump. One of the most insane things that Donald Trump also said, for the record, is, another classic tone-deaf moment from him. Trump on shooting at Brown University. Things can happen. Classic. I mean, I guess it's an honest assessment. If you are, yeah, it's technically true. It's fucked up. And the president shouldn't be saying that in this moment. He should be trying to actively solve the problem or at least like try to comfort people. But I think it's a deep recognition of the lack of interest that every administration has had prior to this one, and certainly this one as well, in solving and combating gun violence and school shootings that take place in this country. So in some ways, it is a very honest assessment of events. We've heard J.D. Vance say similar things as well. You know, things happen. What are you going to do about it?
University, 9 injured, and 2 are looking down on us right now from heaven. And likewise in Australia, as you know, that was a terrible attack. 11 dead, 29 badly wounded. And that was an
weird they didn't say the same about Charlie Kirk. I mean, honestly, with Donald Trump, he did low-key do the same thing about Charlie Kirk, which is even more insane because he like personally was friends with Charlie Kirk, right? They were like, oh, how do you feel about Charlie Kirk? And he was like, oh, it's terrible. Also, look at my ballroom, you know? Look at my ballroom. Charlie would love my ballroom if he was alive, but he's dead because he couldn't dodge the bullet like I did. I dodged it. I dodged it so good. It was pretty much the attitude that he demonstrated with the Charlie Kirk shit. These guys very clearly don't give a fuck about any gun violence whatsoever, as long as they don't care about any gun violence until they can make propaganda around it. If it's like a trans person or Antifa that's responsible for the gun violence, or if at least if they can like lean into that direction, they'll try to hammer that narrative over and over again. But even then with the likes of Donald Trump, for example, he is so personally invested in his own narcissistic desires that he can't even fake it for the appropriate amount of time to put together a convincing narrative. Says the propagandist, responds random gray name chatter. True. So true. You're right. I should instead do propaganda in the way that you like it and tell you sincerely that this fucking dipshit actually cares about you. Will that make you feel better? If I just lied to you? If I just lied to you and told you that Donald Trump actually does sincerely give a shit about you? If I said he's based, he's the real uniter, Daddy Trump loves us. Daddy Trump loves you first and foremost. Would that make you feel better? For a brief moment, I just basically sang you a lullaby so you can cope, instead of recognizing potentially the devastating reality that the American government has never cared about you at all.
anti-Semitic attack, obviously.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Let me package that up once again. First time reading Bungalater, first time reading the Hasan chat, and they really are just as scummy as their cult leader. Okay. Well, let's not ban this guy. I want to hear what this guy has to say. Okay. Once again, what's the alternative, chatter? Do you want me to tell you that the grocery prices are going to go down now that like a sufficient number of undocumented migrants have been deported? A sufficient number of migrants have been harassed? Is that what you want to hear? Donald Trump truly cares about combating gun violence in the United States of America? Is that what you want to hear? What do you want to hear? Let's do commentary in a not cult-like fashion. What is your assessment of the situation? It's also shocking because like the position that Donald Trump truly cares about the average American is no longer, I mean, it wasn't really a popular position anyway. Okay. But it's one that's becoming less common, even on the internet. Even people in Trump's cult have basically moved away from Trump because they think he's like too pro-Israel, too self-interested, too interested in like improving the profit margins of his buddies. Nice hate account. 2 follows, Hasan and Frogan. Okay. Maybe he's just a big fan of me and Frogan, you know? But I want to hear. I want to hear what he has to say. You have the floor, chatter. Yeah, he's losing. Yeah, Donald Trump is not butt buddies with Jeffrey Epstein. Is that what you want me to say?
And I just want to pay my respects to everybody. I must say in Syria also, we had an attack in Syria, and we had 3 great...
I'm not a fan of Trump, so I could care less. Wait, so why did you say that then? Because we were just talking about how Trump lies to his cult that is shrinking in size every single day. What's up with the fucking radical centrism, dude? It doesn't make any sense. People will come in here and be like, nah, dude, I'm just a fucking radical centrist, baby. You don't understand. I'm above it all. Well, clearly you're not. You're taking a position against what I'm saying here. So what do you want to hear? Where is the scummy commentary coming from? Or do you have no opinions of your own and you just simply regurgitate whatever some fucking dumb fuck YouTuber said? And that's what you're responding to here. That's what you're trying to repeat here. I believe you're an adult. I want to believe you're an adult capable of rational thought. So stick around. And perhaps instead of seething and having tremendous resentment for someone who you've been negatively primed against, maybe you can understand what I'm talking about here. Maybe you'll find that there is a lot of agreement with the things that I'm saying here. It's something that you should entertain regardless. You know, it's good to entertain a diversity of opinion. You feel me? It's a good start that you're not a fan of Trump. It's a good start. So there is room for agreement here.
Patriots terminated by bad people, and not the Syrian government. It was ISIS. Syrian government fought by our side. The new president fought by our side. But I just want to pay my respects to the families. We also had 3 injured, but Two of them are already out of the hospital, and one's
I've seen enough of your slop to know I won't learn anything here, especially from a self-proclaimed propagandist. Don't you think this is very close-minded? You've taken the initiative to come in here, okay? You've taken the initiative to come in here. Stick around. Maybe the quote-unquote slop that you watched was baseless accusations clipped in a way to make you feel a certain type of way about a person that you would otherwise agree with. That's why I said, I'm not a fan of Trump. Neither am I, right? You said you're not a fan of Trump. Neither am I. I think there is room for growth here. You've already decided that this is interesting enough that you clicked on the broadcast. I think you can absolutely learn something here, even if you don't agree with me. And I don't think you should agree with every single thing that I say, regardless. I'm not a fan of scummy people in general. Okay. Once again, this is a reinforcement cycle in your brain to justify why you don't want to listen to what I have to say. But I think if I stop responding to you, maybe you'll accidentally arrive at your own conclusions here rather than the conclusions that you think you have. Okay? That's it.
To be okay, but we lost three, so it was a rough day. But to Australia and the Prime Minister, to everybody that we know so well, we get along with so well, we have a great relationship. That's a terrible situation going on over there. Think of that. And Brown University, great school, great, really one of the greatest schools anywhere in the world. Things can happen. So to the 9 injured, get well fast, and to the families of those 2 that are no longer with us, I pay my deepest regards and respects from the United States of America. Thank you very much. It's a very important thing to say, and we mean it. I can tell you in Syria, there will be a lot of damage done to the people that did it. They got the person.
How is he so bad at these sorts of responses after like tragic events? Is a question that someone asked in the chat. And it is because he truly is too self-interested. Like he famously lacks empathy and has a really hard time talking about victims in general. Like he'll always do this shit where he'll be like, yeah, the person got shot and killed in this gruesome murder, sitting next to like the victim's family, you know? But he also just like doesn't give a shit about anything. He doesn't care. And he's not very good at crafting even like a fake empathetic approach.
The individual person, but there'll be big damage done. And the other, supposedly, they call him a person of interest, so I'll keep it along those lines so we don't get ourselves in any trouble, but they have a person of interest at Brown. And in Australia, you probably read it's been a very, very brave person, actually, who went and attacked frontally one of the shooters and saved a lot of lives. So very brave person who's right now.
Just a few minutes ago, police finally opened up the street right here behind me in the block around the engineering building. It was in there where the economics class, Principles of Economics, with some 60 kids was being held when someone walked in the room there and began shooting, killing 2 people, wounding 9 more. As you said, a person of interest is now in custody as police are going through all the physical evidence they have, which is 2 guns that they found on him at the time they took him into custody and the shell casings they found as well at the scene. One notable thing we've seen here on the campus is behind us there have been students.
Yeah, you know the person of interest is white because they immediately started looking into his mental health, okay? That's it. Let's be real. Like, this has happened far too many times for me to not notice that that is a pattern. with the way that officials operate in this situation. Lone wolf or has a history of mental health complications instantly.
Just walking with wheelie bags and backpacks, leaving. Classes have been canceled. Final exams have been canceled. Final presentations have been canceled. So students who can leave are leaving, in some cases days as much as a week earlier than they had anticipated. I want to get to CNN's Lee Waldman, who arrived here just within hours of the shooting overnight. Lee, what more can you tell us about how law enforcement tracked down this person of interest?
Well, John, we know, according to the FBI director, Kash Patel, he's posted on social media saying they actually used his own cell phone data to track him down. And we know that our other CNN crews were there at that hotel as the law enforcement there approached this person of interest, detaining them. So all of these law enforcement entities are working together overnight, throughout the day today, really piecing this together. And that's why they've been fairly tight-lipped at this point, not sharing much information about who that they have detained, how they were able to piece together from that 10-second video clip just showing the back of this person of interest to having someone who's actually been detained now. Where we are here, John, is at Lippitt Park. This is where that community gathering is going to take place in less than an hour. It was supposed to be a Christmas tree lighting and a menorah lighting, but all of that has changed in light of this tragedy that happened just a few miles away from where we are now at Brown University, where you are. We've spoken to students who have gone through not one mass shooting at their school, but two. Mia Tretta telling us about how she was shot in high school and now she was on lockdown here at Brown University. This is something we asked Mayor.
They're holding Kash Patel in the basement so he doesn't divulge anything. Yeah. I have it on good authority that they took away all the jackets, all the child smalls, so that he can't appear on camera. Netanyahu hasn't tweeted that it wasn't Israel yet? No.
Brett Smiley about during a press conference earlier, asking him how he wraps his mind around and the message he has for leadership across the country, knowing that young people who are in college have gone through two different active shooter situations. Take a listen to what he had to say in response.
One of the students that showed tremendous courage literally said to me, "You know, that active shooter drill they made me do in high school actually helped me in the moment." Which at the same time provided me hope and was so sad. We shouldn't have to do active shooter drills, but it helped. And the reason it helped and the reason we do these drills is because it's so damn frequent.
You hear him saying it there. It just keeps happening. John, I've lost track of how many of these I've covered at this point. I'm sure it's the same for you. It breaks your heart every time we drop into one of these communities here. But like he mentioned, those active shooter drills, they're working. The student who told him that was a student who is hospitalized right now dealing with gunshots.
As a European, I can't even begin to comprehend how that sentence is normal in the U.S. I mean, when you run out of all options, you know, triage is the only thing you can do, right? It's just doesn't seem like anyone in remote proximity to power is invested in fixing this issue.
Shot wound injuries.
Yeah, thoughts and prayers, maximum freedom to learn how to run away from bullets.
8 students were shot. Another student hurt by shrapnel and took themselves to the hospital immediately afterwards. It just shows you how far-reaching these tragedies are, touching every member of this community.
Absolutely, no question about that. And Lee, just so our audience knows, you were talking about where this person of interest was taken into custody in Coventry, Rhode Island. We showed some pictures of that hotel. That's about 25, 30 minutes away from where I'm standing at Brown University. So this person of interest, if he was the shooter, went from the building right behind me, walked down the street in that video you're looking at right there, and then ended up at that hotel where he was taken into custody very early in the morning, a little after 3 o'clock in the morning. And one of the questions that we will be asking and maybe getting answers to is why he went from here to there, how he got from here to there, what did he intend to do after he got there? Was he trying to get away? Did he ever think he would get away? Again, we haven't heard from authorities.
Genuine question, but do people in America have to pay for healthcare in situations like this, when they're in mass shootings? I actually don't know. I guess there's like some kind of insurance, right? But I don't know.
Authorities now for several hours, unclear whether or not they will brief again. Most of the new information we are getting coming from CNN's own reporting team, which
I'm sure there's got to be like some kind of government pool of funds or something, right? Do we have to ask? You have to pay? That's fucking insane, dude. You get shot at school and then you can, I mean, you have the freedom. You have the freedom to open up a GoFundMe account, I think, right? Obviously, it's not going to generate the same funds as you would if you said the N-word to like a black person or something on camera and got fired from your job, but you know, maybe you can scrounge up some dollars. But that's freedom at the end of the day, you know? Yeah, that's not even a joke, for the record. What I'm saying is not a joke. There have been numerous people. There have been numerous instances where people basically getting fired or you know, getting quote unquote, I guess, soft canceled for calling a black child at the playground the N-word, for example, and then they fundraise like hundreds of thousands of dollars. Who pays for medical bills after mass shootings? Costs for gun-related injuries fall on the taxpayers and the employers. See? When Ashton Gamblin remembers the night she was shot 9 times, she can picture herself lying in the ambulance and worrying about whether she could afford it. That's how the American medical system is, she told ABC News. I just got shot and I'm concerned about how I'm going to pay for the ambulance ride. Gamblin worked at the front door of Club Q, a gay nightclub in Colorado Springs, where an attack last November left 5 dead and dozens injured. Bullets pierced Gamblin's arms and chest. After returning home, Gamblin received a letter telling her that the healthcare cost totaled $300,000 and her private insurance wouldn't cover it. Greatest country on the planet, baby. Listen, freedom ain't so free. You know what I mean? Sometimes it costs $300,000 and your private insurance won't cover it.
And it unleashed my imagination.
Wonderful?
And then...
The fuck is this? Gamblin is one of the hundreds of injured in mass shootings each year. As of May, the nation has played host to 184 mass shootings this year, which left 248 dead and 744 injured, according to the Gun Violence Archive. The human toll, but also the financial toll that results in these types of injuries is massive, says Patrick Carter, professor of emergency medicine at University of Michigan and co-director of the Institute for Firearm Injury Prevention, told ABC News. Treatment for the first year after a gun attack raised medical spending for survivors by an average of $30,000, a fourfold increase from the costs incurred by a given individual over a typical year. Accounting for roughly 85,000 gun violence survivors each year, the added cost of the initial treatment totaled $2.5 billion. These are the costs that society has to incur. 96% of the added healthcare costs fell to public insurance programs such as Medicare and Medicaid, and other insurance programs such as workplace compensation, as well as private insurance coverage offered by an employer. Noting that the remaining 4% came out of the pocket from victims who lacked insurance or opted to cover the healthcare themselves. Between 2010 and 2022, the cost of initial hospital treatment for gun violence victims in New York was borne primarily by Medicare and Medicaid, which covered at least 70% of the cost, according to a sub-study published. Since Medicare and Medicaid receive funding from the federal government, the costs fall on the taxpayers nationwide, Moreno told ABC News. Ugh. You can apply for victims of crime compensation funds, but there's a low cap and it's a reimbursement program. In Ohio, it's run through the state attorney general office. Yeah, claim denied. Pre-existing condition. You were shot before you got to the hospital. Sorry, nothing we can do about it. Even though you're paying $800 a month on your insurance premiums, we are going to try and farm as much revenue out of you as possible. And therefore, we're just not going to pay for your claim here. Have you thought about not being shot while at work? This is the freedom that we're talking about with American healthcare.
Has developed new information about the weapons and the investigation itself. Lee Waldman, great reporting. Thank you for all the work that you've been doing here. Again, as we stand here, Wolf, we see people out on the streets more than when we got here on the morning. They are opening up. People trying to get back in the building. They haven't been able to get back in the building yet where the shooting took place. And a lot of students, the students who ran out, simply left everything behind. Wolf?
Yeah, it is so awful, so terrible, heartbreaking indeed. All right, John Berman and I will stay in very close touch with you. Thank you very, very much. I want to bring in CNN Chief Law Enforcement and Intelligence Analyst John Miller right now. Also joining us, the former Boston Police Commissioner Ed Davis. John, I'll start with you. What's the latest you're hearing from your sources on what the operation to detain this so-called person of interest uncovered?
Well, they went to the hotel, as has been described by witnesses. They banged on the door and told them to open up. This is around 3:45, 3:50 in the morning. A team from the FBI Safe Streets Task Force out of Boston, U.S. Marshals, Coventry Police on the scene. And when they entered the room, they encountered this individual who they had identified and were looking to speak to, and asked him where he had been earlier that evening, that day. And we are told by sources that he allegedly told them, I've been here at the hotel the whole time. I haven't really gone anywhere. They took him into custody. Along with that, they recovered 2 weapons. One, a 9mm Glock semi-automatic pistol with a single stack magazine and a laser pointer. Why is that important? Witnesses told police that this gun had some odd device attached to it, with a laser beam coming out of it. So that is an indicator that they were looking for. The other gun, a revolver. They have shell casings at the scene. They're going to compare to these weapons. The revolver would retain the shell casings. The semi-automatic pistol would eject them. They're going to have to measure both guns against ballistics recovered at the scene to see if they can tie those guns to the scene, to the victims, and then the individual who had them in that hotel room, as well as a number of other tests. So they have interviewed this subject. We do not know how forthcoming he has or hasn't been since he's been in custody. But where does it go from here? Do we hear that he's going to be charged in a shooting? Do we hear, for instance, if he is a resident of Wisconsin, which we've been told, that he's going to be charged with possession of the 2 weapons in Rhode Island as a non-state resident? All of that still up in the air now, Wolf.
What do we know? What are we hearing about, and we're not getting a lot of information, but what are we hearing about this individual's background and or motivations?
Well, that's a very fluid question at this point. We have been told in public statements from the school as of the time when they said earlier today that there was a person of interest, that person was not a student at the school. We've gotten pretty strong indications from law enforcement sources that if he is not a student now, he was a student. And that may be something there, Wolf. If he was a student and he's not now, what occurred to make him not a student now? Is that part of the motivation? That's where we don't have a lot of illumination.
Bro, if it's a white kid, it's mental health, but obviously we will not take any initiative to solve any of the problems. If it's like a brown person, if it's a white person, then mental health gets slammed. Okay, they say, oh, there's a mental health problem. If it's a brown person, insert whatever, if it's a person of like minority background, insert whatever background they're from, vilify the entirety of said subgroup, and then also still refuse to solve any of the problems. It's great. Ultimately, nothing gets solved. That's it. It's just, will this actually move the needle and further hatred in the country, or will it not?
Into the inside of this. And we've been carefully tracking his background. It appears that he is former U.S. military and comes out of Wisconsin. But so far, the picture we have of him is really more of a sketch than a richer one. And motive, still something we're waiting to hear more about.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out why someone would drive all the way from Wisconsin to Rhode Island to allegedly commit this crime. All right, stand by. Ed Davis, the former Boston police commissioner, is with us. The police chief there on the scene told reporters today, Ed, that it took all hands on deck to detain this so-called person of interest within 12 hours of the shooting. Authorities have only released this video of him from a security camera. So what does that tell you?
Good afternoon, Wolf. I'm glad you asked, because that particular issue is really central to their ability to run this guy down. It wasn't until that video, and it wasn't very clear. It wasn't a video that you could make an ID from, but it did show what the individual was wearing. It showed how the individual walked, his gait, his height, his weight, things like.
Why is this shooting getting far more attention than other school shootings? I think the really, well, one, he killed 2 people. Because oftentimes when when school shootings on college campuses happen, it doesn't end up with like casualties, just people gravely injured or severely injured, and it drops out of the discourse cycle fairly quickly. 2, it's an Ivy League school, Brown University, so that actually increases the interest. And last but not least, and I know this sounds so cynical, but I do think that if you're going to do assessment on why the media gravitates towards certain stories, you have to be as cynical as the way these guys operate. And I think aside from rich people going there and their children going there, it's around holiday season. So like there's not a lot of news happening. It's like a slow news cycle. And I think that's also part of the reason why there is more interest in this story.
Like that, you could discern from that.
What do you mean? So much is happening. For guys like this, for CNN, it's a slow news cycle.
Yeah, and the good news is someone saw that video, and within hours, they had a lead that was solid enough to allow the FBI to ping his telephone and find him in the hotel or motel down in Coventry. So we can't say enough about the importance of transparency and cooperating and allowing the public to do some of the hard work that needs to be done here.
Ladies and gentlemen, the premiere event that you've all been waiting for. CBS News presents a town hall with Erika Kirk. It's time to pop a perky and get Charlie Kirky. As you guys know, Israel's most loyal and yet most incompetent soldier, Barry Weiss, became the editor-in-chief of CBS News not that long ago, after CBS News was purchased by the Ellisons, with the express purpose of making CBS News more pro-Israel and more pro-right-wing. Now, the amount of success that Barry Weiss will have in this new role will most likely be limited because she is uniquely uncharismatic and does not have an eye for talent and is not really good at the thing that she is destined to do here, right? But make no mistake, I don't think her success is measured with new eyeballs or audience retention. And instead, it's measured by how much pro-Israel propaganda she will do and how much pro-right-wing propaganda she will do. But in an effort to garner attention around CBS News, Bari Weiss wanted to do a town hall with the widow of Charlie Kirk, Erika Kirk. And from what I understand, from what the brief clips that we saw promoting this event, it was a spectacular disaster. Now we'll look at the entire event that has been talked about this whole week leading up to this very moment. It took place last night, and try to figure out exactly what the goals were here from Bari Weiss. But of course, the preliminary questions were leaked in order to fill the town hall with people as sympathetic to, Bari Weiss's worldview as possible. And once again, as I said already, big advertisers appear to be wary of CBS News' Bari Weiss town hall format. It's just not, it's not good. It's not good content. It's silly, it's shitty, it's transparent propaganda peddling with a very specific direction. And she's already fucking flopping. But that's basically Bari Weiss's entire career. You know what I mean? That's her career. This whole time, she's just failed upward because her entire purpose on this planet is to brown-nose billionaires. She plays to an audience of very few but very powerful individuals. And it's been truly, tremendously beneficial for her and her only. How's the ankle injury? I'm still limping. All right, let's continue.
Breaking news out of Utah Valley University. There's an emergency response there, flooded by law enforcement.
The conservative activist Charlie Kirk has died after being shot during an event.
The latest horrible example of what appears to be a rising tide of political violence.
In the past year, we've seen assassinations and assassination attempts against a Republican presidential candidate, Democratic legislators, and a conservative activist.
One moment, Charlie was doing what he loved.
That's a different question.
Arguing and debating on campus. Fighting for the gospel.
You're thinking way too simple about this. You got to go deeper.
Truth. In front of a big crowd, and then he blinked. He blinked. And saw his Savior in paradise.
Even as he had all of these.
Yeah, this was also so desperate, bro. Bari Weiss's CBS News on the same day 2 students were shot and killed at Brown University. Fucking insane, dude. Like, they were so aggressively pumping this. They were like, please watch this town hall. Please watch this town hall. 59,000 views in 17 hours. Oh my Lord. People's commentary surrounding this town hall will garner millions and millions of views, mostly shitting on the town hall, shitting on Bari Weiss, shitting on Erika Kirk even. Who knew that when CBS hired Bari Weiss, they were not only getting someone unqualified to run a network, but also an amazing on-air talent to be the face of their network, since she seems so determined to be on air more than anyone else. It's awesome. It's awesome. Why are we about to watch the shit that no one has watched? Oh, no, this will drive discourse. This will drive discourse. And like I said, millions and millions of people will talk about this. It just won't be pro-CBS, pro-Bari Weiss, pro-Israel, or pro-Erika Kirk. That's why we're watching it.
Positions, many of them seen as controversial on different issues. He had a huge galaxy of support on America's right.
When when you stop the conversation, when you stop the dialogue, this is what happens. When we lose the ability and the willingness to communicate, we get violence.
If you were to do this like maybe a week after Charlie Kirk was shot, this would have driven some interest and some positive feelings, I guess. Okay. But 3 months after, when everyone is on the Kirkification tip, when everyone is suspicious of Erika Kirk in general and has seen a lot of Erika Kirk and don't like it, it's just not. I mean, it's not going to bang at all.
CBS News presents A Town Hall with Erika Kirk.
Good evening. I'm Barry Weiss, editor-in-chief of CBS News, and I want to thank you so much for joining us tonight. Let me tell you why we're here. If you're watching this or you're sitting here in this room with me, you know what I know, which is that we live in a very divided country, a country where many people feel that they can't speak across the political divide. Sometimes they feel they can't even speak across their own kitchen table. And one of the goals of the new CBS News is to change that. And this town hall is just the beginning. This is going to be the first of many conversations and debates on CBS News about the things that matter most, which are often the hardest to talk about.
Yeah. Things that matter most. Erika Kirk's personal feelings. We're here to talk about things that matter most to Americans, okay? Not the price of groceries or anything lame like that. Things that matter most to most Americans, which is Erika Kirk's feelings, Donald Trump's feelings maybe, and how the left is actually dividing the country.
I can make one promise to you, and it's this. You will not agree with everything you hear tonight or in any of these other broadcasts. And that is exactly the point. Because the premise of a democracy is that we persuade each other with words and not violence. And that the only way to get to the truth is by talking to one another. And that brings me right to tonight's guests, Erika Kirk. 3 months ago, Erika Kirk...
I'd be more concerned if she was better at eyeball retention, you know? It's the very fact that she is dog shit at her job. It's the very fact that she has never been like a ratings boon, never been able to reach genuine success in the independent sphere that makes this whole thing a lot funnier. Like if you had like a good propagandist that was doing pro-Israel propaganda at CBS News, I'd be more worrisome. But the very fact that it's Barry Weiss doing it and she's absolutely dog shit at her job makes this really funny.
Kirk's husband, Charlie, was assassinated on a college campus in Utah. To some, Charlie Kirk was controversial. To others, he was heroic. What is indisputable is that he transformed the American right in the 21st century. He did it through an organization called Turning Point USA, which he founded when he was only 18 years old. In the wake of Charlie's murder, Erika has now picked up his mantle. The mother of 2 young children, she is also now the CEO and chairwoman of Turning Point. Now, Charlie's murder was not an isolated tragedy. And tonight in the audience, we have other victims of the political violence that's ripping through this country. We also have religious leaders, college students, young Christians, and others invited by CBS News. You're going to be hearing from some of them tonight. Okay, we have a lot to talk about. So, Erika, let's get started. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you for having me. I was very grateful when you had reached out because it was an opportunity to be able to have a conversation that Charlie always enjoyed, being able to have dialogue on both sides so that people could really hear everything that's going on. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for making the time. There's so many subjects I want to cover.
This whitewashing is so crazy, brother. Yet Charlie Kirk loved making a mockery of college freshmen with pre-canned statements, locked in the chamber, ready to fucking release. And he would cut people that would actually destroy him in said marketplace of ideas to do pro-Trump, and pro-Trump agenda propaganda. That's it. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. Look at this. Look at what's happening here. Hello. Little lady. What are we doing here? Little lady is bored. No, you can't get up here. No, hold on. Here. Daddy is injured. I can't pick you up, little lady. You're too big. You're too big now. I know you want uppies, but she's trying to protect you from Erika Kirk. She wants to carry the flame, dude. That's what it is. That's what it is. She wants to carry the flame herself. She's like, come on, Dad, let me carry the flame a little bit. Look. She's trying to put her paws on my lap to try to get up here. You want to get up here? Is this what you want? Here, look. Oh. About to break my other leg too. Let her speak. What do you want to say, Kaya? What do you want to say? Oh, ow, ow, ow, ow, ow. No, you're stepping on my foot. Oh, okay. No, it's too much. It's too much. Ow, ow, ow, ow. Oh, fuck. Okay. Kaya, come on. No. It's too much. It's too much. Lady, no, that doesn't mean come through tackle the other side. Oh, God. About to fuck the crutch up again. Uncle's Wash can't even pick up a puppy anymore. I know. All right, let's continue.
Mm-hmm. I want to begin with the hours and days after your husband was murdered.
Yes.
You got up in his podcast studio where he broadcasted from for many hours every day.
Yeah.
And you said this. You said, you have no idea what you have just unleashed. What did you mean by that?
Let me give you a little background of that day. We get home.
Yeah, she was like, you have no idea what you've unleashed. And then what she unleashed was just mid. Genuinely her worst, she is her own worst PR person. It was so crazy when they were like, oh, you've just activated 1 million Charlie Kirks, which literally did happen. It did. They unleashed 1 million Charlie Kirks. It's just not in the way that they thought that they would. You know? Kirkification has been so prominent a fixture of modern internet now.
The team goes to dinner. I'm laying in my daughter's bed, and I can't sleep. It took me months to even walk into my bedroom.
Yeah, I saw
I'm
this.
laying in my daughter's bed. I can't sleep. I grab my phone, and I start typing out it.
335 likes. We are Charlie Chirp. How can Barry Weiss claim to be impartial and then do this shit glazing the hell out of Kirk? The thing is, if Barry Weiss wasn't such a rapacious dick rider of right-wing politics in general, maybe she could just activate some bleeding heart liberals. But because she's both pro-Trump and pro-Charlie Kirk and pro-Israel, she's all of the things that most liberals have a distaste for. Everybody understands that she is just using CBS News like a fucking fleshlight as a vehicle for unlimited right-wing propaganda, and everybody hates it. It's actually negatively polarizing liberals towards whatever the fuck she's trying to do. Yeah, they want to also purchase CNN too now. The Ellisons want to purchase CNN too. She's going to brick every fucking major mainstream institution with her negative aura and her unlimited right-wing propaganda.
That morning,
you have two people here that are just so deeply uncharismatic, but desperately want to be in the spotlight. Sometimes it's okay to let other people do that role if they're better at that role than you are, you know?
the team reached out to me and said, they think they got the guy. You should probably say thank you to the authorities and just make a statement. Mm-hmm. I said, okay. I wasn't afraid. They said, let's go to the office and let's discuss. We're at the office and they say, do you want to go live? Or we can easily, you know what? Yeah, let's do that. We can easily pre-record this. I said, absolutely not. My husband always went live. I have nothing to hide. We're fully transparent. What you see is what you get. If I start breaking down on live TV, I break down on live TV. My husband was assassinated. He didn't die in a car accident. So we go live. I write all of my own speeches. And when I said that, that is the Holy Spirit that is unleashed.
Oof.
That is a revival that's unleashed. That's not meant for call to violence. That's meant for people to understand that the Lord is moving in ways we have no idea. And God is going to use something so tragic to wake people up to realize that our life is short. He only lived 31 years. 31 years. And so, yes, you have no idea what has been unleashed. But I will promise until my last...
I got a pretty good idea. I'm seeing it. It's maxed out Kirkification. You know? They did unleash 1 million Charlie Kirks. It's true.
Breath that I will let the Lord use me in ways that he only can. Oof. To bring glory to him and to the kingdom. And it has been unbelievably powerful. And it's just the beginning.
Erika, one of the most alarming things about Charlie's murder was the way that some people in this country reacted to it.
Yeah.
And not just online. This was an idea that you encountered a lot. And the idea was this. They kind of justified it. They basically said that because Charlie said or believed things that they believed were controversial or even hateful, that he somehow had it coming. What do you say to people who justified his death?
You're sick. He's
Slow
a
zoom.
Human being.
Slow zoom. Camera panning. It's so fucking rehearsed. And once again, this is 7 minutes in. It's the first line of inquiry from Barry, right? The first line of inquiry is trying to rehash old ass, dusty ass nachos here, okay? Microwaving dusty ass nachos to be like, well, don't you feel like it's really fucked up that the left was celebrating Charlie Kirk's assassination because of simple disagreements and differences in opinion? Society has already moved on from that. The new meta is Israel killed Charlie Kirk, right? You can't pander to this narrative any longer because the overwhelming majority of salient talking points are actually coming from the right. There is a much newer meta right now that they're all aware of. And part of the reason why this narrative didn't work, even though the administration tried as aggressively as they could to, one, prop up Charlie as a martyr for truth and for speech. And there were plenty of fucking liberals in mainstream outlets that also played along with this. Ezra Klein comes to mind. Charlie Kirk was doing politics the right way, you know? That all fell apart because of the questions that people had and the interest that people had towards this very high-profile assassination, and the heavy-handed nature of Trantifa narratives kind of falling apart when they found out that it was a good old boy that actually was responsible for the assassination. They went from, this is a trans person, this is a trans person that definitely did this, clearly a transgender activist, only to cut away at that overwhelming narrative when they found out that it was a Mormon from a good family, white, right? So now there was no messaging discipline. People just like, some people were mad that they weren't hitting the Trantifa line as hard. And then Candace Owens came out of nowhere and was like, this is Israel. Israel did this. And then Benjamin Netanyahu came out of nowhere and was like, Israel did not do this. Many people are saying Israel did this. I had to take time out of my, baby starvation and baby annihilation machine command to deliver this 3-minute video about how Israel could not have done this. Please don't say Israel did this. Like, guys, please don't say Israel killed Charlie Kirk. My t-shirt that I'm wearing that clearly says Israel did not kill Charlie Kirk is inviting a lot of questions that is answered by the t-shirt itself. What's going on?
You're sick. He's a human being. You think he deserved that? Tell that to my 3-year-old daughter.
It's crazy. I don't think anyone should do that to a 3-year-old child.
Excuse me. You want to watch in high res the video of my husband being murdered and laugh and say he deserves it? There's something very sick in your soul, and I pray that God saves you. I pray, because that is what is so wrong. The internet in this world has dehumanized us. My husband did something.
Once again, alting, but too early, and alting in the wrong moment. But also, like, the internet has dehumanized people is a crazy statement to make in defense of people making fun of your assassinated husband, when Charlie Kirk personally played a formative role in dehumanizing so many fucking people, whether it be Muslims and Islam being a sword to the neck of Western civilization, or transgender people with regular frequency talking about how crazy they are, how we must take away their medication, talking about women in general, saying that they have no place in the workforce and must stay in a more traditional setting, a more traditional format. Like, he was, by design, a right-wing propagandist and a stooge for Trump. And therefore, he was actively working to dehumanize Haitian people, leaning into the whole Haitians are eating cats and dogs conspiracy theories that were incredibly racist, leaning into the notion that every brown person should be a suspected migrant that is here to do crimes, to do violence. Every victim of police violence that is black actually deserved said police violence, saying that school shootings are unfortunately a byproduct of the freedoms that we have in terms of gun ownership, and that's a sacrifice he's willing to make. Well, he died in a fucking school shooting. It's going to be quite difficult for people who have experienced one of the different ways in which Charlie Kirk has dehumanized people with his commentary to offer sympathy in that moment. His last words were talking about school shootings or mass shootings in the country. His last words were counting or not counting gang violence, where he thought this was a good racialized deflection away from the main point of contention, which I know the guy who asked him that question is going to be in this town hall. Demanding fealty, demanding loyalty, demanding reverence, and especially the heavy-handed ways in which the administration instantly tried to punish people for not only like making a mockery of Charlie Kirk in the aftermath of his untimely demise, but even simply relitigating some of the things that he had said. Like, there were people that were being fired for just posting Charlie Kirk quotes that he was very proud to say in public, in broad daylight. Things that weren't being misconstrued, but instead things that he actively and deliberately repeated over and over again. If you're proud of those statements when you're alive, why wouldn't you be proud when those very own words are reflected back? It's ridiculous.
Something very simple. He talked to people. You're going to be murdered for talking to people. He didn't go after people. He went after your ideas. And if you think it's okay to murder someone because you think they had it coming for them, because they took the time to have people come to the front of the line if they didn't agree with you, and you think it's okay because you don't like what they say or how they say it, that they should be murdered, and you're enjoying it, and you're...
Yeah, this kind of like vague generalization is also another way to to try and, I guess, remember Charlie Kirk with the limited confines of how you're supposed to remember Charlie Kirk. You can't say what his job was. You can simply say he was a conservative activist. You can't actually reflect on some of the points that he was consistently advancing. You just have to say he's interested in disagreements and discourse and debate, right? There's a right way to talk about Charlie Kirk, and there's a wrong way to talk about Charlie Kirk. Well, his job was to be a mouthpiece for this administration, a mouthpiece for this movement. I don't understand why you're so ashamed. And before people say, Hasan, you did the same job, what if people reminded you of your worst moments or your worst quotes in terms of like, America deserved 9/11, right? In the aftermath of, hopefully this doesn't happen, but I get assassinated. And everyone's like, oh, well, remember when you said America deserved 9/11? There are some things that I have said that are understandable to reflect on, okay? But the overwhelming majority of quotes that people would present that my haters love fucking recirculating and recycling are not even in the direction. And I'm saying the 9/11 thing is separate from this, right? But not even in the same direction of my advocacy. Whereas with Charlie Kirk, it was directly verbatim, not only his quotes, not out of context, but it was also in the direction of the things that he believed, right? Like if you were to turn around and be like, oh, Hasan, I don't know, like even in the most negative framing in the aftermath of my assassination, if someone were to be like, even in the most negative framing, if they were to be like, oh, he was an anti-Semitic terrorist, right? Why was he an anti-Semitic terrorist? Well, because he believed that people are, of course, going to resist against Israeli occupation. because he humanized the victims of Israel's settler colonial violence. That's why he's an anti-Semitic terrorist. Yeah, if you were to have that conversation, I think most people would realize, like, oh, never mind, you're a fucking piece of shit for saying that. But with Charlie Kirk, it's like, even if you entertain like where he was coming from with respect to black female pilots. I'm thinking of like one of his chosen issues that he would talk about. DEI has created an environment where, like, if there's ever a plane crash or whatever, it's because there's probably like a black woman who is a pilot. And Charlie Kirk talked about how he was, Charlie Kirk would talk about how he would be scared if he walked into a plane and saw a black woman as a pilot. How do you describe that? The motivating principle there and your worldview there is very clearly racist. Oh, he just wanted, he wanted the best possible person to actually be in charge of a role that is so important for, safety and security for the hundreds of people that they're, flying. Okay, but you don't think a black woman is capable of being the best possible person for that job. It's that very same question that is at the heart of our disagreement with Charlie Kirk. It's that very same problem. The automatic assumption that a black woman is incapable of being the most qualified person is the issue here. That's what I mean when I say these aren't bastardizations of Charlie Kirk's worldview. These are accurate reflections of the things that he advocated for. Okay? Kaya Place is now your most famous quote instead of the 9/11 one? Yeah, I don't think so. I think that's just more so a reflection of how online you are. Yeah, I would see a bunch of doors open. I got to pee. Kaya Place. Okay.
Rejoicing in that?
Doors open.
That is evil. Evil. Excuse me.
As you know, and as I know, one of the ideas that has gained a lot of traction among young people, especially in this country, Erika, is, and this leads them to this kind of justification, is the idea that words...
Yeah, is that he would often talk about how DEI hired people were people that were stealing jobs from qualified white people. He directly saw them as stealing. That's a verbatim quote. Exactly. It's fucking ridiculous.
...themselves are violence. And that brings us tonight to...
I'm with you, but any conservative saying this is obviously going to say that Kirk did believe black women could be competent pilots and that his comment was about a supposed elevated risk of a black woman only being there because of DEI, not because she's competent. How should one respond to that? My dad is lighting the kitchen on fire again. I don't know if you guys can hear the beeping in the background. Baba! Oh my God. Okay. The point here is that this is based around a false assumption that black people are only elevated to that position because they're black. That's the whole point. It's the false assertion that it's a misunderstanding and a false assertion that black people are only elevated to that position because they're black. That's not true. Also, look at her eyes. Oh my God. Anyway, so Barry here asks, like, lightly, the rhetoric, the dehumanizing rhetoric here.
People, especially in this country, Erika, is, and this leads them to this kind of justification, is the idea that words themselves are violence. And that brings us tonight to our first audience question. It comes from Angel Eduardo. Angel is a senior writer and editor for the civil libertarian group, the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, or FIRE, and he writes passionately about issues of free speech. Angel.
Thank you, Barry. Excuse me. Hi, Erika. My condolences. A recent survey that we took after Charlie's assassination found that 90% of undergraduates believe to some extent that words can be violence. Another FIRE survey that we took earlier also found that 1/3 of surveyed students believe that using violence to stop disfavored speech can be acceptable, at least in rare cases. What's your response to those numbers? And what would you say to those students in particular?
Well, for the people who say that my husband might have incited violence.
As far as like FIRE being pro-Kirk in any way, shape, or form here is also crazy because this is a First Amendment auditor institution. And Charlie Kirk quite literally had a teacher, like had a hit list for college professors that the Turning Point USA organization thought were dangerous, were teaching dangerous things. If you were like a sociology professor, for example, well, that's unacceptable. How dare you teach sociology? That's dangerous. You must be fired. It brought a lot of unwelcome scrutiny and even harassment to many college professors all around the country. Simply claiming that this was, in favor, simply claiming that this person who is responsible for such a list is in favor of free speech unconditionally is a little ridiculous. But then again, that is precisely the type of inconsistent free speech defense that Bari Weiss likes. Because Bari Weiss herself has made a career out of talking about, Bari Weiss herself has made a career about talking about how cancel culture is run amok on college campuses and how we have to make space for, reactionary ideals and whatnot, which they very clearly do exist on college campuses, obviously, while simultaneously advocating to fire teachers for being Palestinian or recognizing the humanity of Palestinians. So just something to consider as far as that inconsistency. Also, another thing that I find very funny about like the liberal ass attitude is that these guys have made a mockery of the statement words are violence professionally for years and years, only to turn around and launch that exact same attitude towards their left flank. Words are violence was mocked endlessly on the right, only to turn around and say that about the Charlie Kirk assassination, even like, oh, words are violence is bullshit unless we can tie that back to a larger narrative about how the Democrats are responsible for all the violence in this country with their words. And when you listen to the words of the Democrats, you're like, where is the violence here? These guys are, if anything, like the biggest criticism against the Democrats from their own base is that they're too cowardly. That they don't actually fight back hard enough against the growing reactionary movement in this country. So it just doesn't work at all.
I know that was not your question, but I'm going to put a squash on it before anyone else can attach to that. My husband never incited violence. He never once said, go after them because they're saying X, Y, Z and they deserve to die. My husband never once said that, and he never would. What did he say? Come to the front of the line. I'll put my mic down. Tell me why you believe that. Well, that's interesting. I never thought of that. But have you thought of this? People heckling, laughing at them. Stop. It took a lot of courage for them to come up here. Stop doing that.
He gave them a microphone. He didn't take away a moment for them to speak back. He gave them a microphone. And what they do, they gave him.
He literally routinely did exactly those things. And his entire job was to do bottom of the barrel dunks on these people that were demonstrating a common viewpoint that was antagonistic to the Trump agenda. And his goal was to make a mockery of them after the fact in the editing floor. And Charlie Kirk himself also made, he wanted to bail the fucking Paul Pelosi attacker, dude. What are you talking about? This kind of Kirk revisionism is so ridiculous. It's so silly. The entire, not to mention the million George Floyd posts, but the entire medium that he just basically stole from Steven Crowder, Change My Mind, is built around this false premise as well. There is no minds being changed there, okay? There's no mind being changed there at all. The whole purpose of that is to cut propaganda by making a mockery of commonly shared opinions. Yeah, here he is calling for people to be
the
killed.
Miss Rachel costume and the uniform, etc. And she comes back and she's like, now I'm just talking as Rachel. And she goes, the reason I'm this way is because I'm Christian. And in the Bible, it says, love your neighbor. And really, I approach people in love. And if you're not doing that, I guess you're not really following the Bible. She didn't say that part, you're not following the Bible, but that was kind of the underlying piece there. So Charlie, what's going on with that?
Well, let's let her say it. 120, I'll respond, and then I got a dash.
I've shared prayers on here before and said, God bless. And that's because my faith is really important to me. And it's also one reason why I love every neighbor. In Matthew 22, a religious teacher asked Jesus, what's the most important commandment? And Jesus says to love God and to love your neighbor as yourself. All the law and the prophets hang on these two commandments. There's no greater commandments than these. I believe it's mentioned 8 times, love your neighbor. So yes, everyone belongs, everyone's welcome, everyone is treated with empathy and respect. It doesn't say love every neighbor except. There are so many reasons I stand strong in love. I stand with everyone. That's who I am. And the love back and the God bless if you disagree is genuine.
Andrew?
I would just, to Jack's point, I'm dying to know, like, what do you think when Miss Rachel quotes scripture in that way?
I mean, Satan's quoted scripture plenty.
It doesn't just say love your neighbor, though. It does say love your neighbor except, in a sense.
As yourself, but hold on. She's not totally wrong when she says, first of all, the first part is Deuteronomy 6:3-5. The second part is Leviticus 19. So you love God. So you must love his law. How do you love somebody?
Here we go, folks.
You love them by telling them the truth, not by confirming or affirming their sin. And it says, by the way, Miss Rachel, you might want to crack open that Bible of yours. In a lesser referenced part of the same part of Scripture is in Leviticus 18, is that thou shalt lay with another man shall be stoned to death. Just saying. So, Miss Rachel, you quote Leviticus 19, love your neighbor as yourself. The chapter before affirms God's perfect law when it comes to sexual matters.
I mean, that's one of the worst arguments, but here's a better one.
And why is he still in jail? Why has he not been bailed out? By the way, if some amazing patriot out there in San Francisco or the Bay Area wants to really be a midterm hero, someone should go and bail this guy out. I bet his bail's like $30,000 or $40,000. Bail him out and then go ask him some questions. And why is he still in jail? Why has he not been bailed out? By the way, if some amazing patriot...
This is the guy who tried to kill Paul Pelosi. This inherent hypocrisy is really fucking annoying to people in the margins, okay? But it's at the heart. It's at the heart of conservative commentary. It's the same thing that you see from Nick Fuentes posting a viral tweet about how BBC was actively calling on him to kill himself and how devastating that is for him. Brother, your most famous moment before this was saying your body, my choice on the night of the Trump election victory. He was upset that on a BBC broadcast, they were like, Ash Sarkar said, follow your leader when talking about Nick Fuentes. No, I know. I'm talking about Fuentes, not Kirk now. I'm saying this kind of hypocrisy is baked into right-wing commentary all the time. They literally will say the most unhinged and violent shit. Their entire worldview and their entire commentary revolves around being as edgy, as ruthless, as violent as possible. And in many circumstances, they can basically get away with this kind of violence, or violent rhetoric rather, by simply demanding more of it from the state. There's a difference between, saying we need to kill everyone in Iraq versus we need the American military to show them what's what. They're both saying the same things, but one is able to hide under the banner of legality as long as it's the state that's dishing out said violence. There's a difference between saying we got to take matters into our own hands with black people who are super violent and we have to give that violence back to them, versus saying police brutality is a necessary byproduct of dealing with like high crime neighborhoods. Okay? And if you're a right winger, you can always do the second thing. You don't even need to do the first thing, right? And some still take it beyond that measure. Charlie Kirk, in many instances, has taken it beyond that, and Nick Fuentes takes it beyond the permissible bigotry all the time. Because Nick Fuentes' primary goal, I think, is to expand the permission structure of anti-Semitism and racism and all of these different forms of bigotries. But the hypocrisy is still there, and I think a lot of people get annoyed with it. I think a lot of people get fucking annoyed with it. One example that's all over the timeline right now is Asmongold talking or responding to this statement from Vadim. In the future, we'll all take turns being sued by psychotic asshole millionaires and then criticized by brain-damaged Nazi-sympathizing incel roach fuckers when we eventually break down as 13-year-old edgelords, MAGA dorks, and boss cheer them on and rinse and repeat. To which he replied with, shouldn't have been talking shit and making things up about people. People like you have no problem participating in reputation destruction, manipulation, and large-scale gaslighting, so long as it serves your ideological goals. That's why they cheer and you deserve it. This is a weak person trying to present themselves as a strong person, okay? But the hypocrisy, of course, is that Asmongold has actively engaged in reputation destruction over and over again. The reason why I brought up Nick Fuentes and now I'm bringing up Asmongold while we're talking about Charlie Kirk is because it's a common through line on the political right. They do it all the fucking time. And it's one of the most annoying things that I see with regular frequency. And Nyara responded to that, said, you want to talk about reputation destruction? You're a piece of shit who spreads transphobia, normalizes far-right propaganda, and you deserve to not just be called out, but face real-world consequences for the hate you're spreading. You're not some hero of free speech. You suck. Okay? To which Bo Blacks responded with, if Hasan Piker or iDubbbz was caught being this openly and blatantly hypocritical, there would be a video uploaded about it by 20 different big YouTubers within 12 hours of it happening, but that won't happen here because it's Asmongold doing it. The bias towards him is nuts right now. The entire slop tuber commentariat on the internet is all over his nuts in the same exact way that mainstream media is oftentimes all over the nuts of right-wing commentary people. They just refuse to recognize the inherent hypocrisy in this kind of statement. They refuse to fucking call into question that these guys are like very clearly fucking lying. I don't know anything about Bo Blacks, by the way. I have no idea. There's a bunch of people saying like Bo Blacks, extremely rare Bo Blacks W. I don't know, but regardless. Bo Blacks was a slop tuber in your hater orbit. Oh, nice. But this is part of the reason why the overarching prevailing narrative in both mainstream discourse and also discourse on the internet, on the independent sphere, is so fucking slammed in the right. These guys refuse to cover this shit. And most people that are too busy with their 9-to-5s that get all of their notes from like, you know, random slop tubers to at least be in the know are completely oblivious to this stuff. Do you understand? That's how you inadvertently design a media landscape where it is always people who are on the left that are under tremendous amounts of fucking scrutiny, oftentimes not even like legitimate scrutiny, being called hypocrites for things that they don't even believe, for example, or being called out for political positions that they don't even hold, because there's an endless need to bastardize and vilify the political left on the internet, same as in mainstream media as well. And no one calls into question. Yeah, the 3/5 Twitter post Asman made would have absolutely been breaking news on all platforms if you did something remotely similar, is 100% correct. And that's exactly why this very same guy and his community that has vilified me as an anti-Semitic terrorist for the last 2 years for contextualizing and analyzing why people resist militarily against Israel's occupation and violence, damn near a century of violence, colonial violence, are the very same people who very openly say Nick Fuentes is fucking based. The very same people that collaborated with the ADL, the very same people that actively collaborated with the ADL to deplatform people like myself, then fucking turn around and openly say Nick Fuentes is based as shit, or wanting to collab with Nick Fuentes, laughing along with his praise of Hitler. Not a peep from Dan Stalkman or Ethan, the supposed fighters against anti-Semitism. Not a peep from the slop tubers. Yeah, this is it. Why is this allowed on television, BBC News? This type of violent rhetoric is totally unacceptable, especially in this political climate. This person should be fired and banned immediately. Enough is enough. You're Nick Fuentes, man. I can't believe it. I cannot believe that 80,000 people like this tweet. Guy who's fucking famous for saying Hitler is based on Piers Morgan and got a lot of prominence after Trump's victory for saying your body, my choice about women potentially having more of their autonomy removed, like celebrating rape culture, all this shit, is now crying foul about violent rhetoric. But that's where we're at. If you have this extremely centrist approach to political discourse that rarely ever invites any scrutiny to far-right figures, right-wing figures, and you spend most of your time browsing the content of people who seemingly only have a lot of smoke for those who are ostensibly or even marginally on the left of the current modern Democratic Party, then what is the expectation? Of course, people are going to think, yeah, Nick Fuentes is right. Why is it? It is rather hypocritical that, this guy who has done nothing wrong is getting called out like this. Oh, I guess they just say everyone's a Nazi. And I guess they're saying that Nick Fuentes is a Nazi so they can justify harming him. Because that's the prevailing narrative on the right. The reason why I'm saying this is because I don't think every single slop tuber is straightforwardly a Hitler-loving, anti-Semitic neo-Nazi. I don't think so. I think they just lean into this stuff because they see that it gets them clicks. I think they're opportunists for the most part. And the reason why I bring this up every now and then is because I hope they see the dangers of the media landscape that they are cultivating. Some are, by the way. Some are definitely invested in this stuff ideologically. But I think the grifters don't realize that they are also creating a breeding ground for this kind of sentiment by routinely hyper-focusing on cultivated drama and manufactured outrage against those who are on their left. Most of these grifters don't realize that this toxic media environment that they've cultivated will inevitably harm them too. Unless they become neo-Nazis. And I believe some will, but not many others will. Asman said earlier that this community is ground zero for creating anti-Semitism. See, that's what I mean. These guys don't have any genuine, if you don't have any real worldview other than being a fucking troll, that's how it works. One day you say Nick Fuentes is base for saying he loves Adolf Hitler, and then the next day you say, I'm ground zero for creating anti-Semitism. There's no consistency, but there's only one consistency. It's fuck the left. Okay? There's no ideological consistency there. No matter of policy is important. There's no policy that's actually important here. There's no ideological conviction. There's no moral backbone here. It's just fuck the left. And you do that with whichever direction you have at your disposal. Sometimes that means, collaborating with the ADL. And in many other instances, it's actually shitting on the ADL when the ADL releases a report about Steam having too much anti-Semitism or something. But like I said, I wish that the otherwise self-described liberal slop tubers, TikTokers, and the like would recognize that they are contributing to this media environment.
A bullet in the neck. Totally different. But you have secular revolutionaries that want to come out and say, you can't say that, and I'm going to stop you from saying it. Why? You don't have a conversation. Something as simple as a conversation. And this is what is so fascinating to me.
Secular revolutionaries.
My husband knew that something as simple as having a conversation could change the world.
You can't be talking about me because I was actually going to have a conversation with Charlie.
That is an ancient thing. Come and sit down and have coffee with me. Why do you believe what you believe? 80s and 90s, they were doing this in Congress, then going to have a Subway afterwards. Why don't we do that anymore? Instead, it's violence. Usually one-sided. I'm not going to go there.
Wait, what? You did go there.
But you know what's so interesting about my husband's book? The last book he will ever write. It could have been about politics. It could have been about football. It could have been about anything. He was multidimensional. It literally says, stop in the name of God. Stop. Stop the violence. Stop the hate. Have a conversation. Stop. And what he knew in that book was not just so much stop that, take a minute to get off of your phone and realize that we are all human. operating on this broken planet, all sinful, no one's perfect, and we're not getting out of here alive. But what he knew in that book was the balancing factor of communication. You cannot communicate with someone if you're not at peace with yourself. So he went on campus talking to a kid. They're screaming at him, screaming. Does he scream back? Not once. He sits there. And you know what he's thinking? It's in that book. Maybe you need to take a few hours. Get off your phone. Go for a walk in nature. Go sit and have a coffee. Go and tell your mother you love her. Go do something that is beautiful and healing instead of trying to tear something down that you did not build.
And buy the book. Well, there was one famous moment where Charlie lost his mind. Remember? Against, in a debate with your boy, where Cenk was heckling him from the crowd, and he lost his dang mind. I live like a capitalist every day, Cenk. People thought he was saying a slur. He was just trying to say my uncle's name. So people did effectively get a rise out of him from time to time. It just happened to be that it was people that... It just happened to be that people that got a rise out of him more often than not were not college freshmen, even though they did that as well. That's where this is from? Yes.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Cenk. I live like a capitalist every single day, Cenk.
Yeah.
That's my thought on that.
We're going to talk about the book in a little bit, but I want to pick up on a theme that you've now hit on twice, which is the idea that the black squares that we all have in our pocket, our phones,
yes,
that they are doing something to us collectively, that they are dehumanizing us. Later, we'll
even Barry was like, yo, we'll get to the book later. Come on, Erika.
Talk about the conspiracies that are spreading right now on those platforms about who killed your husband. What do you recommend to people sitting in this room? What are your practices to disconnect, to reconnect by disconnecting?
Well, like my husband, I took all of it off my phone.
All social media off your phone?
No, I don't have it on my phone. I have a team that helps run it.
Did I unironically know Charlie Kirk for longer than Erika Kirk? Yes. I've known Charlie Kirk since 2017. I don't know when he married Erika, but when I first met him, she was not a part of his life, I'm pretty sure.
I really, everyone has an opinion about me. I could care less. You know what I care about? I care about what my daughter says about me and her running up into my arms and loving on me. That's what I care about.
One of the things that has happened over the 3 months since Charlie was murdered is that people have gone through the thousands, maybe tens of thousands of hours of words he produced. He said more in 31 years than most people will say in a lifetime.
Yes.
And I want to read a few that have captured the most attention, especially on the political left, okay?
Yeah.
Some gun deaths were, quote, unfortunately worth it to preserve the Second Amendment, he said.
Ooh.
Acknowledging that he wishes he didn't feel this way, he said, I'm sorry, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. He said the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was a mistake. Now, I realize that all of those quotes come from longer conversations that he had on his show.
Correct.
But he did say those things. And Charlie is being memorialized by many people as a person who promoted...
I'm going to be honest. If Barry Weiss had any understanding of how to drive clicks, she would be daggering Erika Kirk the entire time. I just realized if she was just like trying to debate Erika Kirk aggressively, overnight she would become a sensation. because I know she like agrees with Charlie and doesn't want to fucking present Charlie Kirk as like a bad person. But even then, like the brief mention of some of Charlie Kirk's highlights is enough for her to feel pissed off.
In civil discourse, as a person who said, come to the front of the line, let's have a civil conversation. How do you square that with the statements I just read?
I would love for everyone to be able to watch the full and entire clip of what he said. Charlie didn't care what skin color you were. He didn't care what religion you were. He loved excellence. He loved knowing that people, his favorite word was earn. He loved knowing that people worked hard to earn what they got. He worked so hard to build Turning Point USA. The first statement you meant about guns and shooting, I have no idea the context of that, and I have no idea what he was, that whole, there's a lot more there than just that one little sentence. My husband is not to be deteriorated to 2 sentences.
Oh. Yeah, that one is, I can't even defend it because, you know, he did go out to gun violence, so directly at a school shooting. And that kind of is something that he, at least on the principle of defending gun freedoms, he kind of went out. He kind of fell on his own sword there. Bro, don't get mad at me for saying this, but I'm about to say something. Now, I know I haven't been the biggest supporter of the Charlie Kirk was killed by Israel narratives. You know this already. As a matter of fact, I've been very critical of these narratives. Okay? But Erika Kirk's acting is so Gal Gadot quoted. Like, so Gal Gadot quoted that I can't help but feel like she's also an agent for Israel. What the fuck? This entire thing is Kal-El, no! Over and over again. She's hitting the Kal-El no lines every single time. She's like, it's just wild, man. Maybe it's pure happenstance, pure coincidence that her and Gal Gadot's acting coach are the same Israeli acting coach or something. I don't know what it is. But it's wild. You've somehow managed to make your fake Gal Gadot have more emotion and energy than anything Gal Gadot has ever done on film. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to be that bad. Kal-El, no.
This exclusive sit down with Barry Weiss and Erika Kirk. I saw online some jokes of like, oh, wow, this is breaking news. You got this interview with the notoriously reclusive Erika Kirk.
Yeah.
Paige, play that video.
People have gone through the thousands, maybe tens of thousands of hours of words he produced. And I want to read a few that have captured the most attention, especially on the political left, okay? Some gun deaths were, quote, unfortunately worth it. I'm sorry, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. He said the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was a mistake. Charlie is being memorialized as a person who promoted civil discourse. How do you square that with the statements I just read?
His favorite word was earn. He loved knowing that people worked hard to earn what they got. He is a thought leader, and he was brilliant of a man. So that's fine if you want to take words out of his mouth or out of context without the whole thing. But that's the problem.
It would be funny if we watched the context and each of those situations, he said, just kidding.
Wait. What if every single time it was a sandwich? Charlie Kirk was actually building a sandwich as a narrative device where he would say, hey guys, I'm about to say something that I truly don't believe and I think is utterly repulsive. And then he inserts the quote about, I don't know, the Civil Rights Act was fucking repulsive or whatever. And then, end quote, that's right, I really hate people who believe things like this. What if they cut him out of context like that every single time? Yeah. I bet you feel stupid.
At the end of it.
At the end of it, he goes, not. It is so crazy to say his favorite word was earn. Well, good, because he's in one now.
Oh, Gianmarco.
Wow. Wow, that's fucked up. That's the defense that anyone on the internet uses 24/7. No, because it is real. The reason why people use that as a defense is because it is real, okay? And I'm sure Charlie Kirk has been taken out of context. I'm sure I've taken Charlie Kirk out of context and on certain occasions as well. Not only is taking someone out of context a very viable method and one that people apply all the time to both myself and everybody else, okay? The problem is, or at least like I've given up on trying to get people to actually seek out a deeper meaning from the statements that people are putting out there. But what I'm at the very least hoping for is that even if it's devoid of context or embellished or negatively featured, it's still directionally in line with my worldview, right? What I mean by that is I've given up on people being like, well, you said America deserved 9/11. It's because, yeah, I did, right? I've given up on people trying to understand what I was saying, right? I've given up on people trying to understand that I was talking about blowback, for example, right? But what I despise is when people actually clip something that I'm saying and completely bastardize my perspective. That's what I hate, okay? I hate that. When I talk about, like, one of the most famous incidents that is regularly, often repeated on the internet is Hasan promoted, like, rich college girls getting raped or something, right? This is ridiculous. I've never done such a thing, okay? This was when I was reacting to a pro-rape university by the name of Liberty University. And I said, if these people want to specifically go to a college where there is no protections for sexual assault, it's probably better that they're cordoned off in that college campus rather than be out in the general population. And it's so crazy that they still, to this day, yeah, I said, put all the monsters together, cordon them off. If they are personally choosing to go to a college campus who is billing itself as a college campus where there will be no protections against those who are victims of sexual assault, and you're choosing to personally go there, then yeah, the utilitarian perspective is that it's better that they are there and cordoned off from general population. And people endlessly were like, oh, you want rich, rich women to be raped. It's like, that's fucking insane. I never said that. That is not even in line with my worldview, right? Or another example I can think of with like clipped out of context that's like annoying is the 9 to 5 thing, right? When I said that as someone who worked in a real job, as a regular job, like streaming is soul crushing in a very different way, in a way that I didn't experience in my 9 to 5 job, right? That my social battery is depleted by the time I'm done with the daily broadcast, and I can't have like, you know, it's a socially draining thing. And people, it wasn't Liberty University. I think it was, Patrick Henry College, I think. Yeah. Anyway, not the double down. See, people do this all the time. No, of course it's not a fucking double down. First of all, obviously, I'm in a profoundly privileged position, which I actively talked about back then all the time. But secondly, I'm an active defender of labor rights and labor unions. At no point did it actually call into scrutiny or call into question that it was like the Keemstars of the world and the right-wing shitheads of the world that were like dunking on what they thought I was saying. Okay? Dunking on what they thought I was saying when there was like, wait a minute, is Keemstar even pro-labor at all? Is he pro-working class at all? No. It's that style of pretending to it's that style of like pretending that I believe the exact opposite thing that I am saying that is very frustrating. Okay? That's the kind of thing that's like deliberately chopped out of context when they flip the narrative in the exact opposite position. That's what's fucking annoying. Okay? That's what's fucking annoying. Not when someone says, oh, Hasan said America deserved 9/11. Okay? As long as, if it's directionally in line with what I was saying and directionally in line with my worldview, even if it's out of context, even if you can like further examine the statement, what I said before, what I said after, that's fine. If you don't want to fucking, do that, if you don't want to do your diligence, that's fine. You're busy. But I fucking despise when people do this shit about things that I don't believe. Right? When they just like make up. They just like make up whatever they think I believe. It's fucking annoying. The reason why I'm bringing this up is not to do a woe is me thing, right? Here's one narrative that's being formed by a clip right now. Hasan blames Israel for a recent anti-Semitic terrorist attack. If the additional context does not actually turn around and change the meaning in its entirety, then you weren't clipped out of context. That's it. So in many circumstances, when like people use that as a weapon or as a deflection, what's frustrating is in Charlie Kirk's instance, in all the instances where they complain that he's being clipped out of context, he's not actually being clipped out of context at all. The context makes it worse. You know? Man moment. Not everything is bait, chat. People disagree. Just because they weren't right doesn't mean you were. Now that college girl take is wild. I mean, you've said stupid shit. That doesn't mean overall you're someone who should be canceled, but I wish you just take accountability for your weird takes like the college girl's victim blaming. No, you're misunderstanding my point, man. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that at all. But this is precisely the reason why that kind of narrative works. Okay? This is precisely the reason why that kind of narrative works, because they know, like right-wingers know, that if they concern troll about a thing that I don't believe, about a thing that like they're claiming, there are always gullible leftists that will fucking lean into it. Okay? there are always people. This is also the other reason why. This is also the other reason why the right is seen as like a comfortable safe haven for a lot of people in the margins, because they never have this tendency. They'll just be like, yeah, fuck off. He said what he said. Suck my dick, right? So there is always like, they can say whatever they want. They can get away with saying whatever the fuck they want. And to the average person that doesn't care about this sort of thing, that doesn't care about politics at all, they see this like relative comfort that comes, the relative freedoms that come with this laissez-faire attitude that the political right has as opposed to the political left. Do you see what I mean?
He's not. He is a thought leader, and he was brilliant of a man. So that's fine if you want to take words out of his mouth or out of context without the whole thing in perspective. But that's the problem.
Does it bother you that people are picking out those statements and
Yeah, Charlie Kirk wanted public executions. That's another thing, right?
drawing an entire picture of who he was?
Again, that's the problem. You're not having a conversation. You're having a 15-second clip on the internet to define your thought of who someone is, instead of taking the time to educate yourself on truly who that person is, what they thought, because why they challenged you.
People think Alex Jones out of context too. You got to watch his entire video history first before you judge. I mean, let's be real. This does happen. This does happen. There are people who professionally sit in the chats of other people, or professionally are media watchers, media watchdogs, that are actively looking for things that they can clip, like clippable moments. You know, for Nick Fuentes' audience, his clippable moments are moments that have a lot of impact that can reach out to as broad of an audience as possible. For someone like myself, I have a lot of fucking haters who will sit in this chat, as I'm sure, considering that I talked about the Bondi, Bondi Hanukkah festival being shot at in an anti-Semitic instance of violence, right? Like there were a ton of people that were literally waiting to seize on the opportunity, to see if there's anything that they could potentially weaponize. They're probably still in here. Yeah, Kirkable moments, exactly. So there is a reality around this sort of thing that you can't always understand. It's happening right now. They posted it. See, exactly. They post it, they boost it, and they go crazy over it. And and then there's like a cycle of discourse that revolves around it. I'm sure they posted something, right? The problem is that doesn't mean that everything is out of fucking context. Okay? Especially if it's in line with what you actually are defending. Especially if it is in line with what you actually believe.
To think a little different.
Like you can look at Charlie Kirk's whole body of work and get a pretty good assessment.
Again, my husband.
It's crazy how much of your audience actively fucking hates you. They don't. I don't know where you're coming up with this. This is pure copium from the stalker communities. Like, another example I can give you is this. Okay, actually, an even better example than the ones I used. When people say Hasan is transphobic, or when people say Hasan is racist, anti-black, white supremacist, I have a 12-year body of work that you can literally look at to see if that's real or not. 8 hours a day, pretty much every single fucking day for the past 6 years, and even longer than that, right? You can just straight up look to see whether or not that's true or not. I have tens of thousands of hours of commentary on all of these issues. It's objectively untrue, right? It is objectively untrue. And it's a standard that is impossible for the average person to even to even abide by. What average person can literally have 12 years of endless advocacy and commentary on all of these political issues? None of them. No average person has that, right? But that's clearly something that is not in line with my worldview. But if you were to clip Charlie Kirk saying, like, you know, trans people are scary and they're monsters and they want to destroy Western civilization, you can't say that that's out of context, because we have 10 years of Charlie Kirk saying that exact same thing over and over again. Do you understand? Even if both of those things are clipped, one is out of context and one is not. Do you see what I mean? Or the same thing about people being like, Hasan is anti-Semitic. Again, 12 years of public advocacy combating anti-Semitism. That's part of the reason why it fucking comes across as insane to the average person that has moved beyond like watching a 12-second clip or something that's negatively framed. Okay? That's it.
Was an amazing man. We're human. But I do not once, for 1 second, think he was anything else than exceptional.
Erika, as you know, the last person that Charlie ever spoke to was a Utah Valley student named Hunter Kozak. He was asking Charlie a question that day when he was shot, and he's here tonight, and he wants to ask you a question.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Erika, I want to tell you how much I appreciate your calls for peace and unity, and I'm likewise horrified by the people in my so-called camp who were cheering about Charlie's murder. I believe that they stoke the flames of violence. But even worse is when powerful, influential people on either side of the aisle stoke the flames. When they do it, the flames can become an inferno. And this leads me to Donald Trump, the most—
Oh, hell. Okay. Okay. He started off libbed up, but honestly, oh my God. Oh my God. Brother, look at Erika Kirk's face. Oh my God. What was his name? Hunter Kozak? Bro, you are in danger, dog. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. She looks like she's gonna kill you. It gets worse.
most powerful and influential person on earth who has more responsibility than anyone else to put the flames out. Just last month, President Trump called on 6 Democratic lawmakers to be tried for sedition, which he clarified was punishable by death. He then reposted a simple message.
Oh my God, what is going on? Dude. Oh my God. Oh, she should not have done this, brother. Do you not realize you're on camera? What the fuck? Oh my God. Oh my God. how right-wingers look sitting in their home? Bro, she flinched right here. Look.
Which he clarified with.
Yeah, she's hitting you with the "I'm praying for you" stare. Okay? But look at her
death.
flinching right here.
He then reposted a simple message.
Like,
hang them. I think that you've been making strides to bring peace to our country, and that Turning Point has been asking Democrats to decry the individuals who cheer for violence. I have and will continue to decry them. But any good faith effort to stop political violence must hold both parties to the same standard and expectation. So in that spirit, will you condemn the violent rhetoric of Donald Trump, the most powerful and influential person on earth?
Oh, shit. Oh, bro, run. She's about to say counting or not counting gang violence, and you're going to get shot this time, okay? That is crazy, bro. She is mad dogging his ass.
I appreciate your question.
I don't think she appreciates the question.
You know my heart. Why would I ever say, yes, go murder people? This is so much deeper than just one. I understand your sentiment. I do.
This man said, I wasn't done with my debate. Help me finish it. Yeah, no, you can tell he is a real debate appreciator, okay? That's a real debate appreciator through and through. He was like, I got more in me. I got one more in me. I had one locked in the chamber. You know what I'm saying? I gotta finish the job. Bro went from debating the husband who was slain to debating the widow.
But this is also so much deeper than just...
Bro, next up, he's going to debate the kids. He's like, bring your kids up here. I'm going to ask him how they feel about it. Bring the 3-year-old.
One person. This starts at the home, okay? This starts with family. This starts with a seed.
That wasn't the question, Erika. God damn, she's not very good. That's not the question at all. The question was, do you condemn Donald Trump for saying hang them all in the same week that everyone was talking about political violence is coming because like people are consistently beefing up the violent rhetoric? Because like the standard is so busted in this fucking stupid ass country where like random TikTokers who are like 20 years old are called into a higher level of scrutiny than the motherfucking so-called leader of the free world, Donald Trump. Donald Trump could just be like, yeah, we got to kill all Somalians. All Somalians. Somalian, it's not Somali, like an alien. That's why I say Somalian. They're parasitic. They must be killed. And then like Republicans are like, no, that's normal. It's not like violent racialized sentiment. No, for no reason. Like no reason for that kind of like racialized animus against a population that is 90% American citizens here of Somali background. It's pretty fucked up that the president's saying that. But then they turn around and they're like, God forbid somebody makes a fucking Charlie Kirky joke on TikTok or on Twitter or something. And they're like, what are you doing? This is illegal. You need to lose your job. It's fucking crazy. And her response to this is also incredibly silly. Oh, this is not about the president. It's about the family. It starts at home. Yeah, okay. I guess the president has no responsibility for the violent rhetoric that goes on. The violent rhetoric that he engages in. No responsibility. Charlie Kirk got killed because words are violence, and the left actually celebrating Charlie Kirk's death is the most violent thing you can do. But the president saying the president that's in command of the military and now even the domestic police force saying we have to murder the left, that's not violent rhetoric, actually.
That grows and grows. You can choose to have evil in your heart, or you can choose to have light. What you consume and what you absorb from the outside world will manifest itself. No, I will never agree with political violence. My husband is a victim of it. I'm a victim of it.
Okay, so you disagree with Donald Trump. Can you say those words, please? If you disagree with politically violent rhetoric and violently charged rhetoric coming from the fucking president, would you condemn it?
But what I'm trying to say here is that we can blame everyone else. We have to look in the mirror when you become a father, when you become a mother. How are you raising your kids?
Yeah, I'm doing my part, okay? As a Twitch streamer, I'm responsible for the violent rhetoric in the country, but the president, he's blameless. The president in charge of all commerce, the military, the president that's even using the military as a domestic tool now, at odds with the Constitution, the president that set up concentration camps for random people that have been living here for a decade plus. That guy not responsible for anything, and certainly not even responsible for the violent rhetoric that he actually routinely engages in.
Are you taking responsibility? Or
isn't that what you're doing, by the way? You're literally taking away the responsibility from the president and bringing it back to like other people. Put a mirror up to your face type shit.
Are you giving them a device and saying, go down that rabbit hole? I'm trying to go to Pilates class. You can just sit in the corner and look at your iPad or look at your phone and go down that rabbit hole and see what you can learn from that instead of being a parent.
What?
So my call to action from that is parents, step up. Do you want your kid to be a thought leader or an assassin? That's where we're at.
Do you think our political leaders have a responsibility to turn the temperature down?
Bro, that had nothing to do with the question. What the fuck? So is she saying Donald Trump's mom has to step up? Is that what it is? Too late, I guess. She's dead. But if she was alive, she needed to step up to make sure that Donald Trump was not engaging in violent rhetoric. Failed the quick time event.
Right now.
Well, I think everyone has a responsibility to do that. And I'm doing
thought leader daughter or gay homo assassin son. Which way, Western man and woman?
doing my part. I'm not in control of other people.
Okay. Ahead, a father whose daughter was murdered in cold blood because of who she was. He's here. Also, political violence and the conspiracy theories surrounding Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Yeah, get to the good shit, okay? Get to the Candace Owens line.
Yes.
Never before has conservatism, the ideas of freedom, liberty, American exceptionalism, been so popular on these college campuses.
Welcome back to our CBS News Town Hall with Erika Kirk. Bob Milgram is the father of Sarah Milgram. Sarah was fatally shot last May outside the Capitol Jewish Museum in Washington, D.C., alongside Yaron Lashinsky, her boyfriend. Sarah was just 26 years old when she was killed. Bob, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Barry. Hello, Erika.
Hi, sir.
Just as our family could not anticipate the pain we've been going through following the murder of our daughter, Sarah, there is no way I can understand the pain that you and your children are going through as a result of Charlie's tragic death. Our daughter was killed because of anti-Semitism, hate against Jews, and hate against the Jewish homeland, Israel. We know about the growth of anti-Semitism on the left, including here in New York City, where the mayor-elect still will not condemn the phrase, globalize the intifada. What I want you to address is growing anti-Semitism on the right, including Holocaust denial, anti-Zionism, and the normalizing of centuries-old conspiracy theories about Jews. Will you here condemn the individuals spreading that hate and speak out clearly enough against anti-Semitism so we can prevent another tragedy?
Yes, sir. First of all, I'm so sorry. You and I are a part of a very small club. Painful. But you're in good company, and I will pray for you. It sucks, doesn't it?
Wait.
Hate is hate. It's evil. Charlie and I have always been very clear on our stance. Israel and Jewish people. It's awful.
Oh, is this the... Oh my God, they're doing a globalize the intifada bar here? Oh my God. Oh, dude, this is gonna fuck people's brains up so hard. Hold on.
Sarah was fatally shot last May outside the Capitol Jewish Museum in Washington, D.C., alongside Yaron Lashinsky, her boyfriend. Sarah was just 26 years old when she was killed. Bob, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Barry. Hello, Erika. Just as our family could not anticipate the pain we've been going through following the murder of our daughter, Sarah, there is no way I can understand the pain that you and your children are going through as a result of Charlie's tragic death. Our daughter was killed because of anti-Semitism, hate against Jews, and hate against the Jewish homeland, Israel. We know about the growth of anti-Semitism on the left, including here in New York City, where the mayor-elect still will not condemn the phrase, globalize the intifada.
Yo, if this is such a scary fucking phrase, which it's not, by the way, it's just only scary because it's fucking Arabic, okay? No one would be complaining if they were saying globalize the uprising, okay? Just remember that always. But also, if it was globalize the uprising, they wouldn't be consistently saying it wrong. I can't stand when people are like, "Oh, this phrase is so scary. It's so damaging. It means murder all the Jews," and they don't even fucking say it right. Every time, bro. Every fucking time. I cannot believe it. Oh, they globalize the enchiladas. Globalize the infratada. Globalize the empanada. Let's be honest, they probably will be complaining about uprising too. Yeah, but it wouldn't hit the same. It just wouldn't hit the same. It would be even sillier. Yeah, veganize the empanadas. Speaking of empanada, are you gonna respond to his recent video on you and Mike? Fuck no. Of course not. I am a sheepdog, a shepherd for Zionism and the Democratic Party. I am a America loyal servant of the American Empire, America defender.
What I want you to address is growing anti-Semitism on the
HSS on Piker.
right, including Holocaust denial, anti-Zionism, and the normalizing of centuries-old conspiracy theories about Jews. Will you here condemn the individuals spreading that hate and speak out clearly enough against anti-Semitism so we can prevent another tragedy?
Yes, sir. First of all, I'm so sorry. You and I are a part of a very small club.
What?
Painful.
So wait, when it's the president saying the left must be assassinated, we got to go back to the drawing board and hold the parents responsible, you know? But when it's violent rhetoric coming from the left again, and maybe even the right, all of a sudden there is a words or violence narrative that you can arrive at. Interesting. I just think that's strange is all, you know? Kind of feels like this is a little bit one-sided. Why won't you tell him that, you know, it's up to the parents? It starts at home. Why don't you tell him it starts at home? I'm confused because that's what you said when you were asked whether you would condemn the president saying that we should hang them all. Well, I don't understand why you're not telling the father whose daughter was killed that it just starts, you know, it just starts with the parents. It starts with the home.
But you're in good company, and I will pray for you. It sucks, doesn't it? Hate is hate. It's evil. Charlie and I have always been very clear on our...
Hate is evil. You are Charlie Kirk's widow. Clearly, not all hate is equal for you. Because Charlie, for the most part, demonstrated a lot of hate by your definition, something evil, for pretty much every single subgroup, subcategory in this country, with the exception of, like, I guess, white Christian men, and maybe at times like defenders of Israel. I wouldn't even say that he wouldn't like entertain anti-Semitic rhetoric, because he did do that every now and then as well. Definitely a lot less than he did all of the other kinds of bigotries that he openly demonstrated and defended. My husband was assassinated. Totally sucks.
Our stance, Israel, Jewish people, it's awful. Awful. Anti-Semitism is what healing factor comes out of hating Jewish people? What healing factor comes out of hating Christians? What healing factor comes out? Hate in general. Nothing. Nothing. Charlie always would say very clearly, Jew hate was brain rot. He would always say it. We've been to Israel twice together. And to be able to walk in the place where our Lord walked and see the Bible come to life in Technicolor, how could you hate that place? How could you hate?
Yo, wait, first of all, no mentions of Muslims, of course, but also, why did you bring up Israel now all of a sudden, you know? He was talking about growing anti-Semitism on the West. Who brought Israel into the equation? What the fuck does that have to do with anything? I mean, he did, but like her own personal experiences with Israel is not pertinent to the conversation. I guess he mentioned Israel. Okay, fair.
In the place where our life in Technicolor. How could you hate that place? How could you hate the Jewish people?
Yeah, what Israel is doing, is very biblical. Biblical amounts of pain being brought about. Ironically enough, direct descendants. In the same areas that are mentioned in the same areas that are mentioned in the Bible, Israel is bringing about biblical style plagues and death and destruction. This kind of makes Candace look better. I'm so confused why they did this. The reason why they're doing this is because they think they can they can address a lot of the talking points by bringing Charlie Kirk's widow directly. Like having Charlie Kirk's widow directly address these talking points that are matriculating, right? All over the internet. The problem is she actually is not a very good advocate. She's just not very good at this at all. And therefore, this is abject failure that will invite even further scrutiny. Like her constantly being like, Charlie and I loved Israel. Charlie and I loved Israel. We love Israel. Israel's Bible land. We love Israel. I don't know how the fuck people talk shit about Israel. It's the greatest place on the planet. I don't think it's gonna play well for any conservative that's tuning in that already is like, questioning America's foreign policy with respect to Israel. Also, right after she says, sucks, doesn't it? Anyone else just here to read the comments? No one ever said she was on Egyptian planes. 24K views and 496 likes, huh? We the people are not buying this bullshit. Hold the phone. When did Charlie Kirk start liking CBS and mainstream news? This will be the only time anyone ever tunes in to listen to a Barry Weiss interview, Lamau. It took me months. It has only passed 3 months. I didn't think I would ever see a bigger car crash interview than Prince Andrews. That's wild because nobody said she was on a plane. Oh my goodness, you guys weren't lying about her reading a script and trying to act. Candace says she has proof planes from a foreign country have been following you for months. Erika, I've never been on those planes. She knew these questions beforehand and still never straight up answers any of the questions. I don't think America is more divided than ever. We all seem to be on the same page regarding these terrible psyops. Oh! Erika gives me Hunger Games vibes. There are 2 things I've taken from this interview. Oh my God, Candace is so poppin', dude. I'm sorry. The Egyptian plane shit, clearly a major priority for a lot of the wine moms, okay? God damn. She got so much motion, dude.
Why? Because you need to fulfill a conspiracy theory. I'm wrapped in, people say I'm a part of conspiracy theories all the time. It's sick. And it needs to stop. We are human. No one is perfect. No Christian is perfect.
Nobody's perfect. And neither is Israel. Except Israel is perfect. Don't question it. Okay. Oh, fuck. Ow, ow, ow.
No Jew is perfect. No Muslim is perfect. We are broken, sinful humans in need of a Lord and Savior. And that's why it is so important to give your life to the Lord. Because once you do that and you fully surrender.
Isn't he Jewish? The son, or the dude who was working for the Israeli embassy wasn't Jewish. But he's Jewish and his daughter is Jewish. She's like, hey, you need to succumb to the Lord right now.
To the Lord, you have no room in your heart for hate. And so, sir, I am so sorry what happened to your daughter. I pray that does not happen, and I pray that that is something that we can somehow extinguish in this world. But we are living in enemy-occupied territory, and every single day we need to guard ourselves, guard our minds, guard our heart, and the best way to do that is reading God's word.
Wait, what do you mean? We're living in enemy-occupied territory. Hold on now. What does she mean by this? Also, she got a booger. God damn, this is so devastating.
And you cannot separate the Old Testament from the New Testament. You cannot. You cannot.
Bob, do you want to ask a follow-up?
Is there anything specific that Turning Point can do to combat anti-Semitism?
Yeah, so we're all of
Okay.
our college campus and high school campuses, we have these conversations. And our students understand exactly my heart and Charlie's heart and the sentiment of everything I just said. We have Shabbat dinner happening at AmFest. We have individuals in our chapters who are Jewish. We have people that are going to be having booths. We have an exhibit hall at AmFest that are Jewish, that have Jewish organizations. The only way to combat evil, just like Charlie did, is with dialogue and not being afraid to do it. If you have these things that are being said, you need to counter it with the truth. And if you don't, there's a void and a vacuum. And so even though they're a small number, they get louder and louder. So we need to do our best, which we're doing our part. We're going to continue to do our part to make sure that the truth is always heard. We'll amplify it even more. And we're going to do the best we can, but we need the whole community. We need everyone in on that.
Bob, thank you so much. I want to talk about discernment.
Yes.
Okay, being able to separate truth from lies, reality from unreality. A 22-year-old man named Tyler Robinson has been arrested and charged with the murder of your husband. And yet there are a huge number of conspiracy theories, you might call them brain rot, that are spreading right now online about the actual story behind the reality. One, people say that Tyler Robinson was actually a MAGA Republican. Or two, some people say you were actually a Mossad agent sitting in front of me, and you were Charlie's handler, and Israel killed Charlie.
Right.
Other people say that a number of men in the crowd were wearing maroon T-shirts, and this signifies that his killing was an elite airborne operation, whatever that means. They say that the rings on your fingers, which are
my kids'
initials,
my wedding band, the Medal of Freedom, my engagement ring.
But apparently they symbolize some kind of secret plot. There's also a new theory that Egyptian...
Damn, bro. I mean, you guys know I like wearing rings, but that's too many rings, girl. That's too many goddamn rings. I've never bought the Erika Mossad arguments, but having a likely Mossad asset like Barry ask you this question makes me wonder. Also, this entire interview is a disaster, so scripted and fake. TPUSA is in trouble. Just the truth. I mean, I'm sorry, but it's true. Having Barry Weiss be the person to ask these questions when, like, her news outlet is entirely dedicated to Hasbara, the Free Press. So much so that they're like, their important work in denying the famine that was taking place in Gaza was highlighted by fucking Benjamin Netanyahu. When she's like, oh, you know, the people are saying you're Mossad operative. What do you say to that? Well, okay. Good luck getting that message across to regular ass people when you're the one saying that shit.
Aircraft have been tracking you. What is going on? Why are there so many conspiracies spreading about what seems to be a pretty open and shut case?
This is the first time that we have seen evil on display where we have social media at our fingertips. Something so evil that happened, people are wanting answers immediately. They are wanting to figure out how to wrap their mind around this. Egyptian planes.
Egyptian
planes.
Do you believe that Tyler Robinson murdered your husband?
Yes, I do.
Why do you think it is?
Dude, why does she look like that, bro? I don't know. Am I being hateful because she's like blue-eyed or something? Is that like a real thing? Like she's just got negative aura. Objectively evil aura. You're taking the bait from Barry Weiss. Is anyone else thinking that she's killing it? No, she's destroying, dude. Yeah, destroying something. Hey guys, I can't be alone in this, but I do feel like Erika Kirk really won me over in this.
Why do you think it is so hard for so many people to believe that reality?
Because it's too simple. Again, everyone always has to think there's more to the story. Well, sometimes there's not. I've seen the autopsy report. I've seen our case pulled together. I've been in constant contact with our lawyers, the prosecuting team. I've seen it all. And let me tell you this. Why in the world, why should we, prior to the trial, lay all of our hands and cards on the table for the defense team to see, to somehow then, I don't even know what they would do with it. But what I will say, and I want to get on the...
Here's the problem, okay? A lot of people think the government had a hand in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, whether it be Israel or even the American government somehow. And when she takes a stance that is like in line with the prosecutorial team, I kind of understand why she would do that, because she wants, like, if she believes Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, then she wants Tyler Robinson to go to jail. She wants justice to be served. But for the average person, it kind of feels like she's not siding with her husband. Okay? It feels like she's not siding with her slain husband and instead taking on the official government narrative. And I think that's part of the reason why a lot of people think like she doesn't give a shit about Charlie Kirk. The average person, yeah, I think a lot of normies, I think a lot more normies than you would suspect, legitimately think that there was something confusing about this assassination. Like, I think I'm alone and in the minority with my assessment, which is I don't think Israel did this. And that is to say, do I believe that Israel is incapable of doing such a thing? Of course not. That's not even what I'm saying. I just haven't seen enough evidence that Israel certainly did this, right? Like, I haven't seen enough evidence at all. And I feel like I'm in the fucking minority with that position. I'll have to ask around, but I think you might be in too deep. I mean, go read the profile I did for Variety. Someone learned that lesson the wrong way. Tomorrow, you're going to come back into this chat. I'm calling you right now and be like, holy shit. I asked 12 of my friends and 11 of them think Charlie Kirk was killed by Israel. I was so wrong. I had no fucking clue. Because it's not like liberals already are automatically going to be against whatever the government is saying and doing. because it's the Trump administration and they invite a lot of scrutiny and skepticism, right? Because it's fucking Kash Patel that's like delivering the outcomes of this investigation. And he is a deeply untrustworthy person who looks ridiculous. But then also on top of that, like anytime this administration comes out, they are basically signaling that they're incompetent, right? So there's a lot of people who already don't trust the government for that reason. But now something unique is taking place. And that is that right-wingers also are no longer trusting the government. Right-wingers are supposed to trust Kash Patel. The reason why Kash Patel is in that place in charge of the FBI is so that the right-wingers eat up whatever the fuck he says, because he's supposed to be like a trustworthy conspiratorial figure. That's the reason why he was hired as the FBI director. And nobody trusts him. The conspiratorial right do not trust him at all now. He is so not trustworthy that they trust Trump less as a consequence.
Egyptian plane thing. We'll take a flight on that for a second. What I will say is what I'm worried about, and I'm fascinated, just from a legal standpoint, to see how the United Healthcare trial pans out. And I say that because this is the first time where we are seeing the implications.
You're talking about Luigi Mangione.
Correct. I'd prefer never to say any of their names. They do not even deserve the ounce of oxygen and breath out of my body. But what I mean is it's fascinating to see how social media will impact that court case, just how it might impact mine.
Are you nervous he's not going to get a fair trial?
I'm confused. Are you saying you do think it was Tyler Robinson who killed him? I mean, allegedly. I don't know. No one killed him. Yeah. I believe that just kind of happened on its own. That's what I believe. I do think it's strange that we haven't heard enough of the alleged shooter's profile and his background. I find that strange. I'll tell you that much. I find that very strange. Because like if the goal here was to justify a tremendous amount of repression in the hands of the state against political enemies of the state, political dissidents and stuff, then I suspect a competent administration would spend a good deal of time trying to highlight this person's radical leftist background, transgender ideology and the like. And yet for some reason, that's not really happening. It does call into question, like, why they went with that narrative early on and they just kind of dropped it.
I'm nervous that there could be, they'll say we can't find a fair jury. Like they're going to taint the jury pool. And in that case.
That's how widespread you think these conspiracies have gone.
Yes.
Oh my God. It's just like with Tyler Robinson, it's the opposite. It's the administration that's like actively tainting the jury pool and saying that he's guilty without his day in court. I feel like there's not really a comparison here between the Tyler Robinson case and the Luigi Mangione case. The Tyler Robinson case is like Candace Owens talking about it. Yeah, it is pretty wild that her admission basically is we can't find 12 people in the state of Utah who don't think Israel did it. That's wild. Like, not even like that. I mean, that's not just Candace Owens. That's, you know, shouts out to Israel, I guess. They did that. Good job.
That's how mainstream they become. Okay.
Egyptian planes.
You want to talk about Egyptian planes?
Okay. I was pregnant for 90% of those trips. Mind you, I've never, all those places they said I've traveled, I've never been. I mean, I've been, but I'm not within those dates that they've.
But you even said you need to address.
No, but this is, yeah, but I do on that one, only because, from a humor standpoint, I intentionally, when I was pregnant, hid. Not because I was embarrassed, not because I didn't want anyone. Yes, we did keep it very private, but it's because it was a moment very sacred. I was growing a human inside of me, my baby. The world that Charlie and I live in is very toxic at times.
Yeah.
And when you are growing a beautiful child in you, I don't want to be around it. I want to enjoy eating my In-N-Out burger and my hot fudge sundae. That's what I want to do. I'm pregnant, and I have 9 months to own it. You really think I'm going to be on an Egyptian plane while I am wanting to be with my In-N-Out burger and my chocolate milkshake? No, I'm not. So if you want to go through my flight log, go right ahead. It's very boring. You say I was here on this date. I have a photo in my phone to prove that I actually was in the hospital because I was having contractions. So game on.
Okay, I can't believe I'm defending Candace Owens here, except, as you guys know, I am a clandestine operator as well, myself. So I guess you can believe it. But she didn't say that Erika Kirk was on the Egyptian planes. She said that it was suspicious that the Egyptian planes, flight logs show that there were Egyptian planes that were following Charlie Kirk's plane. She didn't even say that the Egyptian planes were following Erika Kirk. She was saying that there were planes that were Egyptian that were following Charlie Kirk around. I believe women. I don't know what to do here. I agree. It's tough. You really think I'm going to be on an Egyptian plane when I'm wanting to be with my In-N-Out burger and chocolate milkshake? Erika Kirk completely dodging the question by confronting a claim we never made. Literally, no one accused Erika or Charlie of flying on Egyptian planes. And no, you were not pregnant for the last 4 years. Oh my God. What is this? Economic Times? Candace Owens never said Erika Kirk was on the Egyptian planes. That's false. The planes traveled to the same location as Erika. Not that Erika was on them. Nothing has been debunked from the statement on shows. Strawman argument. The correct statement I was looking for, I actually had no idea there were Egyptian planes that were there that day, and I had no idea why they seemed to have crossed into so many cities that Charlie or myself. Why don't you follow Candace? She blocked me. See? Although I'm a clandestine operator, Candace Owens blocked me many, many years ago. Like many, many years ago. Unfortunately, I'm not able to follow her. She has to hide the obvious connection between you two? Yeah. Good cover? Yeah. Would you follow her if you could? Yes. Where was I? I'm a clandestine operator. Anyway, in so many cities that Charlie or myself or other TPUSA faith people were speaking in, it could very well be just a coincidence, but I obviously sent that right over to the FBI just in case it's not. We're leaving no stone unturned. Have her on fear end? Okay, dude. Wow, this is quite unexpected. Erika Kirk says she and Candace Owens are meeting. Turning Point USA was set to host a stream tomorrow to address Candace's various allegations and conspiracy theories. Candace Owens and I are meeting for, oh my God, they're going to kill Candace Owens. Oh my God. Oh my God. The girlies are fighting. No cameras? That's crazy. Wait, why did she block you? Brother, I don't think you guys understand. Until this last, like, Candace Owens is a pop culture analyst ass bullshit that she was doing that made her explode in popularity, even amongst like wine moms and shit. Candace Owens was, and still is, one of the most aggressive white supremacist voices in American political discourse. Okay? And I stand by that statement. And will continue to do so till the day I die, unless she genuinely changes her ideology. Okay? There's a reason why we jokingly call her Candace Owens. She believes basically the opposite of everything that I believe. You know, except for some things. But even then, I think her opinion on Israel. But like, did you say something about her? I've said a million things about her. Yes, I've shit on Candace Owens for years. Probably the most around like the George Floyd commentary, where she was one of the. I have always maintained the position that she, like the role that she served was for white supremacists to feel more comfortable with their racist ass attitudes because she's a black woman saying the exact same things that they say. Okay? They're trying to bait you, just move on. I don't think this person is trying to bait me. I mean, so do a lot of people. So does she just block every person calling her out? I don't know. But I've been blocked for a long time, so I don't know. Yeah. Her role. I mean, yeah, I've said stuff.
Nationalism is not a problem that is harming Black America. That it is quite ironic that I'm the only Black American that's sitting here, and yet the people that called this hearing haven't asked me a single question about my experience. I think that probably points to what I say the larger issue is that Democrats come up with the problems, they come up with the solutions, and Black Americans are basically used as props for them to get out their narrative and to ultimately control our vote using fear tactics. I also found it quite hilarious that when asked for actual numbers, nobody here could actually provide them because it's not actually a problem in America or a major problem or threat that's facing Black America.
She's right. White supremacy is not a problem that's a major problem facing Black Americans. I know a chatter said that because that's far too funny for you. No, I used to make jokes like that all the time. I don't anymore because everybody says I'm fucking racist whenever I make a joke about even the most like white supremacists, even if it's about like Candace Owens, people will literally be like, you're fucking racist. There are a lot of people in the content sphere who get so mad and say I'm actually insanely racist for what I've said about Nicki Minaj and what I've said about Candace Owens. To be fair, there are ways in which you can actually say something about like a Black conservative person that could be racist, right? Like, so there's not, I'm not discounting that at all. They're calling the HasanAbi of the NFL. Ain't no way. Okay, chill. People still get mad when you call her KKK clandis. Yeah, people get mad at that. People still get mad at me for saying her name is Clandis Owens.
This is, again, just election rhetoric. This is, again, just an attempt to assault an administration that is doing all that they can to help.
You hyperfixate on black people and it gets weird at times. You are more generous with white men who inspire the role Candace plays. No, as a matter of fact, I do the exact opposite of that. I routinely shit on liberals who do that, like the black community has a homophobia problem or shit like that. I regularly rail against that kind of commentary. But it doesn't matter. Even though I do the exact opposite, thing that you're saying that I do, like I said, this is the reason why I don't, make any jokes of any sort about Clandis Owens beyond saying that she's Clandis Owens any longer.
Black America in every single regard, whether it's criminal justice reform, whether it's talking about real issues like school choice, which should be implemented to conquer some of these illiteracy rates that is actually harming the black community. And I think it's unfortunate that we have this many hearings on something that is so small in America.
That's completely wrong. People just hyper focus on that shit and engage a specific audience of harm. Yeah. Yeah, no. Like, I assume there's like probably a liberal contingency that's mad at me for calling into question Jasmine Crockett and saying that her takes on Israel are really bad, stuff like that. And that's like instantly, it's misogynoir allegations and the notion that like I'm hyperfixating on black people doing the same thing that like white supremacists do. I put you on a low priority list of anti-black racists, but I believe we're all indoctrinated to disproportionately surveil black bodies in general. Okay. Thank you for putting me on a low priority of anti-black racism. Guys, calm down, okay? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Please stop. At least this person is not saying they're warning others about my anti-black racism, like that one chatter was. Okay?
And we aren't having real hearings. I actually don't think the Democrats have completed a single day of real work since Donald J. Trump went into office. This has just been about attacking his administration day in and day out with things that do not matter. White supremacy and white nationalism is not a problem that is harming black America. Let's start talking about putting fathers back in the home. Let's start talking about God and
Thomas Sowell is obviously like the number one purveyor of this kind of sentiment. Like he is perhaps the most like responsible figure for modern white supremacist black conservative commentary. And she's just carrying on that torch and did so for many, many years. And there is definitely a market for this kind of thing. There is definitely a market for this kind of thing because racist people love having a token. Racist people, white supremacist people love hearing white supremacist commentary coming from a black voice. They love it. They're like, oh, yeah, see? Well, Candace is saying it too. You can't call me racist. You know? Clarence Thomas is actually someone who was one-shotted by Thomas Sowell, which is so embarrassing. But yeah.
Religion and shrinking government because government has destroyed black American homes and every single one of you know that. And I think many people should feel ashamed for what we have done and what Congress has turned into. It's days of our lives in here and it's embarrassing.
Yeah. The Price of Self-Respect by Pillboy is an...
How could you possibly...
The Art of Bootlicking, Claws, The Jester in the Night, The Infinite Black Money Glitch, Tokens Get Spent. Is it really true, though? I feel like it makes sense, but I see libs saying that I have a black friend thing more than conservatives saying Candace excuses my racism. No, they adopt the same liberal framework of like they adopt standpoint theory where they're like, oh, this black person is saying the things that I always suspected about black people, and she's a black woman, so of course she knows from her own personal experience. That's very powerful, comforting. That's a very powerful tool for comforting races. Okay? That's what it is. Like, doesn't it confuse you at all that there is not a single black Republican that is from a district that has a higher proportion of black people than the average? It's white people that vote for black Republicans. And that's precisely the reason why black Republicans don't actually advance any sort of black cause at all. They come from white districts. They advance white causes. They advance white supremacist attitudes. There's also a reason why when black Republicans they go up and talk at CPAC and on numerous other conservative conferences, the overwhelming majority of their commentary revolves around how, because they're black, they understand racism, and Donald Trump certainly ain't it. That's what they say over and over again. They rarely ever talk about other shit, because that's ultimately the goal. That's what they want. That's what the Republicans and the conservative movement, that's what white supremacists want out of black people. Okay? Like, for all conversations around liberals using and abusing the black vote, at least it's still black people voting for black liberal politicians. And many of which still do care about black issues. They care about their black constituents, as opposed to Republicans who very clearly do not. Anyway. We took a brief sidestep here about Candace Owens and her background and why I criticize her, but...
The podcaster Candace Owens, okay? At one time, a friend of Charlie's, at one time, an employee of Turning Point. She has been one of the main peddlers of these conspiracies, and she is making a huge amount of money on it. She is building her business off of these lies. What do you want to say to her and the other people that are putting these lies out into the world right now?
Stop. That's it. That's all I have to say. Stop.
Okay. The next question comes from a person who may be familiar to you, Erika, because Charlie interviewed him for his show last August. Rob Henderson, to you.
Thank you, Barry, and thank you, Erika. During that discussion with Charlie, neither of us knew that was going to be the last long-form interview he would ever conduct, because his life was cut short by the actions of a very disturbed young man. As someone who admired Charlie's ability to offer young people a productive and optimistic path, I wanted to ask, how should the conservative movement think about cultivating leaders and role models for young men? And how can it continue offering them?
Ooh, she reached a certain level of prominence. Now they're calling into question her drip. Wealthy people think the rest of us are stupid. Ooh. Wealthy people hold such little respect for the public. They believe they can outright purchase common sense via influence campaigns. We don't believe Tyler Robinson acted alone and killed Charlie Kirk. Can you respectfully shut up and accept that you can't afford to change that? Of course, this is a Daily Wire fan, Britta, no soup for Knowles. I mean, her username is literally dedicated to Michael Knowles. Wealthy people think the rest of us are stupid. She's getting the HasanAbi. She's getting the HasanAbi pocket watch. Oh shit. Oh shit. Isn't the hat you're wearing $20,000? Yeah, it's $1 million. It's free, brother. I got it on stream. A chatter gave it to me when they stream sniped me. But yeah, I do appreciate the hello. I do appreciate the HasanAbi treatment that when other people get it. She's not a socialist or a communist, though. It don't matter. She dared criticize the wealthy in any way, shape, or form. That's it. There is something in the mind of the average American that I like to call peasant brain. Okay? Serf mindset, peasant mindset. Even if you're doing it cynically, even if you're talking about like the wealthy in a cynical way, as like in a grifter kind of way, you're so conceited. Yeah. Thank you. I agree. But even if you say like, oh, the wealthy are fucking you over, people will immediately start pocket watching you. It's just like crabs in a bucket. It's just crabs in a bucket. They go, wait, hold on. What do you mean? What do you mean the wealthy are stealing from me? Well, fucking you're wealthy. How about that? Yeah, the Eilish effect. The Billie Eilish effect.
Them a constructive alternative to the toxic currents Charlie so astutely criticized?
It's a great question. First of all, your interview was amazing. It's one of my favorite ones to look back on. Charlie connected with you very well. And I can always tell when he does on his show. I've always watched his show. And I could always tell.
Hasan stealing my free Prime subs? Exactly. I'm stealing it from that chatter. I'm stealing it from all of you. Give me your free Primes, your Twitch Primes. Give it to me. Yum. I demand it. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Your subscriptions are the only way that you can support the show, and it helps you maintain my editorial independence. PBS is for you, by you.
Because his question.
Stop Kyson adding. That's crazy. I think I do a call to action after someone primes me up in the chat, like what, twice or three times max a stream. I don't run any ads whatsoever. And I always tell you, you get emotes and stuff and the opportunity to rewind if you subscribe, but there's no like paywalls or anything like that. I'm pretty open about this stuff. If you want to support, you can. If you want to support, you can subscribe. But if you don't, then that's also fine. Everything is free. And there's not even ad breaks anymore. What is this? You stop streaming if people don't? Yeah. If people don't subscribe, I'll stop streaming. No. Why was that tier 2 27-month subscriber you argued with yesterday perma-banned while you were offline? No wonder your sub count on Twitch is lower when a lot of people banned in your chat were subscribers. I watch other streamers too, and they almost never perma-ban their subs, especially not long-term subscribers. No hate, just asking. I don't know why the mod team made that decision, if they actually made that decision at all. But what I can tell you is this. I will ban you, even if you're a long-term community subscriber, if you say some fuck shit, if you're being heinous in your commentary, if you're being hateful. Okay? Also, the very fact that you, quote unquote, know that this person was banned implies that it's probably you. All right? Like, how else could you have come to this conclusion? Awfully suspicious. I didn't even know that that person was banned. What's their username? I forgot. But yes, while other streamers might not do that, I treat you like a human being. And I treat this like a community. And if there are long-term members in this, I checked his logs after you ended your stream and noticed. Wait, what? How can you notice that off their logs? What was the name of the 27-month subscriber? Subscriptions are completely optional. I do appreciate it when you do subscribe. Huge IQ, small PP. Let's see who banned them. Lake McGroove. Lake McGroove with the post-stream ban. Clapped his ass. I wonder why he did that. Lake, why did you ban him? For being a Bardella supporter? Do your mods ban people when offline often? I don't know. The 95% comment, what was it? 95% of black slaves were sold by black Africans. Okay, but you know, I understand that. But you know, if I had a conversation with him and I didn't ban him, you shouldn't ban him either. Your mods ban your subs and you unban the racist shitheads in the chat. It's pretty insane, to be honest. No, we end up banning them after the fact. Listen, guys. Listen. We don't, I mean, clearly the reason why Lake banned this person is because he says some racist shit. Okay? This was racist. Every ring you have is a banned sub. You know what? I'll do a ban appeal soon. How about that?
And his engagement would shift. And he always loved that conversation with you. As the CEO of Turning Point USA, it is my responsibility to make sure that our youth is in good hands. Our chapter leaders are amazing. And there's some leaders within those groups you guys have not even seen or heard about yet, but you will one day, and you'll be blown away because they are amazing kids. We had 2 of them at our gala event this weekend, and they spoke in front of our donors. It was the first time I ever met them. Phenomenal kids. Not only are they smart, they have a heart. Not only do they have a heart, they can understand and see the Gen Z landscape in a way that we can't. And from a peer-to-peer communication level, they're phenomenal. So I personally, having a front row seat to the rising generation, the courageous generation, they're amazing. Yes, there are bad apples. Millennials, we got them too. So do the baby boomers. So does Gen X.
Bro, she is so Homelander coded. She has such a unmistakable negative riz, negative aura around her. It's just odd when she's whenever she's just like trying to talk about some shit. I feel like she just dances around the issue and the vibes are so fucked, so it's not even helping her. Like, even this is supposed to be a positive interaction, and even then it's like kind of odd. The negative interactions are even worse. Lady, you are laying right behind me. I'm gonna accidentally step on you. Get out of there. No. Oh, God, you're so fucking cute. I can't even do nothing. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, I just can't move.
No one's escaping the bad apples. It's just the batch. But it is our responsibility, my responsibility, our team's responsibility to make sure that our chapters are cultivating those leaders. So when they leave high school and they decide not to go to college, they're in the workforce being incredible people and incredible leaders. They might not be influencers. Not everyone's meant to. Everyone plays a very specific role. But they'll be someone in something very important, and they'll plant seeds. And that's all you have to do, is plant the seed. And then let truth grow from there. But thank you again for the time that you spent with my husband on that final conversation. It meant a lot to him. It means a lot to me to be able to have that to show my babies one day.
Thanks, Rob. Coming up, should women focus on their careers or building their families? We'll ask Erika Kirk what she believes as a mom and now as a CEO. Welcome back. Erika, Charlie's last book, it wasn't about politics. It wasn't about policy. It was
here we go.
About the Jewish Sabbath, which...
That's crazy. I can't be alone in thinking that's crazy. Are they trying to make people go insane? The very fact that she's running around being like, buy the book is weird enough as it is, even if the book wasn't about the Jewish Sabbath and how much Charlie Kirk actually loved practicing Judaism as a person who tailored his entire career around being a Christian guy. Okay? It's fucking nuts. Also, what book did Charlie Kirk actually write? Let's be real. Come on. The motherfucker actually didn't go to college, okay? Not to say that you can't write a book if you didn't go to college, but I feel like if you're too busy running around the entire country, you're probably not going to have a lot of time. You probably have some ghostwriters for all of the books that you may or may not have written. But like, you have a problem with tradition? I feel like it's going to brick people. AutoPen finished it. I mean, I guess he did actually do the Shabbat Shalom stuff. So I guess like that's not even a lie. If anything, I feel like this is going to make people hate Charlie Kirk even.
Have a wonderful weekend, everybody. Shabbat Shalom. Good Shabbos. Turn off your phone. Enjoy your family. God bless America. See you guys Sunday night in Albuquerque.
Wait, what is this? In Judaism, keeping the Sabbath as a gentile is a capital crime. Real rabbit hole this opens up, Lamau. No. Wait, really? Charlie Kirk on observing the Sabbath. Well, here is Max Nordau, who isn't even Jewish, by the way. Isn't that a doozy? A major ultra Zionist on the timeline who says he's Jewish, but he actually isn't. He's like a fucking, I think he's like a British wasp LARPing as though he's Jewish. Wait, Yehuda, is that why Israel killed Charlie Kirk? Because he did a capital crime. I'm sorry. I don't believe that there is enough evidence that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, okay? I need to be sincere. That's what my 12-year-old brother said. Your 12-year-old brother is connecting the dots. Yes, he says in his Twitter bio that he's Jewish, but he's not.
My next book on the Sabbath, it's called Stop in the Name of God, because Shabbat means stop or ceasing. So I'm not here to sell you a book. It's not even for sale yet. It's just something to think about. And it's honestly how the Sabbath saved my life and helped preserve my family and helped preserve my career. I grew up in a church environment that at the very best would de-emphasize the Shabbat. At the very worst, say that the Sabbath doesn't really matter. The Sabbath is in your heart. You don't need to observe it.
Yeah.
If you believe God is in charge, and if you believe Genesis...
Isn't Sabbath just Sunday? For Christians, it is. It's supposed to be like the day for church, the day of rest. For Jews, it's different. It's Saturday, and it's actually from sundown on Friday night until sundown on Saturday night. And for not even like secular Jews don't even follow this practice for the most part, but like more conservative, like more fundamentalist or like Orthodox Jews and whatnot will actually follow Shabbat, or will have a dinner on Friday night. But then for that entire time frame, they won't use any tools, like they won't use any electricity, they won't use any equipment. That's the reason why if you go to like Cedar Sinai, if you go to Cedar Sinai, I think is one of the hospitals. Like if you go to a hospital like that on Saturday, there's a Sabbath elevator. You can't press any buttons, so the elevator will literally stop at every floor in order to make it easier for Jews to, for not Jews but like Orthodox Jews to not have to press any buttons or anything like that. But then also on top of that, this is one of my favorite aspects of Judaism in general. And Felix Biederman likes to say it's very similar. Mormonism is very similar to Judaism for this reason as well. There are so many like interesting ways to break the rules. So one of my favorite aspects is that Orthodox Jews can hire a Shabbos goy, okay? Which is, and some people in this community have probably done this because it's like the easiest way to make a buck where you don't really do anything. But on Saturdays, you can literally press buttons for your Orthodox Jewish clients in their stead. So this is like a funny loophole that exists where you go and you help around the house. And of course, then, the thin Jew line. Okay, well, I know that too. Come on. Yes, there is a thin line that actually encompasses the entirety of Manhattan and even Brooklyn as well. That is also supposed to, what is it again? I forget the thin. Well, the thin Jew line is the meme, but there is a thin piece of string that is connected. A fishing line encircles Manhattan, protecting the sanctity of Sabbath. Yeah. It's just like a wire. A clear fishing line is tied around the island of Manhattan. It's attached to posts around the perimeter of the city from 1st Street to 126th. The string is part of an eruv, a Jewish symbolic enclosure. Most people walking on the streets of Manhattan do not notice it at all, but many observant Jews in Manhattan rely on the string to leave the house on the Sabbath. The concept of an eruv was first established almost 2,000 years ago to allow Jews to more realistically follow the laws of Sabbath rest. Particularly one, no carrying on the Sabbath. According to the laws of the Sabbath rest, nothing can be carried from the domestic zone into the public zone on Saturday. That means no carrying house keys or a wallet. It also means no pushing a baby stroller. For parents of young children, no carrying would mean not leaving the house on Saturday. The eruv symbolically extends the domestic zone into the public zone, permitting activities within it that would normally be forbidden to observant Jews in the Sabbath. Strict observant of Sabbath is not just an Orthodox thing. I know plenty of observant but not Orthodox Jews that have all sorts of strict restrictions with that. My college roommate loved to smoke weed but couldn't use a lighter on Friday night, so he would light a candle before the sun set. So God is just like, that's all right. I mean, that's the whole point about being an observant person of any religion. Don't you think? You're consistently trying to big brain this omnipotent, omnipresent being. It's kind of ridiculous when you think about it, but many religions do this. I like it. I think it's cool. I think it's funny. Anyway, here's another loophole that's insane. I knew my decade plus of Talmudic study would come in hand. Lemefeal. What's the other loophole? What is this? Sell your chametz for Passover? What does that mean? Since it's prohibited to possess chametz on Passover, any chametz left undisputed must be sold to a non-Jew. All such chametz, as well as all chametz utensils, were not thoroughly clean, should be stored away. The storage area should be locked or taped shut for the duration of the holiday. Oh, it's the bread. Also, yeah, I mean, y'all don't even know about kosherizing a kitchen with flamethrowers. Yeah, did you know that? This, I feel like, is an Orthodox tradition, no? Because I've only seen Orthodox Jews do this. I've never seen, like, observant Jews that are not Orthodox do this, but yeah. Please tell me about the flamethrowers. So, you're supposed to kosherize the entire kitchen. I think after, is it after? I don't know. I forget what it is, but it's like, that's high MMR Judaism? Yes. Yes.
We're very strict, so we begin by koshering the floor.
Yep.
That was just a joke. But why are we running a flame throughout a kitchen that is already kosher? Because for the holiday of Passover, Pesach, we refrain from eating chametz, any food that is leavened. And for that matter, any surfaces that came in contact with such foods must be koshered by flame, especially if it was hot foods that were there.
The thing gets hot very fast, so I stick my head out of the window every few minutes to cool off.
We're done, and we can now begin cooking for 500 people attending our different seders.
But we'd be happy to kosher your kitchen for you for a few rubles. We wish you happy Passover.
Yeah. Client of mine is an Orthodox rabbi. They would have me over for Shabbos. Occasionally, they would ask me to flip a switch in the fridge for the light or a bedroom light or whatever. Real ones know the rich folks just have two kitchens, one for meat and one for dairy. Yeah. I thought the reason for kosher, the one aspect of kosher that's like very different than halal is not cooking meat and dairy in the same kitchen, or not using meat and dairy. You can drink dairy if you want, you can use dairy products if you want, but you can't do it alongside one another. And it's because you're not supposed to drown the baby in the mother's milk or something. Isn't that what it is? I don't think there's like like a sanitary reason for it. Yes, the goyim to flip light switches and cut flowers and stuff is called a Shabbos goy. Yeah, Jewish loopholes for Sabbath are as Jewish as lying about going to church as Christian. Yep. Cook the baby, not drown it. Something like that, right? Isn't that what it is? That's right. But you can have chicken and eggs still. Lol, makes no sense. Yeah. That's also part of the reason why the IDF actually offered more severe punishments to a bunch of Jewish soldiers than they ever did for, you know, like murdering children or whatever, because they made hot dogs on Saturday and they served it to the rest of the military. And because it was Saturday, they were not supposed to be working. So it was non-kosher. Only non-Jews are supposed to be working on Saturdays and cooking. So they basically cooked the rest of the fucking brigade or whoever ate those hot dogs as well, right? Yeah, the forbidden glizzy. It's real. Look it up. I think it was like 3 or 4 IDF soldiers that were like severely punished. Yeah, IDF soldiers sentenced to 20 days in prison for making hot dogs on Shabbat. The pair were caught by a third soldier who entered the kitchen and saw them committing the act. 2 soldiers have been sentenced to 20 days in military prison after being caught warming up hot dogs in a military kitchen on Shabbat, according to Con 11 report on Friday. The pair were caught by a third soldier who entered the kitchen and saw them committing the act. They were summoned to trial, where they initially denied the charges but later confessed and were sentenced to 20 days in prison. One of the soldiers' fathers said that the punishment is disproportionate, illogical, and constitutes a complete lack of understanding of the disciplinary law. Their actions damage the kosher food of all the soldiers in the unit. The incident is contrary to the values of the IDF and what is expected of those who serve in it. Isn't that fucking crazy? Like, not the fact that they follow such strict religious protocol, but the fact that they got, like, the fact that these guys got worse punishments than, like, people who murder children or, like, rape Palestinian prisoners. Court martial for a ballpark dog. That's right, but you can have chicken and eggs. This one is maybe the most nuts. If I get deported back to Israel for revealing this stuff, I swear. The Kapparat ceremony? What the fuck is this? Since late Talmudic times, has been widespread Jewish custom to perform Kapparat in preparation for Yom Kippur. Kapparat literally means atonements. Kapparat consists of carefully, see instruction below, for passing a chicken over one's head. Oh, I think I've heard of this before. The chicken is then slaughtered in a humane fashion in accordance with the laws of kashrut. The chicken itself is discreetly donated to a charitable cause, such as yeshiva or orphanage, where it is eaten just as any other chicken. Alternatively, chicken is sold and its value donated. We ask of God that if we were destined to be the recipients of harsh degrees in the new year, may we be transferred to this chicken in the merits of this mitzvah of charity. If a chicken is unavailable, one may use any kosher fowl other than doves or pigeons, which were offered as sacrifices in the holy temple. Some use a live kosher fish. Others perform the entire rite with money and then give the money, at least the value of a chicken, to charity. Yeah, no, I know they swing the chicken over. that is objectively Catholic, which I guess came after. So technically they might have stolen that from the Jews. The more you know. We don't transfer our guilt. Catholics internalize and hold on to the guilt. Wait, I thought that Catholics also, I mean, they do confession. Isn't confession supposed to, you say, 10 Hail Marys and then you're forgiven or something? So what happens to the orphan that ends up eating the chicken? Does the guilt transfer to the orphan, the unsuspecting orphan? How does that work? Or is it just gone when the chicken is dead? No, because it was donated. Anyway, all right. What the fuck am I doing? We got into this rabbit hole because we were looking at Charlie Kirk. I was describing to you the non-Jewish Charlie Kirk following the Jewish practice of Shabbat, not in a Christian way, but in a Jewish way.
Genesis 1:1, because the Shabbat is a question of whether or not you believe Genesis 1:1. And if you believe Genesis 1:1, then you honor the Sabbath. If you have questions about Genesis 1:1, in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth.
Bro, this got to be philo-Semitism, right? Am I crazy? Can the Jewish HasanAbi heads correct me if I'm wrong on this? But like, this is like,
Earth, which is Bereshit, right, is the first truth claim of the scriptures. Then on the seventh day you rest.
He's also trying to like engage in some sort of like religious copium to try to tie it back to Christianity somehow. You know what I mean? He's like, no. It's actually the Christian way to do this thing that like many Jews don't even do. Like, that's crazy. Like, this would be very weird. If Charlie Kirk came out, okay, I'm Muslim. I'm not a very good Muslim. I'm not a practicing Muslim, right? But if Charlie Kirk came out and was like, well, the Bible also tells me to wash my body, my belly button, behind my ears 5 times a day, and then get a prayer mat out and present it in the direction of the Kaaba so I can pray. Or, as a Christian, I practice fasting during Ramadan from sun up to sundown. No drinking water, no eating food, no nothing. I'd be like, that's insane. That's wild. Okay? That's a wild thing that you're doing. Why are you doing that? I don't even do that. Well, I can't believe you're doing that without being Muslim. He's doing too much, is what I mean. It's called Messianic Judaism. Basically, it's an attempt to convert Jews to evangelical Christianity, is what Erika was doing to the dad in the CBS town hall.
Because God created the heavens and the earth. It is the longest standing.
Isn't that the opposite of Messianic Judaism? Trying to convert Jews into Christianity is the opposite of what he's doing. This is like him personally converting to Judaism.
Celebration of time of the creation of the heavens and the earth. And so that realization changed my life. I could talk about this from many different dimensions, what it's meant for me personally, what it means on the macro. I will challenge the Christian church because I believe this is the most ignored commandment of the Decalogue. to our own detriment. And I will go a step further, and then I'll stop talking because I know we have a whole program.
No, it's fine. Go
Which
ahead.
is that I believe that honoring the Sabbath is the commandment that allows you to honor the other 9 commandments, and that the enemy has gone after the honoring the Sabbath.
Bro, religion is so crazy, man. What are you talking about, dude? It's like it's just, I don't even, when these guys start talking about the Decalogue and shit, I'm just so checked out. Whereas like you couldn't find a different hobby. Like it literally, I don't understand what you're doing with these specific rules. Like get into Dungeons and Dragons, man. Yu-Gi-Oh is right there. Pokemon cards is right there. And you were like, nah, I'm going to do this. And then they sit around and they yap endlessly and be like, well, Deuteronomy 1748 actually, has a very different approach to this. I'm like, I don't care. What do you mean? The fuck? Like, why do I have to act like you're telling me something that, bro, this is on Islam as well? No, I agree. But if someone was trying to fucking tell me surahs, I'd be like, no. You know what I mean? Like, you can't get me to have a level of investment in this that you yourself have gotten, okay? Just because a lot of other people have a level of investment in this doesn't still change my perspective on this. To me, it reads as like, you're doing Elden Ring lore, except Elden Ring lore is actually cool and interesting. No, the claim is that Jesus fulfills Judaism, so Jews should go all the way and follow Jesus. So you're a Jew who believes in Jesus while honoring the Jewish traditions as well as Christian ones. You keep the Old and the New Testament laws and practices. Is not a hobby, it's a calculated indoctrination technique. Goal is to trick Jewish fans into thinking Christianity is more like Judaism by incorporating the parts that those hyper-religious Jews can't let go of. Yeah, I'm not even talking about this in particular. I'm also talking about like when he will make an argument and then source the Bible for his argument. And I'm like, that's not a thing that I'm going to agree with you on. Okay? You might as well be sourcing Warcraft lore to tell me why your position is correct and mine is incorrect. Like that's it. To me, that's crazy. It's the same for, even if you were to source the Torah or the Quran, I have the same exact attitude for the record. Like, unless we're directly talking about religious rules or something, it is not something that I care about,
Because then it is easier to weaken the other 9. And I'll prove it to you. If you're honoring the Sabbath, it's definitionally easier to honor your mother and father because you're not working that day and you're with family. If you're honoring the Sabbath, it's easier not to covet your neighbor's wife because you're not around your neighbor's wife, you're with your family. And you're filled with gratitude that day. When you're honoring the Sabbath, it's easier to have no other gods before God because that day is built in time as a temple, as a sanctuary, to put God first, to not have idols, to not take the Lord's name in vain. The other 9 commandments are made easier, are made more accessible for our broken, fleshly, depraved nature if we prioritize the Shabbat.
Powerful, isn't it? This isn't about legalism, it's about accepting a gift from God, a gift of rest and relationship. Don't just take His word for it. I challenge you, open your Bible, read the 4th commandment, and then set aside a Saturday. See for yourself if you experience what Charlie did.
Isn't it easier to cheat on your wife if the other woman isn't working? Yeah, if you're not at home, I guess. I don't know. We're fucked, he challenged us. Yeah, dude. Except low-key, because of all the restrictions, it's literally a challenge. It's not like he's saying, oh yeah, just take some time out on Saturday and don't work. It literally does turn into work in and of itself because you can't even flip a button. That's, that's the reason why there's so many rules around it. You can't leave your house unless there is a string. If you're going to carry shit, I don't know. I'm telling you, he got too deep into the lore and accidentally converted himself into Judaism. The Hadith book says the Messenger Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him, said, a strong believer is better and more beloved to Allah than a weak believer. Although every individual possesses some sort of virtue, endeavor to participate or facilitate activities which will be of benefit to you. So technically, gaming is recommended as it's good for this community, Hasan. That's an insane way to wrap up this part of the broadcast. Okay, let's finish the fucking Erika Kirk Townhall, please.
He kept for 25 hours, starting sundown on Friday night through sundown on Saturday night. What made Charlie so passionate about this subject?
He was on the verge of burnout, and he thought to himself, what can I be doing? And he always loved the 10 Commandments. And then he saw it, honoring the Sabbath. And he realized that if you don't, this one commandment, if you don't honor it, you're the one who misses out on the gift, not God.
Are you keeping it?
I'm trying my best.
Is it
that's
helping?
a no.
It is. I feel close to him. I break it apart, though. So instead of a full 24 straight, I'll break it apart only because my mom's sick and I need to be available.
Okay, well, yeah, okay. Well, that doesn't work that way, huh? Christians love lying. No, she basically said, nah, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Yeah, skill issue. Me, I'll fucking stay in bed all Saturday if I wanted to. It's just like, this is literally on Sunday. No, they filmed it beforehand, but it was released on Saturday night. Yeah, I do fasting for Ramadan, just in pieces. So you ain't pressing no buttons on Saturday. If I catch your ass tweeting on Saturday, I'm calling it out. The hell do you mean?
Because I'm her medical power of attorney, so I need to be available if something happens. And so I make it what works for me. But that's what was so beautiful about that. Charlie wasn't legalistic about it. He's like, make it your own.
Erika, you have made a lot of comments that a lot of people have noticed about women, suggesting, you know this, right? Suggesting that women should get married young, that they should have children young, that they should prioritize family over their careers. And at the same time, you are now doing both. You now have 2 young children, I think both under the age of 3. And you're the CEO and chairwoman of Turning Point. Square that for us. Some people look at you and say, you know, she's trying to make it a binary choice. You can be the trad wife or the girl boss, but look at her. She's having both. What do you say to them?
Right. Well, I didn't ask for this. Obviously it's a blessing that I view it as a blessing. It's a duty to my husband. But I was very happy being a stay-at-home mom. There's nothing wrong with being a mother. There's actually more beautiful and emotional and powerful job title, if you will, being a mother. And for me, I experienced what it was like living in New York, living that boss babe culture. But when I met Charlie and we had our babies, I was in it. That was all hands on deck.
I would take that world in a heartbeat. Always. But you know what? There was never any daylight between Charlie and I, and his mission was my mission. So stepping into this role is not so much a job title. This is not a 9-to-5 for me. This is something that I'm very passionate about because it's still a remaining breathing version of my husband, this Turning Point USA. So this organization is not just a company to me. And the staff and employees are not staff and employees, they're family. And so for me, it's a lot different and a lot deeper than a career. This is very personal. But yes, it is hard. But at the same day, it takes a village, and I have one heck of a village.
We have a woman here that has a question perfectly calibrated to this part of our conversation. I want to hand it over to Isabella Regi.
Thank you. And Erika, you and your family are in my prayers.
Thank you.
I'm a 26-year-old Christian woman living in New York City. I would like to stay
The most victimized minority in America. I hope you're safe, Isabella. It is definitely the constantly under attack. I can't think of a more under attack group of people than conservative Christian women in New York City. The den of sin. Living under the caliphate of Zohran Mamdani.
here long term, but I wonder whether it's sustainable. Do you believe there's a place for women like myself in modern cities who care about having a career, but also marrying a like-minded Christian conservative man?
Well, yeah, so it just depends on where you're looking. You know, if you're on the
I
app.
thought you were talking about marketing professionals. That too. That only plays into it because you're doubly fucked. Marketing professionals are under attack, but you're also extra under attack if you're a marketing professional who happens to be a Christian woman living in New York City, conservative Christian woman living in New York City, looking for a Christian husband.
Apps. I don't know if you're on the apps. I don't know if I'm not going to ask you your personal journey, but what I will say is when I lived out here, I was here for 5 years. I never dated here because I saw vicariously through my roommate how terrible it was. Somehow getting drinks was the replacement of having coffee and
Fly out on a trip to Israel and you can maybe meet whoever the Charlie Kirk equivalent is on the same trip to Israel. That's a real story, by the way. No, I'm not on some like conspiracy shit. That part is real. Charlie Kirk and Erika Kirk met on a trip when they were both flying to Israel. And she was like, they were in line to get on the plane. And then I think what happened is she also she like tried to get a job at Turning Point USA, and I think they like met for the job interview, and then at the end of the job interview, Charlie Kirk said, "I can't give you a job because I want to take you on a date." I know so much lore, man. You're in too deep. I'm sorry. I know all of this stuff.
breakfast. I personally would rather have coffee or brunch with someone than go. I don't drink. I find it unproductive, not because I'm holier than whatever. I just don't operate that way. But I always thought it was very strange how she would go to drinks with one guy and then go to dinner with another. So it goes twofold here. So if you're expecting to marry someone that I was blessed with, like a Charlie, you have to be the type of woman that will attract a Charlie. Are you going to church? Are you going to Bible study? Did you tell your pastor that you are ready for the Lord to bring into your life the man that you've been praying for? You yourself need to be prepared for that man, and only you will know how to do that. Does that mean staying out and going out with the girls? I'm not saying you sit on your couch and all of a sudden he's going to knock on your door and be like, honey, let's rendezvous. Like, that's not how it happens. It's not. Granted, my situation was a little different. I wouldn't do it.
You went to a job interview.
Literally. So this is how good the Lord is. He knew that because I was not dating in New York City, he knew that in order for me to know that that was my man, he had to blanket Charlie as a job interview. Because if that went in, no joke, if he came to me and said, hey, let's go on a date to Bill's Burgers, I'd be like, I am so sorry. thank you, but no, we're not doing this. That was my mindset. I'm not.
They did first meet on a plane trip to like on the line to get on a plane to fly out to Israel.
I was not in that headspace. I just wasn't. But God will
Christian birthright.
Work in incredible ways when you surrender the pen for him to write your love story. And when you know that, look, if I remain in the jet stream of God's will, he will provide for me in ways I cannot even imagine. And that is my prayer for you. My prayer for you is to remain open and to remain prayerful and to let people around you know, old school style, I'm ready and I'm looking to get married and having a family. You can always have your career. Being able to have a family truly is a very limited, short window. You can start your career. If you have people and it's amazing business, have other people run it. You can still manage it. You can still pour into it, but you have your babies. And then once your babies are grown and the nest is empty, go back to your career. There's nothing wrong with that. If you don't have a career, you have your babies, the Lord's going to inspire something inside of you that you're like, you know what? There's a problem. I have a solution. How many baby companies have been born out of moms? You know, like the little carrier seat or a stroller or something.
We live for that carrier seat.
Right, 100%. I'm not trying to plug them for like something, so I'm just trying not to even say the name, but you understand my sentiment is that there's something really special and beautiful about.
Also, this is low-key the first time she's actually lighting up. I have noticed that 44 minutes in, and this is the first time she's like actually invested in the conversation, which is when she's giving Christian-style dating advice to another young Christian conservative woman. Okay? Every other question, she's like, you know, yeah, she's going off script.
Making sure that you are the woman that your future husband deserves and vice versa. Do not settle.
Thank you. Thanks, Isabella. Up next, the emotional moment that Erika Kirk forgave her husband's alleged murderer. Stay with us.
Bro, this is making fetch happen, okay? You're not gonna make fetch happen. Okay? You just can't make fetch happen. It's not happening.
Him. I forgive him because it was what Christ did and is what Charlie would do.
Erika, that moment that we just watched was
yeah, she was forgiving Benjamin Netanyahu. I gotta stop doing that. I can't stop doing that. She was between you and I wouldn't forgive Benjamin Netanyahu, but she was. Oh my God.
I was one of millions of people.
That would be really funny if the ADL just kept quiet about Candace Owens being like, Israel killed Charlie Kirk for like the last 3 months every single day to an audience of millions. And then the one time I joke about it, they're like, Hasan Piker is the most dangerous anti-Semite in the business. Here he is clearly blaming Israel for the death of Charlie Kirk. And then they just put the beat on me. Instead of yelling at Candace Owens, I'm the main conspiracy theorist here.
Across the world that watched you get up on that stage and forgive the man who murdered your husband. And I think a lot of people looked at it and thought, this is incomprehensible. It's almost baffling. And I want you to speak to those who are unable to understand, really, that act of grace. How is it possible that you can forgive the person that murdered your husband?
I'm not forgetting what he did. I'm not condoning what he did. What he did is sick and evil. So sick and evil.
Bro, look at the vibe shift. I swear to God, she can't. Like, please, look at the way she carries herself in these like pre-canned statements that she clearly practiced before she delivered it on stage here versus how chummy she was getting when she was talking about how as a Christian woman, you can find a good man. You just got to pray the Lord. And the Lord will work in mysterious ways about finding a good man or some shit. Like, it just comes across as so insincere.
What I am doing is releasing myself from the enemy's hands, where he could have a foothold in me. And he could be able to just, like I said earlier, you have a choice. Am I going to take that moment? And I will never say anything I don't mean. I really prayed on that moment. That was a game time decision. I'll never say what I don't mean. But am I going to take that moment to say, rally the troops, burn the city down, march in the streets? Or am I going to take that moment and unleash something like we talked about, even greater, more powerful, and say, it's a revival? And let that unleash and let the Lord use it in ways that no one else could have ever imagined.
If you were to meet the man, I won't name him again, accused of murdering your husband, do you know what you would say to him?
Nothing.
You would say nothing?
I have nothing to say to you. Nothing.
Ugh. They're both so fake. Like, I feel like if she was like, yeah, I'd be like, fuck you, you piece of shit. I feel like that would be more impactful than what's going on here. Like, oh, nothing. And then Barry has to also act like she's genuinely captivated by this conversation that's taking place. They're both phony as fuck.
Is there a difference, Erika, between forgiving someone in a religious and spiritual sense, but also wanting justice for them here on earth?
Oh my God. But we serve a just God. And I rest easy in knowing that he's sovereign, but he's just. And so let the Lord handle that.
I want to bring in our final audience question for tonight. I want to turn it over to Joe Lavoie.
Hi, thank you. Your faith in this process has been inspiring, and that inspires this question. How are you able to trust God amidst unfair and immense suffering?
Against conservative Christians. Conservative white Christians in America experiencing daily struggles, experiencing daily adversity brought about by non-Christians existing in their space. How do you keep believing, Erika?
One of my favorite books in the Bible is the book of Job. And what's so powerful about that book is that you read it and you go along and you say, how could bad things happen to good people? But what happens at the end of that book?
Guys, you know what's fucking really crazy about what we just watched for the last like 3 hours, even though it's like a 48-minute video? This is on CBS, brother. This is supposed to be their like premiere town hall that Barry Weiss was supposed to bring up. This literally is like it's like the Christian network. Like, I feel like this is the type of shit that you would watch clips of after they posted it on like some kind of third-rate Christian broadcasting network. You know what I mean? Slammed in between two devil-looking televangelists. It's so fucking strange. 700 Club ass vibes. Yeah, it's just like down to the way that it's shot, down to like the conversations that are taking place. Like, I don't think this is going to cause Americans who are fucking tuning into CBS to be like, wow, I'm overcome with emotion about following my Christian faith. How the fuck? Like, this is strange, man. They're Prager-uifying CBS News. She's a televangelist.
That's it. That's all I have to say. Stop.
I know.
I do not. And don't.
God damn it. I knew it was going there. Oh my gosh. So many fucking Erika Kirk comparisons.
wrestle not with flesh and blood, but principalities and powers.
God does restore. He does. Even more so than Job had prior. But when did that happen? It happened when Job prayed for his friends. Even though they were against him, even though there was all this drama, he prayed for his friends. You can call them enemies. That's not saying, oh, Lord, my enemies, no. There's boldness in being able to say, Lord, do what only you can do. And the Lord restored what Job had lost. That's how.
We'll be right back.
That's it, right? There's no
I want
more.
to address something directly.
Yeah, Dan Crenshaw, the girlies are fighting, but I'm not going to cover that. But yeah, the update on this is Erika says she and Candace Owens are meeting tomorrow. Turning Point USA was set to host the stream tomorrow to address Candace's various allegations and conspiracy theories. Also, another update here. Barry Weiss got Heritage and TikTok to sponsor her Erika Kirk Townhall. Other marketers who lined up for CBS News' Erika Kirk Townhall included companies whose products and services may have dovetailed with the viewers who tuned in to see the show. Among the town hall sponsors were the Conservative Heritage Foundation, Hallow, a mobile app for Christian prayer. Stay prayed up. Shouts out to Marky Mark. That's the one, right? That's the one, right? David, a new animated film from Angel Studios, which specializes in faith-based content, the one that's doing the Animal Farm as well, and the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews. A small handful of more mainstream advertisers, included Spotify and TikTok, was also present. Yeah, Angel did Sound of Freedom, and also recently the thing that we were looking at, Animal Farm. Anyway, Candace also has said, I'm very much looking forward to this discussion, responding to Erika Kirk. I have no idea where this is going to go, but I do believe that it is far too sweet for Candace Owens to let go. It's far too rewarding for Candace Owens to just let go from farming this shit. It would be incredibly stupid for her to stop. And no, I'm not going to watch the extended cut that has 17,000 views. That's crazy. Especially because if she falls in line now, after having a private closed-door meeting with Erika Kirk, then everyone's going to be like, you're fucking fake. You're fake as shit. And that opens up a new void in the leadership structure, and I will be taking it, okay? That's right. I'll be getting into the if Candace Owens drops the ball, I'm gonna take over. I'm the real clandestine operator, okay? I'm the one who will carry the flame. We are Charlie Kirk. I stood unshaken, you know? So it's you're on notice, Candace Owens. You lack the ability to do so, and that's what you think. The fuck do you mean? I love conspiracy theories. You think I can't fucking pull that shit off? You're out of your dang mind? I don't know if you're full scale evil enough. No, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna evil max. Anyway, there was another thing. Oh, so here it is. Wild moment outside the New York Young Republicans Club gala tonight after a protester was removed for waving a swastika. An attendee named Hayden McDougal accepted it. Another attendee then stepped out, smacked McDougal, called him a slur, and then chased him down the street.
Who called Jews cockroaches at this event? This is what this event represents. This is everything that this event represents.
Wow, he really dunked on this guy, calling him a beta male. So this is a protester protesting the New York Young Republicans Club, bringing in a bunch of people who are like anti-Semitic and fascist and whatnot, which is obviously the least shocking thing you found out about the New York Young Republicans Club, right? But let's see where it goes.
Fuck up! You guys love Nazis. You guys fail to condemn Nazis constantly. This is what they love.
Oh my God, brother, I'm sorry. Listen, no disrespect to the short kings in this community, but you can't be out there calling motherfuckers beta males if you're literally 5'6", okay? You can't be out there with that mustache screaming. Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't be doing beta male anyway in 2025 in the big 225. Big 2025. Beta male. You're a bitch. But that's crazy.
This is what they love. Nobody likes you. I'll give this to you. I'll have it. Take it. Take it. Because this is what he is. This is what they are. They are all Nazis. I wish. He wishes he was Trump was a Nazi.
I've always found it strange when people are protesting Nazis that they just like dress up as Nazis. That's just the aesthetic thing for me. I don't really understand. Like I have a shirt that's like a punk shirt that has a swastika on it, but it's like being destroyed by like a stripper in high heels. But even then, I just feel weird wearing it because like it still kind of has like a broken swastika on it. You know what I mean? There is definitely like an old school tradition of that sort where anti-Nazis and anti-fascists will like still every now and then, post Nazi insignia, things like that. And I just always find it strange. Anyway, but yeah, he is actually criticizing the Republicans, the young Republicans, for being Nazis. Yeah, it's one of the heavy black shirts. Exactly. Those are sort of risque for wearing around in public.
Trump is not racist. We're not associated with the NYYs. We're content
I'm my own
traders.
thing, by the way.
Okay, so thank you.
But
so
this
these
guy's
are
a
the
faggot,
people
and
who are invited
everybody
to the
knows
event.
it.
These are very...
You can't be saying that, little baby. When's mommy picking you up? I'm sorry. I take it back. He's not even 5'6". He's like 4'6". Okay? You can't be saying that, little baby. Your mommy is going to wash her mouth with soap later if she catches you saying things like that in public.
Hey, I actually got thrown out. Ask them. I got thrown out. So I didn't... Listen, they condemned me. They threw me out. They did not condemn him.
I love this guy being like, I'm a Nazi and the New York Young Republicans don't fuck with me. They kicked me out. Clearly, they're not Nazi. Why are you still defending them at that point? That's so strange.
These are exactly... He's short. They didn't see him. People are snuck in. This is
I'm a
the
silly
entire
little guy.
event. The entire event, they invited the alternatives.
Well, this guy's a beta male. Nobody likes him. Dude, you're a faggot. Fuck you.
They invited fucking the pro-Hitler text guys. They invited the Jews are cockroaches guys. This is all they are.
Subversive, bro. Go back to Israel. Borders are racist, huh? Let's let everybody in. Borders are racist. Let everybody.
Wait, what? I'm confused. Wait, so first he says like, oh, you must be like a Zionist Jew, but then he's like, borders are racist. Let's let everybody in. So what? Like, what? I guess that's like that's the neo-Nazi take, is that like Jews as a part of this like major international Jewry conspiracy want to destroy the Western world by doing open borders in everywhere but Israel. Is that what it is?
Let everybody in. Borders are racist, guys. Flood the country. 10 million Indians. Come on. Borders are racist. We got to let 10 million Indians in. That's what you're saying. Does Israel deserve a border? Does Israel deserve a border?
You guys gotta go.
Let what go? All right, I'm taking this back. I'm taking it. This is mine now.
Give me my swastika back. Come on, man. Come on, man. You shouldn't have. I mean, you did not think this through. Look. Respect for trying to do some kind of performance out there and like criticize the fucking Nazis at the Young Republican Nazi Club, but you can't be out here being like, give me that swastika back. I need it for later.
Give him the swastika. I want it.
He goes, give him the swastika back. He says, I want it. What is happening? What the fuck?
Go. Let what go? All right, I'm taking this back. I'm taking it. This is mine now. Give him the swastika. I want it. We have plenty at home. We have plenty at home. We collect tons of them. They're good back to them. You guys are. Does Israel deserve a border? Is they're actually going to use this? Are you Jewish? Are you Jewish? Yes, I'm proud. Does Israel deserve a border? What are you talking about? Do you think borders are racist? Stop answering this piece of shit. Don't worry. You invited him to your fucking club. You gave him a ticket.
Oh! What the fuck? Hey, yo! Where did that one come from? Wait. What? Wait, is that hog on hog violence? Hey, yo!
Collect tons of them.
He's like, give me the swastika back, please.
You guys are.
He gets the swastika back.
Deserve a border. Is they're actually going to use this? Are you Jewish? Are you Jewish? Yes, I'm proud. Does Israel deserve a border?
And then out of nowhere, you got like Gimli coming in hot.
What are you talking about? Do you think borders are racist?
Oh, he comes in. Okay, Gimli comes in.
You invited him to your fucking club.
Hits him with the one fucking, he goes, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Club. You gave him a ticket.
Oh, full fucking hand. Oh my Lord. Oh, is hog on hog violence out here, dude.
You gave him a ticket to the fucking club. Whoa. Okay, let's get the fuck out of here.
Oh my God. Brother, he slapped some sense into him. And that's a Republican, right? Like, I assume this is a guy who is attending the event. Like, he's not like a he's not like a woke guy at all. Brother, you got bitch slapped and then walked away. What happened here?
Whoa. Okay, let's get the fuck out of here.
Oh my God, and he tells him walk away.
We're real tough. Walk the fuck out.
Wait, so then he runs into a crowd?
He's part of the YR though.
Who the fuck are the people? The Howard Taft build? He's the guy running it and they took a selfie after? Wait, really? So what happened next? He ran to his daddy?
I just got punched in the face by the...
Sneeko updates. Sneeko and Nick Fuentes randomly meet woman propaganda moments after getting slapped in the face.
Hi, Nick. I got punched in the face by this guy. Well, this Jewish guy was yelling, everyone's a Nazi, and then I told him to go back to Israel. And then this other guy just slapped me across. Kevin Smith just slapped me across.
TikTok.
Will, nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you. What's going on? Good to meet you.
Are you okay? I literally just got my shit reset. Fuck, he hit me hard. That guy's from the YR. I don't know what you doing here.
I don't get it, man. Like those are Nazis. What the fuck? What is happening, bro? I mean, they all just hate Jews. No, but like they don't just hate Jews, brother. They hate black people too. Like, what did Nazis forget? Like, are they woke on black people now? Hasan, no one in that video was white. I mean, this fucking little man probably is white. This is, wow. I don't know what to say. DEI hit white supremacy hard, dude. They're doing DEI fascism. It's woke fascism.
What you doing here?
He hit me.
I was just hanging out.
You're incognito.
Yeah.
Jesus.
That's crazy.
Maybe we shouldn't. Wasn't he?
Yeah, why don't we?
I thought he was with you.
Wait, so that slap worked so well that it literally purged the other fucking racists out of the vicinity of the area? Like, check logs. A black man, a gay Mexican, and a white man are all Nazis. You were talking about the diversity of American fascism. Yeah, no. And then I guess it was a misunderstanding and they squashed the beef. Update. Woman propaganda said it was a misunderstanding and asked Kevin for a photo. Every part of this is so strange. Yeah, he had AOE. That slap was the slap heard around the world. It just, did you see TrueAnon reply to one of the Nazi guys' videos? Yeah, I did. You left a white man in the lurch. We won't forget this.
I want it. We have plenty at home.
So about last night, explaining Angry Patriot and I's misadventures at the New York Young Republicans Gala. I assume this guy is also, this was the other guy, and he's also a Nazi, right? Listen, when I see Brace posting or Mehmet posting, I just hit a like, okay? Did you not watch the video? Not yet. At Pilates. Nick Fuentes was initially invited as a VIP of the event.
Good. I'm chilling.
Should we explain why I have a tux on and you don't?
Yeah, let's do it.
So there was just an inaugural ball pretty close by, and it was the Young Republicans event. Baton was speaking there. He was hosting. I was luckily invited.
Who?
Event. Baton was speaking there. He was
Who the fuck is Baton?
Hosting. I was luckily invited, and so was Nick. And then what happens to Nick happens. What happened?
Yeah, well, they said I might be able to go, which they do every year at NYYRC. They say, well.
Oh, the Bill Clinton kid? Wait, isn't he the little troll? I mean, he collabs with a lot of fucking Nazis and shit, but isn't he like, isn't he Jewish? What the fuck's going on, man? Like, I think he's straight up Israeli, no? I think he was roasting them as racist. He trolls them. He actually trolled them. Oh my fucking God, he slapped that guy because the other guy was holding Nazi armbands. He got confused who was on which side because of the Nazi memorabilia, Lamau. Wait, you think the Young Republicans guy, the Gimli on the Republican side, thought that the dude with the mustache was actually being woke and like stealing the swastika from the Nazi outside, and he thought the Nazi outside was actually being sincere about being a Nazi? So he was actually, in his mind, defending the Nazi? Is that what you think would happen? Fog of war shit? Yeah. That's awesome. The guy thought who slapped the guy he slapped was woke.
We're working on it. We might be able to get you in. And they told me I was invited. I was going to be in the VIP section. I'm going to be a guest. And then, as usual, they canceled me. They disinvited me. They told me I can't come. I guess there was going to be a big revolt in the club if I was going to be there.
But wasn't there hella Nazis there anyway? So I don't get it. Like,
You weren't allowed.
Like, that doesn't make any sense from the Republican side. I mean, this motherfucker was there. Is it because he's like Haitian and Filipino that they're like, oh, it's fine if you're like the Holocaust denier? Like, I don't understand what the standards are here for the young Republicans.
But I already had my stuff booked, so I said, fuck it, I'll just come to New York and ball out anyway.
We got to hang out. We just had a nice dinner.
The Nazi girlfriend of Destiny was there. Oh, the fucking meth head that did blackface. I know too much about this shit. Yeah, there's like a balding meth head neo-Nazi that Sex Pestany's been fucking. This is the girl. Yeah. She also did blackface. She was one of the girls that did blackface.
Okay, cool. Let me show you this video. It got like 15 million views.
It's a video of what?
Okay. It's gonna blow your mind. Alright. The connections are so there. Yeah, you talked about this video. I did too. You talked about this one?
Yeah, she does like this kind of shit. But that's not even like, there's a whole video that she did as well.
That's in Washington Square Park.
I know, that's by the chess tables.
Yeah, she straight up smokes meth. Why don't we ever go to cool fun parties like this, Hasan? If this is the type of shit I was invited to, I would kill myself straight up. Okay? The day that I get a letter in the mail being like, "Hey, you've been invited to the young fucking losers gala," I'm just straight up ending it all. Okay? Like virtually every single person in that room that has like, you know, just a crumb of prominence, if you want to call it that, literally came from just doing incredibly racist shit. Like that's it. Like they'll do like blackface on Halloween or something, and then they'll get like 1,000 likes, and then the New York Young Republicans is like, well, there it is. Like, please, you are invited to the gala of the year.
Then there's another one.
You gotta have a little bit of shame, right? Like, there is no way, because you gotta look around a little bit and be like, wow, I am surrounded by fucking talentless hacks. I mean, he at least had like an aesthetic vision at a certain point in his career. You know what I mean? Like, he worked with like Mr. Beast and stuff. I mean, I guess he likes the shame. But this reminds me of Laura Loomer bothering the other guy, the other white Aryan goddess or whatever that Laura Loomer was calling him. Remember? At the other New York Young Republicans gala many, many years prior, where she was like, oh, a lot of people hate Jews here, but that's because they're afraid of my high Jewish IQ or something. There's a Sneako clip about being woke about racism at this party, talking to some random Asian girl.
Then there's another one.
Also Washington Square Park.
Like, this is devastating. Like, this is fucking devastating. You're just sitting there cornered in a fucking party, and a crackhead meth head is literally going through her funniest racist clips. Oh my God. What is this tweet? Me and the chop shit I pulled by being nonchalant. Fucking ay ay ay. Oof. German far-right lawmaker calls for U.S.-German nationalist alliance at MAGA Gala. Markus Frohnmayer, a German politician from the Alternative for Deutschland, speaks to the press at the New York Young Republicans Club's annual gala at Cipriani. Fuck. Wall Street, New York City. Gala brings international far-right and MAGA figures together. U.S. signals growing support for European far-right. German far-right AfD is topping German polls. Many streamer circles have similar MAGA philosophies. They all say the same shit. Not the circles that I run in, I'll tell you that much. Boy, I remember that woman from last year. She had an Israeli flag in her bio on Twitter, and a lot of liberals were in her circle. I clicked on her profile, and the first tweet on there was blasting the N-word. Nick Fuentes was hanging out with Sneeko in a Kawa house. Yeah, I heard about that too. Yeah, the Ummah's got to do a little bit better on that. No, like, that shit is fucked up. Like, y'all are fucking stupid, okay? He would, he is not shy about advocating for. He is not shy. Kawa House is a Yemeni coffee shop. The one that I went to, I think he went to as well, near Columbia. And it's so fucking annoying. It's the same thing that I experienced when Andrew Tate fake reverted to Islam, and so many dumb fucks on the timeline were like, oh my God, rejoice. He's found the light of Allah. I was like, you're fucking so stupid. No wonder half of these like fucking television imams are able to dupe all of you motherfuckers, bro. I swear to God. Anyway, I don't want to talk too much about that. Sneeko's Muslim like Tate? No. Sneeko, look. Sneeko's a fucking idiot. He's a Holocaust denier. He's a cuck. He's all of those things, right? But if there's one thing that, at least for as far as I've seen, that he is sincere about, he has actually straight up reverted to Islam. The irony, of course, is that I don't think he's a performative Muslim. I think the reasons as to why he reverted to Islam is actually really fucking stupid. He did it because of Andrew Tate, and he also did it in the way that where he like was like, oh, I'm converting to Islam because like Islam is the only real one. It puts women back in its place. like he did it in the dumbest way possible, but he did sincerely actually convert from what I've seen.
That's unique.
Yeah, I like to do crazy stuff.
Did you face any backlash for that? Any cancel?
Not really, because like, if you don't give a fuck, it's really hard to cancel somebody.
Yeah, just double down. Don't apologize.
Exactly.
Don't apologize.
Just, you should follow me back.
Okay, what is it?
Empachan, with a 4.
Empachan. Okay, are you going to tweet this?
I mean, tweet what? Our photo, maybe.
Huh?
I could tweet our photo, maybe.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, he knows this is fucking poisonous. I can't believe he looks more like a sympathetic figure here. All kinds of races were allowed at the New York Young Republicans Club event, but not Nick Fuentes.
So why do you think that you weren't allowed at the New York Young Republicans event that just happened? Because I saw people that came up to me on stream saying, I'm racist. And that's their thing. And people say, look, I have blackface. And they're showing me videos of them in blackface. What separates you? Is it the fact that you oppose the Republican Party so much? What's the real issue here? Because if it's racist...
Is that just a dude in the background? Am I crazy? Am I seeing shit? What the fuck is this? Is that a dude just sitting in the dark? What the fuck?
Kicked out.
I think it's because I'm critical of Israel. Okay. You know, Jared Taylor was there, and I love Jared.
Jared Taylor was invited to the Young Republicans Club? That motherfucker ain't young. What the fuck? Jared fucking Taylor? Brother, are you fucking kidding me? Dude, he is a notorious white supremacist. What the fuck? Samuel Jared Taylor is an American white supremacist, editor of American Renaissance, an online magazine espousing such opinions, which was founded by Taylor in 1990. He's 74 years old. I did not know he was born in Kobe. He got a Yale. He got a Bachelor of Arts in Yale. Christian missionary parents from Virginia and Kobe, Japan. He lived in Japan until he was 16 years old and attended Japanese schools up to the age of 12, becoming fluent in Japanese. He attended Yale. But yeah, he is a straight up, out and about, like pretty open white supremacist. That is crazy. Yeah, he's a proponent of scientific racism and voluntary racial segregation. Taylor also asserts that there are racial differences in intelligence among the various ethno-racial groups around the world. Taylor argues that blacks are generally less intelligent than Hispanics, while Hispanics are generally less intelligent than whites, and whites are generally less intelligent than East Asians. Taylor argues that his work with American Renaissance is analogous to other groups that advocate for ethnic or racial interests. Taylor welcomes Jews to his organization and views American Jews as potential powerful allies. While several speakers of Jewish descent have participated in American Renaissance conventions, he has never sought to either welcome or expel anti-Semitic voices. This position has sparked tensions with the far-right anti-Semitic organizations, claiming that the Jews are infiltrating their movements. In 2006, a clash erupted at one convention between anti-Semitic conspiracy theorist David Duke and Michael Hart, a Jewish astrophysicist, sharing in many of Taylor's ideas. The Forward reported that Taylor has been trying to denazify the movement and draw the white nationalist circle wider to include the Jews of European descent. But to many on the far right, taking the Jew hatred out of white nationalism is like taking the Christ out of Christmas. A sacrilege. SPLC comments that Taylor is unusual among the radical right in his lack of anti-Semitism. Scholar Elizabeth Bryant Morgenstern states that unlike many other white supremacists, Taylor is not anti-Semitic and in fact encourages Jews to join his fight. However, many within the white supremacist anti-immigration movement disagree with Taylor, and he has been under tremendous pressure to break ties with the Jewish community. Taylor supported Donald Trump in the 2016 presidential campaign, unsurprising, and recorded robocalls to support Trump before the Iowa caucus and New Hampshire primary. A spokesperson for the Trump campaign said that Trump disavows all super PACs offering support and continues to do so. When asked about the robocalls in 2016, Trump responded, "I would disavow that, but I will tell you, people are extremely angry." Taylor believes that white voters were drawn to Donald Trump in the 2016 election, specifically because of Trump's white identity politics. Taylor attended Trump's first presidential inauguration with front row VIP tickets, and he described the event as a sign of rising white consciousness. Known for scientific racism, what the fuck does that mean? Like Measurehead? Yes, that's what scientific racism is. Scientific racism is a debunked or now defunct scientific movement to try and justify that there is a racial hierarchy and that some races are just like, dumber than others, lower IQ than others. Modern iterations of race science is the bell curve by what is it? The Murray? Is it Douglas Murray? It's eugenics. It's pseudoscientific and it's eugenics. Charles Murray, not Douglas Murray. Douglas Murray is a different guy. Yeah, in the era of liberalism, in the early 1900s, or leading into the early 1900s, the races were trying to find a different meta, a scientific meta as to why you had to be, you had to justify white supremacy. That's why I jokingly will often talk about phrenology, which is, again, another extension of scientific racism, the measurement of skulls, to claim that, like, people of African descent have, like, a different skull shape and skull measurement that shows that they're more servile. Again, all of it loops back around to justifying chattel slavery. Anyway, but I always say the only phrenology I believe in is cop skull, cop phrenology. And that is because, just like Jared Taylor, I too have a PhD in racism, but in the opposite direction. But yeah, that's fucking nuts.
I really do. I respect him deeply. And we have disagreements, but he's an admirable guy. But let's be honest. The reason that Steve Saylor and Jared Taylor, ironically, are becoming more mainstream in some ways, or getting more acceptance, is because they only talk about black-white race relations. They never talk about Jewish capture of.
Steve Saylor is another fucking American white supremacist, far-right writer and blogger. He writes for VDare. For those of you who don't know, VDare is the white supremacist website. Anyway, earlier writing by Saylor appeared in some mainstream outlets, and his writings have been described as prefiguring Trumpism. Saylor popularized the term human biodiversity for a right-wing audience in the 1990s as a euphemism for scientific racism. Grew up in Studio City, Los Angeles. Anyway. What the fuck? Two people were found dead in Rob Reiner's home? What? Los Angeles Fire Department was called to the home at 3:30 for medical aid, and authorities found a man approximately 78 and a woman approximately 68. We've confirmed the house does in fact belong to This Is Spinal Tap director, though we do not know the identity of the deceased at the time. Wait, what? Two people were found dead at the home in West LA owned by Rob Reiner. Okay, don't their ages match up? What a weird way to write that headline. It's because the police have not confirmed whether or not the bodies are actually Rob Reiner, belongs to Rob Reiner and his wife. It could be because they were, I mean, it's their exact ages, I guess, but can we trust TMZ? Yes.
Institutions. And we know that that seems to be the thing you're not allowed to talk about. So I think that's it.
Yeah, that's the New York Young Republicans Conference Convention, whatever the fuck you want to call it. It was Nazis galore, except for the one guy who I guess wasn't allowed entry into the event, Nick Fuentes. It's a very strange situation where they're like welcoming Nazis of every different background, but not Nick Fuentes. And I don't fully understand what they're trying to do with that. You know? Maybe they didn't allow him because he's Latino. Okay, Sneeko is literally Haitian, brother. Also, I was going to talk about this James Fishback guy who is leaning into some. I mean, he's the pick for Floridians who don't think Ron DeSantis is fascist enough. Asmongold reacts to James Fishback for not apologizing for praising Nick Fuentes and his followers. Asmon then adds, if this guy wins, there will be 49 more like this guy running for governor everywhere else. This is a movement and a message that has tremendous amount of support. I like that my movement guy is, someone like Zoran, and Asmongold's movement guy is this fucking guy.
I want to clarify some comments that I made this week rather abruptly in a live interview about the young men in our country who watch and follow Nick Fuentes. I want to clarify and apologize for absolutely nothing. The young men in Pasco County who wore blue America First hats, who came to our event, where the average age in the room was somewhere in the 60s, were there, were respectful, were civil. We had a great conversation, and they have a real pulse for what is going on in the country. Too often these days, young white men are discounted and told that their opinions don't matter. They are toxically masculine.
What's this guy's ethnic background, by the way? Yeah, this is the new Florida fascists.
That they have some sort of privilege and their conversation and contributions don't matter. I'm running for Florida governor because Florida is our home. America is our birthright, and we can never, ever sell out the men who built this country. I want to clarify.
Why is that all you care about? Because I'm racist, brother. What do you mean? But I'm like, unlike these fucking DEI Nazis, I'm a real racist. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to make sure my white identity movement is pure and actually has white people in it. And it's becoming increasingly more difficult to find real white people that are doing white supremacist politics in this goddamn country.
You're sitting and watching Aiden.
Yeah, that's one of the funniest parts about like people who are like, we got to get these fucking immigrants out, right? They're like, oh, we got to do purity politics. We got to get these fucking immigrants out. And then it's perhaps the greatest testament to assimilation that every one of these white supremacist dudes are like, half of them are Mexican. The other half is like, there's a Haitian Filipino guy. They've assimilated. They've assimilated, brother. What do you mean? What is a greater testament to assimilation than a Haitian Filipino Muslim revert being a prominent figure in the white supremacist movement in this goddamn country?
Us all day, or some of these Twitch streamers, that's very different than, I'll tell you the truth, I found the audience of young men who follow and watch Nick Fuentes to be actually incredibly informed and insightful and very patriotic young men, to be completely honest. Yes. Now, that's very different than the audience watching Fresh and Fit, but I think something has to be said about the young men.
Hey, some of them are based too, okay? Just mostly on the feminist stuff. But
I love the soundboard when Myron hits the sounds. No, it's not a dig on Myron, right? It's just what kind of...
This guy's running for governor of Florida, and he's talking about which white supremacists and like racist podcasters he likes. This guy's going to do Valentina Gomez numbers? I don't know. Because he seems a little bit smarter than Valentina Gomez. He has no shot at winning, obviously, but like, this is a deeply unserious campaign. But he seems a little bit more, he seems a little bit more intelligent than Valentina Gomez. Because like Valentina Gomez's type of racism is like directly being like saying the F slur and stuff. Like, this guy just consistently leans into Nazi memes a little too much, right? It's funny that the most Groyperish candidate in U.S. politics is running on a platform of unlimited subsidies for old people.
That I made this week.
Kristaps Porzingis follows Valentina Gomez on Twitter. Oh, yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, so this was the campaign ad that I saw of James Fishback for Florida. I'm running for Florida governor to make the trains run on time. And everyone was like, this is Mussolini. This is Mussolini. Mussolini said that. I think the train tracks are, I agree with Matthew Petty. Bold and many commentators assume Fishback was referring to Mussolini and not something much darker. I don't think he's doing the train track thing to do a nod to Mussolini. I think it's the train tracks that are leading into a different place.
My name is James Fishback, and I'm running for Florida governor. I'm here in Shipley in the Panhandle on tracks that used to carry Amtrak's Sunset Limited. It allowed families to get a train right here in rural parts of the Florida Panhandle and take it all the way down to Disney for Christmas or Miami for New Year's. Sadly, that train got canceled. It became the latest sign that politicians in Tallahassee, Democrat and sadly Republican, don't care about what happens here in the Florida Panhandle.
Yeah. Also, this is a funny take, though. Referencing Mussolini in a way that pisses off the majority of Florida Republican voters who think trains are communist. You can see their young Republican brain rot so clearly in this campaign. But I don't know. I don't know if the older Republican voters think trains are bad or communist or whatever. I just don't think that they care about it as much.
Rather, Panhandle. I'm running for Florida governor because I recognize that Florida is more than just Naples, Orlando, and Miami. That we have to look out for the dignity of our neighbors in the Panhandle, and I'll do that by making a generational investment in our public schools, creating 10,000 great-paying jobs for locals, and also bringing back the Amtrak.
This guy think he's Zoran? Brother, this guy is literally what mainstream media said Zoran is, okay? An anti-Semitic psychopath with unimaginably regressive views. This is the real presentation of Zoran by the ADL. Like, this is what it actually looks like. And therefore, you probably won't hear the ADL talk about this guy too much. Anyway. He's feuding with Byron Donalds. Donalds has provided materials to the courts alleging Fishback had a sexual relation with a teen. And Fishback says Donalds is a slave to the GOP. I mean, let him fight. But yeah, so that's what's going on. Let's hear what the number one political commentator has to say about this.
Finally, we're finally getting there.
I like that Asmongold every day is like, I love Nazis. And I'm not afraid to say it. And you shouldn't be afraid to say it either. It's actually good to love Nazis. And everyone is just like, oh, I wonder what he means by this. That's a real centrist right here. Another certified centrism moment from Asmongold.
As Christians, we are called to protect the preborn, to defend the sanctity of marriage, and to recognize.
Oh my, get the fuck out of here. This motherfucker does not. Christ is king is an appealing message to you, Asmongold. Lifelong Austin guy who 100% does not have a Christian bone in his fucking body. He's doing the Christian pretender shtick too. Oh, yeah.
Of our neighbors. My name is James Fishback, and I'm running for Florida governor to do all three.
He's actually doing music videos about Christianity. Wow. Oh my God.
Oh my God, it's so based.
Clarify comments made about Nick Fuentes, his followers. Oh boy.
I want to clarify some comments that I made this week rather abruptly in a live interview about the young men in our country who watch and follow Nick Fuentes. I want to clarify and apologize for absolutely nothing. The young men in Pasco County who wore blue America First hats, who came to our event, where the average age in the room was somewhere in the 60s, were there, were respectful, were civil. We had a great conversation, and they have a...
He just went and said, I don't give a fuck.
Does Asmon being your top political streamer competition ever make you wonder if there's some inherent limitations to Twitch political commentary? I think it makes me wonder about the inherent limitations of the average American's IQ. More than inherent limitations to the platform's allowance on, well, not even average American. He has mostly a European audience, right? The average Westerner, mega cope for usual. Yeah, you talk. Look. Look, I love Asmongold fans coming in here to try to big brain debate. Asmongold consistently signaling that he loves and supports every fucking right-wing reactionary, and then turning around and being like, actually, you don't have a high enough IQ to understand Asmongold is actually doing this to bait you guys. You hate that he's better than you, Lemafayao, brother. That's a self-report more than anything else that you could have possibly said. Please go up to any normal person in the real world and present both of us in any commentary, shape, or form, and admit to people in the real world, maybe your family members, that one is better than the other. Okay? Do the bus driver test. I just watch the way people react. He's rotting your brain worse than his teeth. Stop letting him control your brain. Falling for the bait, dumbass. You're actually so slow. You talk about and watch Asmon so much your viewers may as well tune into his streams. Then you'll drop to number 7 top streamer. Megacope for usual. I sound a lot like you, don't I? That's me. I'll take my ban now. Why would I ban you? I'm entertained by people like yourself tuning into this broadcast. It's good. You literally unironically flexed your favorite streamer's rotting teeth. I don't think you understand. You are a creature of the internet. Okay? Your existence defies, like, I'm not going to make a naturalistic argument in usual circumstances, but your existence defies the nature of man. Okay? In the absence of the internet, a creature such as yourself would not exist. Also, yeah, Roachman does ban more than I do. Holy, here come threats from your community. I know. Perceived victimhood. You're the biggest victim. Everyone is yelling at you. Everyone is out to get you. I know. You're right. Most people are saying you're a new pet. Part of that is because you think being banned from this community is a big flex or something. You know what I mean? Do you want me to PM my whispers now? Oh no, are people saying mean things to you in your whispers, dude? Oh, man, I'm so sorry. Chat, don't do that. Literal death threats, Lamau, get a grip. Did I offer you a death threat? No. Also, it's ironic because every single day there's another Asmongold viewer in here openly stupid enough to say the literal death threat out loud as opposed to a private whisper. But I think you can also go and report those people that are sending you death threats if you are that scared. I'm just better than you is a hell of an argument. It's not one that I normally deploy, but I think in this circumstance, it's one of those instances where you can just kind of let what you're seeing on screen do the talking for you. You know, it's an objective reality, I think. I'm so popular in here. I'm glad that this community has made you hold on to life for longer. That sweet grip on life. Why is it that in so many of these circumstances, all of this devolves into, I just pissed and shit in my pants, but I forced you to smell it, and therefore I'm the one who won? Why is that always your first argument? Why can't you actually come in and present, I don't know, something interesting, something unique, something that makes us go, I hadn't thought about it like that. Every single time people come in here, they insta-lock ban me, okay? Are you trying to pretend like I'm some lowlife who hates existing to cope? Okay, I don't think you're a lowlife who hates existing. But the way you're carrying yourself in this chat is, I assume, leading people to believe that. Perhaps falsely. I would like to think that it's false. But it is cool when everyone is like, oh, this is just bait. You're so stupid. You don't understand. You're so stupid. You're not high IQ enough to understand that this is bait. He's just simply pointing to every fucking far-right nationalist as bait to make people think that he's actually on board with all of these far-right white nationalist politicians and Nazi movements that are garnering attention all around the world. He's just pretending to like Nazis.
All you need to do is get enough people together, and you can do anything you want.
Real pulse for what is going on in the country. Too often these days, young white men are discounted and told that their opinions don't matter. They're toxically masculine.
Man.
Chatter, you want to know why this stuff doesn't work? Not to disrespect you here, but like when you call people like little man or anything like that, or you talk about how you don't hate your life, the reason why no one actually believes you is because other people in here are also watching Twitch, right? They understand the mindset of a person who chooses to go into the Twitch stream of a person that they despise. Perhaps better than everybody else does, right? So this kind of argument, it's just not going to work in this community. Perhaps maybe if you told your friends in your Discord server or, you know, whatever Reddit group you have, they might think you're cool. But this is one of the few areas where everybody understands exactly what's going on in your mind. Like nobody thinks you're a big man. You know? Sure, man, neither of these streamers leave their house. Nothing is happening. Yes, you're right. I famously never leave my house. That's why I was in New York for Zoran's election victory party, then Washington, D.C., then back to L.A., then to 5 different cities and 5 different provinces in mainland China, then back to L.A. again, then also back to Ireland for the week. Again, denial of objective reality in front of you may actually help in your little hug box that you've cultivated with like-minded friends, but it's not going to work in building a broader movement or a coalition. Maybe on the internet, but it's just odd. It's just odd to do this. You want to talk about denying reality? Come on, Hasan. Brother, you said I never leave my house. I just responded to that statement. Perhaps it makes you feel better that both your favorite streamer and your least favorite streamer, myself, don't leave their house. If you cope and seethe and assume that there's objectively no difference between someone like myself and Asmongold, then it makes you feel a little bit better. Maybe it makes you feel better about never leaving your house. But that's not an adequate response.
Man. That they have some sort of privilege and their conversation and contributions don't matter. I'm running for Florida governor because Florida is our home, America is our birthright, and we can never, ever sell out the men who built this country.
The chuds have gotten more boring than the chuds we used to get. Yes, because chuds nowadays are not ideologically grounded at all. They don't give a shit about any politics or policy or anything. It's just like pure rage because there's nothing to associate themselves with. There's nothing in the affirmative that they can associate themselves with the Trump administration, especially in the second time. Like at least in the first term, there was like a battle that they could fight, you know? But nowadays they've defeated woke in their minds, right? Woke is done. Twitter is a neo-Nazi safe haven. And their lives objectively haven't gotten better. As a matter of fact, it's still getting worse. So they're just still trying to hit that last bit of crack at the end of that crack pipe, being like, no, I'm going to fucking trigger the libs. This time I'm going to shit myself and force you to smell that shit. And then that's somehow going to own you. And I hope that they can eventually find an alternative and maybe realize that I am not your enemy, you know? Like, it's difficult to have a normal conversation with people like this because you know, there's nothing there to have a conversation about. It's just like pure reaction. Rage baiting, getting owned in the process of rage baiting, and then doubling down on the rage bait to be like, I was actually pretending to be, you know, stupid. But I got a reaction out of you, didn't I? Well, it did. And I'm gonna forget about you as soon as this interaction is done. Yeah, see, this is it. It was regarding the chatter I was answering, acting like there's some deep state conspiracy going on among the streamers and their views. It's not rage at all, but woke is done. All the parts that were actively toxic are, and that's all that matters. I have what I would consider a successful life. I'm not trying to make up for anything or gain a sense of belonging from a Twitch chat. It was a comment and you pulled it up. Seems to me like we're finally arriving at talking points that actually hurt a little bit, which is why you're engaging in this defensive posture now. All of a sudden, the mask is slipping. All of a sudden, the mask is slipping where you're like, you have to actively defend how cool you are in a Twitch chat that you are anonymously writing after playing the victim earlier. But once again, woke is done is not a real political message to organize around. That's precisely the point I was making, right? He's doing a fighting retreat. He just wants to go to bed without this haunting him all night. Yeah. Woke is done while crying about whispers is so funny. Yeah. In any case, woke is dead. You got it. You killed it. Congratulations. Titties in video games are going to get larger and larger and larger until the video game is all titty and nothing else. But your life will still suck. You're still going to have to pay increasingly larger premiums for your health care that if you are lucky enough to have a job, you will be able to pay for. And then, God forbid something terrible happens to you, you're going to be saddled with medical debt because your healthcare insurance provider is not going to pay for that medical procedure that you needed to save your life. But woke is dead. You know? Woke is dead, but your rent is still going up. Woke is dead, but your wages have remained stagnant. Woke is dead if you, again, even have a job. You see why this kind of conversation, this kind of back and forth is stupid and unproductive, and it's not a real political movement to organize around? It's just pure rage. And it's understandable that you're angry. It's understandable that you're frustrated. Okay? We all are. Everyone in this community is also frustrated. But we try to figure out exactly where the targets are that are worthy of enmity. The actual people who control the levers of power, rather than video game developers that you think have baked in homosexuality into your favorite video game series. Santa, now is not the time to dance. No, Santa is dancing. Yeah, woke is dead and still nobody likes you. Anyway. That's going to be all for tonight. I'm not going to be playing a video game. It's 8 hours into the broadcast, obviously. I'm going to go spend time with my family. And why are you not watching Heated Rivalry? Are you homophobic? Yes. Yes. A lot of HasanAbi heads at Brown don't lose us in the news cycle. No, I covered it extensively today. And obviously we'll be covering it more tomorrow because it's there's going to be more details that come out about the shooter and the profile about the shooter. So that's what I will be covering tomorrow, as well as many other news stories. 8 hours of politics on Sunday should be illegal. We didn't do 8 hours of politics on, I guess we kind of did. But there was a lot of news stories to cover. Anyway, love you guys, including the woke is dead guys. Okay?
All the chatter.
You always punish us after doing the bare minimum of gaming, man. Oh my fucking God, dude. I knew the gamers were going to be so fucking annoying today. Ay, ay, ay. I even love the gamers, okay?